The story began with the advertisement presented, "Did the man want a second life for real?" Quite recently, a game called Nine Heavens was introduced based on cranial nerve fusion technology. The game gave complete freedom of action. Each person could kill, fly, and more. In addition, it plucked the player countless opportunities for the sphere of business, an opportunity to get rich overnight. The most amazing thing in the game was the newest in-game helmet, which allowed the player's nerves to regenerate and reshape their body. Such an advertisement was found by the protagonist, who was strongly interested in this game. He had heard about the game Nine Heavens many times, and as soon as the game appeared, life in Japan was turned upside down. The young man hoped that all this publicity was true. Our hero's name was Lamar. He lived with his younger sister. At first, he was an ordinary office worker in the same company, with a good salary and future. But one day he had an accident that completely changed the hero's life. To save the guy's life, they had to spend all their savings, sell all their possessions, and in the end, Lamar turned into a vegetable who could only move his head and one arm. The guy became a burden for his sister, a nothingness for those around him, who could not believe how hard it would be for the hero's sister to provide for such a loser. Lamar honored only disappointment over what happened, but his sister never gave up hope in her brother. The young man didn't want to be a burden and rather announced the launch of the game, just when the guy was about to take his own life to free both himself and his sister. There were many rumors about the game Nine Heavens. It was said that the participants of the game underwent huge changes, and someone even became superhuman. This possibility interested Lamar greatly, was that this game allowed players with leg paralysis and other disorders to restore their mobility and become a normal person again. As a result, Lamar discarded suicidal thoughts and dedicated his future to Nine Heavens. After a while, the guy came home in a worried mood. Suddenly, the hero's sister decides to stay late on Overtime Robot, asking the guy to start dinner without her. The guy didn't have the money for a new gaming helmet, so he bought a used one. Lamar hoped hard that he wouldn't have any problems with it. The young man strongly wanted to hope that the Nine Heavens game wouldn't let him down. Launching the game suddenly, the system assistant welcomed the hero into the world of Nine Heavens. The girl told the guy in order to authorize, he had to enter his ID. Having done this procedure, the girl introduced the first level of the Heaven of Mortals, which was completely free, in which many surprises were expected. The young man saw his new character, but didn't understand why he hadn't heard about it in the gaming news. The kid realized that usually in games, the appearance and clothes are shaved off first. The hero stood in a stupor, not believing his eyes, for he had turned into a monster, not realizing where his companions had gone, being a swordsman, puppeteer, or archer. This wolf could be pumped, but it wasn't clear how to start earning, and I didn't understand how to unlock his profile at all. The character was randomly able to unlock the profile after seeing the standard settings of MMORPG games. The guy still couldn't believe that he had turned into a werewolf, and with weak attributes like 29 base damage. Suddenly, the young man realized that he hadn't noticed the most important thing: the one could move. Lamar felt as if his body truly belonged to him. The kid decided to experiment, convinced by the character's quick movement. The hero honored a kind of freedom of action that he could not experience in real life for a long time. Some people notice a werewolf howling in the middle of the day. The girls found this jackal weak and scary. They asked the werewolf to leave, being such a horrible freak around them. The guy didn't expect it to be hard to be ugly in such a world, but the rookie clothes were easy to get. It was a relief to the guy that he still got into the game that way. The girls hoped the werewolf would throw his bat at them, which cost 300 dragon coins, and that was just the price, a thing you couldn't buy for even if you had money. The hero didn't expect it to be worth so much. He even felt sorry that he wouldn't be able to sell it now. The girl notices how the werewolf appeared to have quite a bit of damage. Players wanted to attack the protagonist with the whole crowd to defeat him. The young man couldn't go on like this, remembering the other werewolves that could take initiative and attack the players. The girls didn't expect to see a whole horde, the rest of the werewolves being disgruntled towards the players, beating up one of their brethren. The humans didn't expect to encounter about 10 creatures, deeming it a rather devious move. The monsters attacked the players who couldn't fight back against the entire horde of werewolves. The hero considered it a pretty good advantage to turn out to be non-human. One of the monsters finished off the player, and the guy got 10 aura points and 1 monster reputation point. The young man was pleasantly surprised. There were plenty of profits for killing players, wanting to kill a couple more. The kid set off to repeat the action, time after time, accumulating more skill points and reputation. The young man wondered where they buy potions that replenish the amount of blood, The guy had a guess at the Prestige Mall. The boy made sure that there was no blood-replenishing potion in the mall, although there was also the possibility that werewolves were forbidden to buy such potions. He should have improved his talent. Back on the game's official website, it said that players have no talents before choosing a career, and the guy had a talent evolution shard, a weapon, and also a higher attack level than the rest of the players. The hero assumed, being a werewolf, he had the ability to kill others and get points, so he immediately apologized to his co-brother. Lamar was allowed to destroy other werewolves. They didn't throw themselves at him. The kid hunted all the remaining beastmen. The young man apologized to them, but thanks to them, he did such a thing out of respect for the bottle. Wolf was able to discover a new fragment of evolution in front of him that could either be sold or evolved. The young man asked all the creatures not to stand still and start attacking. The hero's qualities have finally improved, his appearance has changed, and his strength has increased several times. The boy was quite happy to be a werewolf, still surprised at how realistic the game was when examining the body. Suddenly, the boy heard a human voice. The guy had no idea what to do in such a situation when he saw the gang of players. They had once been told that with no equipment, players could destroy their clothes with the swing of a bat. But the man didn't think what was said would be true. The girl didn't understand why bullies did such pokey things. They were at least in the game, but something like this was too much for her. In the real world, the girl could forcefully try to pull the girl out of the game. The sitting lady asked not to do such a thing, or she would be given a ban for 3 hours. Previously, she still managed to sign a contract not to break the rules and to promote the game. The guy praised the babe. He had even heard that you could use a roly-poly physique in this game, assuming she did such a thing. Suddenly, the hero was able to get closer and hit one of the players. Lamar didn't understand where ugly bullies came from in a place like this. All the boys decided to attack the annoying jackal, but for some reason the werewolf was incredibly strong, doing a lot of damage. With the blood restoration medicine that the hero picked up, because of which coping with 3 players was not difficult for him, the werewolf easily dealt with every player in the vicinity. It was true Lamar regretted that only 1 bottle of potion was dropped per person. The girl couldn't believe how such a thing was possible, for the jackal had dared to help her. The lady, as a thank you, wanted to give the necessary potions to the jackal, but the hero did not expect such a thing, and in general earlier wanted to kill and her for one. Lamar thanked the girl, though she hadn't expected the werewolf to know how to speak as well. Suddenly, the producer asked if the lady was okay. She already wanted to start the ad campaign. The werewolf realized that there were people everywhere, and the place wasn't far from the newcomer's village, so if he attracted too much attention, he'd get into a fight again. He should have stayed away from them better and fought the monsters near his area safely. The werewolf wanted to take a look at the other players and the official promo video at the same time. It turned out that the girl the hero had rescued was the very host. The boy was surprised at how much experience she had. It seemed much cooler to the guy to be a jackal, since he could kill a lot of them. Each such werewolf gave 10 aura points and 1 talent evolution shard. The young man could swing at his own allies without any trouble at all. The guy needed about 10 more level 0 talent evolution shards to improve it. A sudden level up gave the lowest werewolf bloodline and a 6% double strike critical strike chance. Jackal found it strange that the talent evolution shards were only given at level 0. He already needed 10 level 1s to pump further. The kid has activated level 0 evolution, and he now has 10 shards to combine into 1. It cost him to get as much as 100 shards of each species. The hero had to look for high-level monsters to swing, and only then will be able to get level 1 shards. The kid wanted to try to kill ordinary jackals. Monster hunting was easy enough for Lamar, thanks to which the kid was able to level up without a single piece of equipment being damaged. The boy notices a very intimidating monster, which he wanted to eat. The young man notices a very strong opponent, who was still only level 1, when the hero has a level 2 healer. The boy dared to try and destroy a monster larger than his height and mass. But having received not a little damage, the hero decided to temporarily retreat, having fought a creature larger than Lamar with various tactics.
After only 5 minutes, the werewolf defeats the creature by using a recovery potion during the battle.
Speaking of which, that one finally obtained a level 1 quality evolution shard. He also got a shabby jackal bat by mastering a new outfit. The young man wanted to immediately sell his old bat for 300 coins on the official website. Looking around the item store, there were many other bits to be found. The total amount was less than 100, and this weapon was really not enough. The hero wanted to try to bid for 260 coins. The guy was able to give the system an old bat, Suddenly, the werewolf received a letter inviting him to read it. He naturally agreed. The kid successfully managed to sell the bat with a minimum commission of 5%, getting as much as 247 coins transferred to his account. The hero wanted to make sure and check the text message on his phone. The young man was quite happy, as his real-life account was able to fill up by 247 yuan. The kid was able to prove that he was no longer a burden, and now even his older brother, being an invalid, could earn money. Now convinced that the expert was right, in the 9 heavens, there really were unlimited business opportunities. The werewolf continued to hunt his kin, sparing no effort or time. Already after 10 minutes, he was able to kill a not insignificant number of beasts. Having finally gotten the 3rd level, now his attacks, health, and defense could increase. The guy was, pity the guy who killed 20 jackals, 1 strong jackal, and that one didn't get much of anything. The young man wanted to try killing nimble level 2 monsters. Already in the next area were 5 nimble jackals, 2 of them level 2 and 3 level 3. The kid realized that if such monsters were easy to kill, then he could try to kill the other 4. Suddenly, the other jackal was able to survive after the blow and struck the hero in return. Though, truth be told, the guy seemed pretty low damage, which is a little higher than the 1st level. The hero fought against the pesky monster, roughly realizing that agility was responsible for attack speed, but damage was low. Being at a small level, agility and attack speed didn't affect much for him, so the hero will kill the remaining ones in turn. Lamar confidently continued to fight the level 2 monsters. This time, after only 40 minutes of real time, the guy was able to take down a group of werewolves. The kid wanted to look at a personal profile. The boy notices a very interesting profile result. The talent has been increased to level 1, thanks to which double critical damage will be able to fall with a probability of 10%. It was important for the guy to note that by choosing one of the 3 quality upgrades, he would get a 50% increase in base stats, recreating a colossal change. The young man wanted to choose strength. The kid was pretty much pleased with the result of a little training. Thanks to such pumping, the hero has now become a strong jackal, wanting to not relax and further train. Already after half an hour was able to get the long title of the title, strong, sturdy, and swiveling jackal. The kid wanted to sell unwanted junk, wanting to charge the same price for 300 coins. The hero was only able to reach level 4. He wanted to develop further as soon as possible. Suddenly, the boy notices more emails coming in on his phone. The shapeshifter had no idea how it was possible, because it hadn't even been a second before someone had already bought up all the goods. At this rate, the hero managed to earn as much as 1,700 yuan in half a day. The girl was all excited to finally find the bat, nevertheless wondering, how did Lamar's player have so many bits in his inventory, considering it unreasonable to put such a price on what turned out to be the highest level in their district? The girl made sure that even in the top 500 of their server, there was no such nickname at all, and she wasn't in the top 500 herself. The lady realizes that the player himself did not use that bat, he only sold used guns. The girl launched a live broadcast in the middle of the battle. She was able to sweep up how over 100,000 people were playing the game right now. Meanwhile, many viewers were arguing among themselves and occasionally watching the anchorwoman's broadcast. The girl decided to stop this buffoonery by pretending to be an aggrieved pregnant woman. The presenter recommended that players purchase a bat that even a level 1 bat could kill hundreds of people with. Now it was clear to the guy why this bit was so popular. Noticing that the newbie village was a real hell, the kid continued the adventure, enjoying the training of destroying monsters. The young man notices the talent and qualities of improvement. In other words, monsters possessing special skills and level 1 above the hero. The boy still defeated all opponents, only getting stronger. The guy can get another 300 yuan by selling another bat. But upon closer inspection, the weapon was much better than his Aspen weapon. The strength was increased by 2 units, increasing attack by 2 and defense by 1. The physique increased by 2 more units, adding 40 blood shackles and 40 physical strength. For level 1 and level 2 players was a divine equipment. The young man wondered how much to sell it for, hoping someone could give him some good advice. Asking various people about a bat with these characteristics, they couldn't believe what they read, calling it the best bat in the whole world. A lot of guys were clearly interested in similar weapons. The hero notices a chat room of some arguers and trolls, not realizing how he could have previously forgotten about the auction. The werewolf should have created an auction for the best weapons from the beginning. In any case, the level 1 bat, although the price was billed high, but other players were making good progress, so those players needed to take action as soon as possible. The young man wanted to try to sell it in half an hour. If the guy managed to sell something like this for 3,000 yuan, He was determined to get rich. The guys couldn't believe to encounter the greatest level 1 weapon in the auction with a starting price of 1,000 gold. The kid will be able to get 300 win, and at the same time up to level 5, while the hero had shards of evolution of talents and qualities of level 1. The young man should have figured it out, except that suddenly his face creased in surprise. The boy notices a very distinguished monster from the rest of the opponents. A special nimble level 6 jackal, from which only a level 2 quality evolution shard should have fallen from. The hero wanted to fight him and get the reward. The kid was doing some pretty serious critical damage to the opponent opposite at times. As the guy should have expected, the level 2 pumping shards did indeed fall out. Now the young man will seek out and kill monsters with a special level attachment. The hero played all day and reached level 6. To pump, even to pump to level 5, he had to get as much as 10,000 experience. By opening a personal profile after the werewolf gained a shard of second level qualities, his attributes doubled. The name was getting longer and longer. Even if he hid behind a tree, he would still be found. The hero is pretty tired after a challenging day, wanting to finally get off the grid and play tomorrow afternoon. The young man also wanted to deal with the equipment he received. Previously, the one usually bid for 300 coins. Meanwhile, the 2 best bats were auctioned. Their price was around 700 or 800 coins. The guy wondered if his sister Monica was back. The older brother was content to make some money. The boy is finally out of the game. Suddenly, the hero notices how the previously numb leg has warmed up. He even thought about the possibility of being able to walk again in the future. The young man was quite enthusiastic. He hadn't splurged on a used game helmet for nothing. The kid suddenly notices an interesting point. His sister was working overtime again and returned late. The girl, being a little under the influence of liquor, was able to return home to her little brother. Monica was able to earn a lot of money, though the hero was more concerned about how much she drank, because he had previously told her to drink less on the street. The girl announced that their company would register for the 9 Heavens game, and she would be the main frame. The kid was glad to hear it, but asked to get off him. He didn't realize what to pay attention to. The girl caught on that they weren't really brother and sister. Monica wanted to be with Lamar forever, taking care of him for the rest of his life. She realized that the hero was ruining her life, but she asked not to worry because the 9 Heavens attracted hundreds of millions of people around the world. The girl was introduced to the 500 largest companies. Even China's intelligence, Korea's Ministry of Defense, the US intelligence, business opportunities were not limited. The guy, meanwhile, wanted to tell the girl something so she wouldn't get too worked up. After all, he had been in this game all day and shouldn't have cared. Only the young man hoped to clarify things as his sister had already passed out. The next day, Monica was gone again, and the boy realized he would have to try harder for their future. The kid was incredibly lucky to be a monster. All sold out and got almost 4,000 yuan. Now the hero will go to the live broadcast room to see how other players are doing. The girl played almost until 4 in the morning and scored only level 3, although better at the moment, had a level 5. The girl thanked this player, who made it possible for her to become a user of an awesome bat. Players had complained about this sort of thing, but the girl had heard that there were no closed beta tests, and there was a chance that some insider knew how to get such a bat. The hero notices a very stunning figure in the girl, who was a nice person, even for wanting to send a small prize. The lady didn't expect the main character to be watching her live. The boy, after a short pause, decided to continue swinging as hard as he could, killing various monsters. The young man was happy to get a shard of qualities, finally reaching level 2 when hers was level 7, and the guy also has 740 blood units. The hero notices a rather long inscription above his head, wanting to try to hide it somehow. However, it was scary for the young man to imagine what kind of title he would have if he upgraded. The guy would surely be seen 800 meters away from him. The boy wanted to go further, for he discovered some elitist monster with a cool name in front of him. The hero found 10 cool monsters, being a whole dozen monsters of weighty level, so also met the master of the reverse. There was a possibility of not enough ability to kill the squad. The guy should have thought of a quicker way to find some way. The inventory was filled with only 4 blood recovery potions, which wouldn't be enough, and 17 useless bits. Basically, a large number of level 0, level 1 and level 2 items won't be enough to gain reputation. But suddenly a guy remembers one feature. The boy found a single specimen that was useful in his case. The item was a Legion recruitment order, with which the player would be able to control a small squad of self-similar creatures, being humans or monsters. One monster wasn't enough for the guy. He should have improved the item, wanting to spend only 10 reputation points. The young man considered this item very unfair. Buying it was worth 10 points and upgrading it was worth as much as 500. The guy should have killed more monsters, though he wanted to try to sell all the items in hopes of moving up to level 3. The hero was able to pick up a 3-level item, finally being able to recruit 2 monsters by asking them for some power. The mighty jackals went to work. Each of the monsters riddled the enemy creatures. To keep everyone safe, the guy should have improved all 3. Now the hero was a real bust, asking them to kill a large number of mobs. The entire squad, including the main werewolf, fought all the enemy monsters. The guy was directing all the brothers to fight against the remaining mobs. The entire squad went to fight the powerful werewolf master. The hero didn't even realize where such a monstrous attack was coming from. The young man ordered the first one to attack from the middle, while the second one was to attack from the top. The boy wanted to provoke the man in charge while they attacked. After some time with many hero jackals, they were able to overpower the enemy. The guy commandeered as many as 3 shards and many items. The boy was even able to obtain a green battle axe that could easily crush mountains of enemies. The character notices quite a bit of damage and a lot of attributes that only made her better. Guy ordered the 3 werewolves to go through and kill mobs in the area, killing level 7 and 8 jackals one by one, remembering to keep a safe distance in case of danger. The hero wanted to wait for the revival of the master by getting the bat once again. There was a good chance of ordering the squad to mop up all the monsters, wanting to enter the streamer room in the meantime. The lady fought on, quite excellently advertising periodically a game of 9 heavens, in which she told its peculiarities. It wasn't easy for the girls to get from level 5 to level 6. They wanted to join groups because for not a long period of time in the game, people were able to create even clans. The girl was able to find many groups and alliances, and all of them were well known. Even teams of specialists were available. The game was getting more and more interesting for the hero, with new rules and players. About 8 hours later, someone dared to touch Lamar. The underlings tried to wake the guy up as early as 7 a.m., since the werewolf masters revived every 8 hours. The hero will want to look at the attributes, buying a couple pieces of equipment, dressing up, and going to battle. However, unexpectedly for Lamar, who from level 8 had almost finished level 9, the boy realized that the guys had been practically killing monsters all night. Lamar was quite surprised, calling the squad a veritable experience machine. The guy called his jackals to follow the hero. He would fight with a huge bat with rock debris. The young man hadn't expected to get his hands on so much debris, killing monsters with the ease of a new bat. Lamar notices how the squad was unable to get their gear together. The guy was surprised to see as many as 20 bats calling the squad cruel kids, because the guy had previously been upset when he auctioned the bats at overpriced prices, but now he could cash in. Although the price of equipment had dropped slightly, and his regular bat was now only worth 280 coins, but 6 sketches of equipment items could be sold for more. The character was curious about the cost of a green level bat, wanting to look at the forum and ask. The guy was able to quickly buy items from the guy, wanted to even turn off the notification, and ordered no fools not to stand still and keep killing mobs. The guy notices that the white outfit was quite popular, and someone even noticed it. Besides, the monsters couldn't include him in the game list, but hiding his ID when selling the guy wouldn't be possible. Once he was noticed, it would only be a matter of time. Hero should have published a post with green gear to see the reaction of the other players. At the end of the con-off, it turned out to be equipment of only level 5, trying to sell it for 5,000. Even if they do not buy it, he can in any case get another such bat in 8 hours. The girl couldn't believe how expensive a green level item would end up in the auction. The streamer lady didn't even expect it, because recently there was only white gear. A friend suspected the one hired jackals or something. The streamer noticed that someone had really joined him. Lara had asked the girl to track the hero indicator and let her know if he came over to the stream, she wanted to try and make friends with him. The kid didn't want to think about all sorts of nonsense, only to keep killing mobs up to level 9. True, for the hero to go from 8 to 9, he will need 50,000 experience, and further from 9 to 10 already, 100,000 was expensive. But damage and health will also increase. The young man notices something falling nearby. The werewolf was able to get 15 bottles of potion by counting what the players left behind. The guy noticed a bunch more of them, not understanding why they go out to kill monsters if they can't beat them. This time the young man was able to get a big catch. Even feared that the hero wouldn't be able to buy as many potions as he picked up. Some players were able to find the boss, considering the hero a true master who happened to have a long name. They also noticed the shoulder pads and a huge bat with shards of rock. The guy didn't understand if the guys were looking at his equipment and wanted to get their hands on it. The boys decide to try to kill the boy in order to get rich sooner. The girl doubted that they would be able to destroy the boss. However, he noticed if the confessions of the player Lamar being level 6, could they also be able to? The guy asked the hero to feel his punching power. Lamar didn't expect to encounter such weak opponents that only dealt 1 damage. Hero as if tickled because his armor is 28. They are level 5 with damage at bat 20 to 20 units. It was not clear whether the game considered normal balance. The guys didn't expect such a bummer, especially when they saw the boss with 1,150 health, considering him a real strongman. The girl asked not to panic, for there was a chance of the least damage. The guys had a potion and would slowly stab him to death. The players continued to deal damage as the hero marveled at their determination to win. After a while, they realized it wasn't the least bit damaging. The guy assumed the players had completely lost their minds because something like that was the lowest damage who liked to lie to themselves. The young man wanted to give a real massacre to such pathetic attempts at getting his stuff. The guy wanted to watch guys die all day trying to overpower him with that kind of damage. The guy lost 1/6 of his health in one boss hit. They could heal quickly with potions, but such a thing was not enough to overpower the hero. The potion restored 10 points per second for 10 seconds and also gave a cooldown effect. They tried not to panic and tried to take turns attacking the boss. Every decision the players have made has been pretty pathetic for Lamar. The players didn't fully realize if they could hurt him. Suddenly, the players wanted to run away, but the kid couldn't let that happen. The young man attacked every player who dared to overpower him in full earnest. Lamar was able to get his hands on as many as 27 vials of the potion and was able to make a lot of money. The hero thought, the players must have seen how the one was selling equipment with rock chips, so they came to the werewolf master. Meanwhile, in the Cheguan building, the technical development, the stranger asked not to rasterize. After all, the boss and his level is 3 times theirs. The guys realized that he was impossible to kill and the damage was too great, assuming he had some cool gear or upgrade. They didn't dare to fall down after that was quite enough to fall down. However, the one didn't understand how the loner managed to kill them all. The man realized if the boss was really that strong, there were many questions as to how player Lamar was able to kill him. The letters at the post office were finally over, though it was not clear to the boy if everything had been sold. The young man was able to kill the prince of the royal family in a matter of seconds and then sell everything off and get 25,000 coins. The kid dared to answer a lot of emails monotonously because of the sheer number of people. The young man responded to each with 1 single letter. The guy should have kept swinging further. After a while, Lamar was able to reach level 10, although he was tired. However, he had 28 bits, 1 shoulder plate, 1 breastplate, and rock fragments. The young man thought to look at the personal profile, finding 100,000 experience, claiming a qualitative change, but did not know if after the upgrade if something new in the shop. There were actually basic items, and estimates are that they are some of the most expensive. The boy had been given the title of Jackal, though he didn't see what good it did him if he was already one. Suddenly, the appearance and bloodline could be changed, and with the attack method, that one could turn into other monsters. Suddenly, the young man realized, what if there was a human form in evolution? The hero manages to become human by wanting to take a closer look at the third property. A young man notices quite nice things wanting to sell the shards. The werewolf was able to get the first phase of mesmerization. Gaining a mana source for each minute of meditation will gain 1 unit of mana. The young man notices the blue mana shelf, however. When his mind is open, he can meditate. The boy wanted to distract himself and put his gear up for sale again, then see how the other players were doing, then he would go to bed. The girl couldn't believe that it took 20,000 experience to go from level 6 to 7. She would be able to go to the main city after getting at least level 10. Lara heard how the one was cruel enough to expose rock debris so often. The friend also found out that this player was the only one who logged into the stream with the number 9527. The girl wanted to thank her subscribers and fans for their support, wanting to pick 1 subscriber from the stream and give him a bat. Lara congratulated player number 9527 on winning the grand prize. The hero was greatly surprised, for he had entered the stream a few seconds before and won the prize. The youngster wanted to try to add the boy as a friend, though the boy refused and suggested other players get their hands on the prize. The girl tried every way she could to get the guy to accept the bat and add herself as his friend. The hero is a particularly strong, agile, sturdy jackal holding a worn bat, followed by 3 other jackals, the kind of guy he hoped wouldn't scare the other players. The guy realized that the girl is not bad, because earlier she helped him, so he will also help her. A lot of guys were insulting a guy who didn't want to foul. Lamar decided to accept the girl as a friend after all. The rest of the audience couldn't believe their eyes. The girl thanked the guy, officially stating that the poison mist forest leading to the level 10 main city was open to him. The kid understood. Deleting from his friends once he took the prize was kind of embarrassing to him. The boy thought of leaving it as it was. The boy wanted to take a look at the forest of poison mist for now. The forest itself was a rather dangerous place for ordinary players. The hero was curious about how strong the local monsters were in these parts. Many people were looking forward to it. The kid notices some very strange monsters that look like spiders and frightening creatures, which turned out to be very strong and could even defeat his wild monster. The young man decided to defeat the mother first and then take care of the others. The guy's pretty serious about winning the battle against the monsters. The character was poisoned, but the damage from it was fairly low. The werewolf was able to overpower many creatures that were very non-powerful opponents. Out of 5 monsters, the guy got 2 mana points and level 3 shards. Tearing off the inventory, one could notice a strong white-colored spider silk. Sooner or later, he was going to have to spend reputation to unlock the 4th lot of gear. So he wanted to put it on now, since the poison resistances were a good advantage. Adding to 6 points and armor 3 poison resistance would be a pretty good advantage against monsters for a hero. Even after 5 minutes, Lamoureux found the forest too difficult. Even his 3 subordinates had not had time to recover. Even he was tired. The guy wanted to log out for now and call it a day. The boy was incredibly tired after a full day of battling mobs. The hero was greatly surprised, because for the first time in a while he managed to raise his arms, not understanding how such a thing was possible. Trying to move his fingers, it worked, his upper body like it was fully restored. The girl could not understand why her brother so long could not answer her. The young man pretended to be sleepy. The boy was more interested in when she would wake up home. His sister did not know when exactly, because they had managed to swing up to level 6, and her boss each bought a bat. They still had a lot of work to do. The boy wanted to present Monica with a surprise. The boy wanted to try to continue killing creatures the next day as well, and get back on his feet by the next time his sister came. The boy is quite hasty and made a mistake, because until the mother spiders are not dead, the rest of the spiders will be reborn. Now the spiders in front of the hero became, more and more turned out to be a problem. One of the guy's subordinates died. The guy was reimbursed not much from the warrior, and the system gave the okay to hire a new subordinate. The werewolf went berserk, losing one of the squad. Soon there was only one hero left, who tried with all his might to cure and destroy the spider. Earlier, the boy had fought hand-to-hand with the squad. The lad emerged from the thick poisonous forest, having been saddened by the loss of all his allies. The guy was going to borrow a werewolf master, a few 3 fools. He was going to have to spend his time this time destroying them, defending against monsters, and improving attributes and watching the fights. The character was able to improve 3 fools who consistently gain poison resistance at a value of 10 units per one. Now the guy, along with the goofballs, should have dealt with the crowds of monsters. The young man notices another boss with a name and a small set of spiders. In front of the guy was the poisonous widow Alice Anna, being level 10. Lamar ordered the squad to follow him, trying to fight with all his might to defeat the creatures. The guys fought each other for half an hour. The level 10 boss didn't disappoint the young man, who even marveled at her strength. Also, 3 pieces of equipment fell out of her, one of which was of green origin. The young man also got the spider fang necklace to wear both. It was worth spending 800 and 1600 reputation. Such a thing was quite expensive. The hero had to be patient and spend money on this gear, but managed to get powerful gear from the bosses. Although Lamar found it strange how quickly the bosses revived in such places, he thought it was not without reason that the stone plaque said that only 1 person in 10 could escape. The guy liked this kind of revival a lot, wanting to rack up another 80 tackles along with the squad. The young man wanted to capitalize on his boss for the fullest. The hero notices a very long appellation after a while, but each time it was somehow strange. It seemed to him after half a day, the attributes had reached level 3. The young man had achieved such attributes long enough, wanting now to take a look at what was going on in the Prestige Mall. There was poison attack, also movement speed, and the young man wanted to improve the spider bloodline as well, up to level 3. The kid has quite seriously pumped himself up, activating many talents and body pumping. The boy didn't realize if the one was now going to be a strange insect wolf or jackal spider. However, once the pedigrees were integrated, the movement speed increased many times over. Now the system definitely wanted to force the guy to buy skins. It had been a polished and stressful day for the hero. He should have gotten some rest. The young man almost forgot. The rock fragments that he bought yesterday were sold out for more than 10,000 yen. The hero now had gloves from the Forest of Poison Mist in his backpack, one for the 3 fools and one for him, 5 sets in total, as well as 8 to protect his wrists and feet. Some even wanted to try to kill Lamar to get their hands on all these things. They wanted to try to kill the werewolf again, but the girl asked them not to risk it because the last time was a painful failure for them. They wanted to try to grab the wreckage and consolidate the advantage. Suddenly, her friend asked Lara to pay attention forward. Suddenly, the protagonist wanted to pretend to save the great himself from the other players. They had no idea what kind of jackal commander Hebelton had appeared before them. The boys realized that the appearance was probably deceptive. For that bewildered face, they all hoped that such a creature would give in to their attacks. The guy thought it was a funny long name, but the hero himself was amused that it was bigger than Lamar's. The player again only did 1 unit of damage due to the strong armor. The guys misunderstood. Because the boss turned out to have 2,000 health, they had to retreat again and try to survive from the previous time. One of the players asked not to panic. The one thought it had high armor, but the one was not hostile because the purpose of the creature was to contain the players. Such remarks made the werewolf very angry, for they really wanted to hurt his personality. The guy took high damage from poison altering at 202 units of damage. The large riot quickly stopped after the hero's attack. They couldn't believe to see such a large amount of damage that one could die from almost instantly. The werewolf didn't understand why the players were staring at him so hard, assuming he was such a handsome man. The boy suffered greatly from the poison, which killed almost everyone instantly. The young man was like a big tank, going for broke, destroying many players in front of him. Many had scored the alleged Lamar and wanted to try to kill the creature, but didn't know how to penetrate its armor. The guy had a little bit of health left, but he could still be saved. The boy apologized to the pretty girl, but she blocked his path badly. Lara experienced 60 units of poison damage per second. The boy was also able to make a lot of money by having the squad go shopping for potions. Werewolves should have gone to Lara's stream and seen what other players were doing and temporarily backed out. The girl was shocked because the murder of the boss Lamar was failed. The guys did not even expect to appear such an opponent as Hebelton. They realized the opponent was destroying them like snapping seeds. Their tough 40-man team lost quickly. One of the players got very tired of fighting a creature like this. The guys asked the girl to ask Lamar how to defeat such a scary boss. The players were literally begging the goddess with the whole crowd to ask this guy for advice. Now the goal of the hero, go through the forest of poisonous fog and then sell the things he gets his hands on. The guy suggested that the guys come the next day. At the same time, the girl thanked the young man profusely. The character saw the guys were in the fence and wanted to go destroy Lamar, who turned out to be chaos. The young man was able to put together practically a whole suit, so they glassed arrogantly to move forward. The guy probably didn't know which monster would appear next. However, it turned out to be a level 10 bamboo python. The boy asked the squad, trying to overpower the creature. Already on the second poison suit was very resistant to poison, being exactly 19, and already the opponent's poison damage is 20. In fact, the snake turned out to be the same as a level 9 widow spider. For some reason, the snakes would get too many and the game would try to scare the hell out of its players. The hero notices how the battle dragged on. Not only did he have poison armor, but also a bunch of potions, 80 potion bottles for each fool. After 2 hours, the guy honored a terrible feeling. It was not clear to him how to kill all the snakes. The guy wanted to temporarily pass out a little and sleep. The boy had slept well the night before, and still he didn't really want to fight. He ran as he came into the game, not even knowing if he could beat all the snakes. Looking around a little more, he didn't understand what was happening. After all, the one was out, but the 3 should have disappeared. But for some reason, they were still fighting with the snake. So the squad was also leveled up. They were now level 9 monsters. The guy didn't understand how that was possible. After a while, the hero began to realize that it turned out that these 3 were taking turns resting and attacking snakes. Then, since he was gone, they shared the experience among themselves and improved the level. Previously, the young man was worried about raising the level of the squad. But thanks to this maneuver, he was able to improve his fools quickly without having to work hard. Also, killing pythons was enough to buy their pedigree. 2,000 prestige points was expensive, but the guy hoped their talent would please him. Each new step after poisoning will boost by 10%, similar incredible skill. The guy had to change his appearance again, but with this skill, the damage would be even better and stronger than spider damage. Each time, the hero's monster got worse. Not pretty and quite ugly. The young man agreed to be ugly but strong. The boy had no problem now being able to handle a lot of critters. Now the guy could apply poisoning. One such lasted 5 seconds. Another lasted 7 enemy steps. The guy wanted to run through the forest together with his squad, quickly defeating a lot of opponents. The boy fought against a lot of creatures that were quite strong. The young man could easily overpower the creatures without much strain. The hero finally experienced mass superiority against monsters. Lamar notices the purple monster, finally meeting it. The equipment of this monster was very durable. The guy had a choice to fight it or not. The hero wanted to start a duel. There were no mobs around the monster in question. With the help of his fools, we'll be able to win. The monster's sudden attack made the boy strongly reconsider his decision to attack. The werewolf squad was badly shaken by the monster's web. The kid realized that their business was bad considering the new boss's skills. The boy also tried not to stand still. The guy was 3 fools short of the 3 fools who had yet to be freed from the creature. The hero was able to deal no small amount of damage to the boss. Of course, the damage was a little higher than the guy, but the girl's health was over 4,000 and regeneration was fast, so the monster was not easy to defeat. The boy experienced many challenges that far exceeded his expectation. The monster was of terrifying proportions, though Lamar was lucky to have previously improved the lineage of forest spiders, which are quite fast. The guy should have kept an eye on skills, talents, and health, but subordinates will be able to help from the creature's back. The girl was able to use the skill again, tying the guys into a web. The hero didn't expect the creature to have no cooldown. The guy would have to rely only on his own skill, wanting to use the kite maneuver. It's half an hour into the boss fight. The young man was able to get 4 shards, 5 items each, green and blue equipment. The young man didn't waste so much effort in half an hour of time. The boy was surprised to see armor with 21 units of armor. Also, magic armor was able to drop out, and plus skill. The hero was able to get his hands on the blue quality Ewan Hill armor. Now, even if one of the players defeats the werewolf master, the path to these places will take a huge amount of time. The guy hoped to earn a lot of money. Half an hour later, the boss revived again, faster than the werewolf master. The forest of poison mist was needed to block players from entering the main city, so the boss revival rate had to remain high. After 10 hours, the hero was very tired after a long destruction, having collected 17 poison sets, 19 even hill armor, as well as 11 headdresses of their spider silk and 19 shards. Many people thought that the boy had been tortured with this forest of poisonous fog and died, but in fact, it was time for him to get rich. The young man placed the 8th slot gear with a total value of 4,000 reputation points, quite expensive. However, this helmet was good: 11 armor, 7 strength, 9 dexterity, 10 physique. The guy wanted to sell it after a while for a good price. Of course, all the hoteliers were concerned about the forest of poison mist and his well-being. None of the above mentioned even hill, and not a single player reached level 3. All rather were practically level 1. None managed to access even the entrance of the poison mist forest. The guy's next move was to present a sensation and become rich by wanting to create a sensation by advertising through Lara's stream. Looking at the broadcast, the girl finished her passes and wanted to get back faster. Many viewers realized if even the goddess couldn't pull it off, they were honestly clueless as to how the legend Lamar was doing. The girls knew that some teams said spiders had equipment to protect them from poison, but they didn't have anything like that. She calmed down and realized even if the guy deleted her from his friends, she would have to ask him for help. Streamer asked if Lamar had been in the forest of poison mist and wanted to ask to be told what the poison defense stats should be or to sell them to her. The young man agreed to the proposal. The girl hadn't expected to hear gear about a poison resistance suit. Streamer wanted to purchase this costume. However, the hero was curious as to how many costumes she wanted. The girl had no idea what number of costumes to take. A lot of guys couldn't believe that the kid was actually able to get a lot of suits to resist poison. The girl asked to buy 3 sets. The young man knew that every player should have a personal account on the trading floor. He asked to discount their links. Steamer announced that she had been able to buy 3 poison-resistant suits, though she still couldn't believe it. The girl got the poison suit, worth 21,000 gold pieces. Lara thanked the hero who was able to provide, for such a modest fee, a costume that would allow her to get past the poisonous spiders. A slew of emails asking if Lamar had more suits filled almost every second after the streamer. The kid was able to leverage a great method of advertising. Lots of there were questions as to how the young man was able to get through the forest of poison mist without a costume, and even Hill won. Tonight, the boy wanted to hold an auction, asking everyone to show up on time. The boy should have hurried to kill mobs before the auction. 20 minutes after the auction began, the young man was excited about the sale. In fact, the boy reincarnated as a girl, being not delighted, however, for the sake of money he had to go to such a thing. Many players thought Lamar only sold costumes. However, there were many attributes and artifacts for sale. The hero was raising the sale rates higher and higher each time, to people interested in the artifacts by the numbers. In the end, the guy was able to sell at 9,800 coins when the original price was 1,100 coins. The young man was scared to imagine if the artifact was bought for such a price, what the price would be for a suit of poison resistance. A lot of players didn't expect to hear the auction continue. They all thought the guy seemed like he was typing these gear. The girl wanted to introduce the Poison Mist Forest costume that they had been waiting for so long. The host introduced 3 sets at a starting price of 15,000 coins, with a minimum hanging of 2,000. They couldn't believe to hear 3 whole sets, finding Lamar to be a pretty amazing person. Players naturally raised their bets to unbelievable amounts. The hero marveled more and more each time how quickly he would get rich. The girl congratulated number 3 on selling the suit for 45,000 coins. Already, the second batch of the suit started with a price of 15,000 coins. One of the players immediately bid the exact same price of 45,000 coins. The guys couldn't believe how rich this number 3 was. The guys asked the boss to up the ante to get at least one costume from the Forest of Poison Mist. After a little negotiation, he did raise the price tag to 47,000 coins. Then again, outbid the guy at the $50,000 price point. The girl congratulated the representative of the price of 50,000, number 27, immediately explaining that the next one will already start at 25,000, and the increase in the minimum will be from 5,000 coins. It was as if many onlookers were fighting over the last batch of the costume, trying to get their hands on it by raising the price. In the end, the guy provided his price of 90,000 coins. The players thought this guy was crazy. Many guys were a little upset because they realized that it was pointless to compete with such rich people. The girl, being in a good mood, wanted to make a free announcement. Many people thought that after the snakes, they would come out of the forest of poisonous fog, but in fact, there is an even more terrible ordeal waiting for them. Many of the guys were quite shocked to hear such terrible news for costume wearers. The hero had more gear that could help them a lot when breaking through the forest of poison mist. Players couldn't believe that there was still gear so even more powerful than the past. The host wanted to move on from the main course to dessert. The gear the hero wanted to sell was Evenhall armor. They would be able to see its attributes a little later. Many players couldn't believe their eyes and ears as the blue outfit was presented in front of them in full kit. Many could not believe the price of this unit at auction. The host wanted to start presenting 3 sets in one batch, starting with a price tag of 15,000 with a minimum elevation of 2,000 coins. Of course, such equipment strongly interested a lot of players who wanted to become users of such a divine armament. Eventually, the boy sold all 3 pieces of equipment for 188,000 coins. The young man was tired after a long auction of just over an hour. The boy received 10% of the auction fee, and his profit was almost 400,000 yen, and the total amount of 450,000. The boy notices how one arm was fully functioning, even blackening one leg. The boy wanted to buy a new apartment for him and his sister, but he should have saved up more. The hero sold so much gear that he wondered if anyone would be able to break through the forest of poison mist. The Windbells group jointly ventured through the forest of poisonous fog. The guys attacked the whole crowd, tried to get through the many monsters to victory. Players who got their hands on the new armor were able to resist the nasty poisonous spiders. The girl asked the entire tired squad to hold out a little longer. Her friend was surprised at how quickly they defeated the widow. The guys acted strictly in order to overpower the creatures, which could very seriously damage those without armor. Lara asked to follow her. They could end the duel soon. It was 5 a.m. in the real world, and they finally recovered from the snakes. Suddenly, the girl asked the boys to stop and asked to look at a scarier snake. Players encountered a level 12 boss, the Lord of Poison Mist. They did not expect to meet such a powerful boss, however believed if one Lamar could defeat him, they could also kill him and reach the main city. The girls suddenly attacked the guys, who completely lost their fear in front of the powerful boss. They didn't understand how to deal with a chipping that didn't have a reload. Guys could have easily been sent back who had worked hard to get to the city. The young man was quite impressed with how fast they had gotten to the boss. The boy motioned for the werewolf squad to depart. The guy realized that the boss's skills were not remotely weak, one worth learning how to defend against. Still, there was a small, yellow-level combat tom that cost 1,000 reputation, at least in the past, but now cost 2,000 reputation. The hero unleashed an ancient scroll of information. Now the young man had access to counterattack information about the skill of entangling himself in a web. The boy asked his troop to go with him. With a hero status, he couldn't head to a level 10 city yet. He should have gone to the 100 Beast Mountains first. The young man experienced a strange premonition, as if the mountains of the 100 Beasts were huge. Lamar motioned for the squad to follow him and to look around to see if there were any monsters that would fit him as more subordinates. An extremely agile wolf monster and a high-damage tiger monster were discovered, and also a tenacious bear monster. All three monsters were good, but hiring as subordinates was boring to the hero. The boy, along with the werewolves, had wandered into a mass grave, a creepy place that had something special about it. The system gave a little warning about crossing the rookie zone, and now the guy didn't have much defense. Suddenly for the hero, some monsters started licking out of deep earth roots. The monster turned out to be a level 24 Banshee Styx. The boy had not expected to encounter such a dangerous creature from a dead brotherly land. The girl emptied her skull right into the hero, which was able to deal quite a bit of damage to the entire squad at once. Lamar realized that if such a creature struck at least a couple more such blows, his squad would be slaughtered and then his. The boy should have done something against the whole crowd of such dangerous monsters. Asking the entire squad to attack, none of them could deal much with such blows. The hero realized that they had no other way but to defend themselves. The werewolf, along with a team of goofballs, went into action. Looking around, the boy couldn't help but notice how the damage had waned a lot. He wanted to try and pick up some monster. The young man wanted to apply the newly learned skill of entangling with webs, which was perfectly usable from his belly. The character looked pretty ridiculous. One of the girls was able to become a subordinate of the hero, but her level was reduced to level 11. Lamar notices that due to the high damage the monster could reduce the armor of enemies, he wanted to finish the order to recruit the Legion to 5 units and hire another one. Before long, the boy was able to successfully do this kind of taming. The kid was able to open his own hideout, but he still should have chosen a higher level section so that the players wouldn't be able to get to him for a while. The hero notices the top of the mountain, which was by far the highest in the mountain of the 100 Beasts. It was a beautiful place. The young man remembered about the Tiger Lord, whose damage is high. Fortunately, he didn't bring any of the other monsters. The boy ordered the entire squad to stay away and watch carefully, for the hero wanted to start first. The young man took quite a bit of damage from the beast. Lamar's damage and agility is quite serious. His health just might not be enough to deal with him. The werewolf ordered the entire squad to attack the beast all together. The tiger couldn't handle a large number of enemies at once. After 40 minutes, the guys were able to defeat the monster. However, there will be a reward provided for completely killing the Tiger Lord. The boy was able to complete the exile of the Lord. The young man chased the tiger away, making him regret fighting the hero. The head got his own hideout. The system asked him to please clear the top of the mountain of monsters and rename it. The werewolf dared to call her a peak hard nut, gaining the title with a 20% health bonus as well. The guy, though, was a monster, but in his own way was great at it, wanting to use his abilities to mop up the creatures in one pumping. The boy, along with his squad, destroyed annoying tigers and bears. From each creature, the hero gained a lot of experience points and level 1 talent shards. The shapeshifter was able to get new items, 2 of them at once, so he had to work harder to upgrade everyone's gear. After a little more time, was able to finally get level 12. The guy found an uncharted dungeon in front of him, realizing just how much the game might have surprised him a lot on his playthrough. Guy ordered his squad to train alone outside, but without killing too much, they would have to fight together and rest if health was below 40%. The hero was thinking of going deep into the dungeon for valuable artifacts. Exit gear was not to become inferior to the quality of the props they set up. After reading the necessary information, in other words, when Lamar inserted the weapon, the monster inside the realm would drop it and hide it in his clothes. The boy only wanted to use materials. The weakened gear should not be below the quality of the established props, and the one manages to improve the materials to 4 stars. For example, if the monsters inside drop level 4 materials 5 times, the hero should ideally make a bunch of money. The werewolf completed the prayer and entered the secret realm. The system asked for attention to a public announcement posted earlier. Many players didn't expect anyone to get a level 12 secret realm. The hero just entered a secret realm and the whole server found out about it. Now the guy is likely to face a great battle. The monsters were advancing on Lamar, who was clearly not prepared to fight such monsters. But there was nothing for him to do, for he needed to forcefully obtain materials. The boy set out to destroy all the creatures in the vicinity. Luckily, the Siberian wolves didn't turn out to be very strong, and the young boy didn't need to deal with all 5. The young man really did get 5 times richer with every creature he killed. Fueled by greed for coins, the kid proceeded to destroy all the monsters in the vicinity. Every creature that attacked the hero regretted daring to do such a thing. Lamar found the battle incredibly lucrative, as he was able to level up in just 1 hour and collected 1,000 materials, and his talents were upgraded to level 4. The young man looked over his profile for information. The prefix King had been added to his name, and it was like he was a real boss now. However, the hero didn't even know where to find the ancient fragments and heart in order to pump. The guy should have dealt with the boss first. He has over 200 damage, 140 armor, and almost 5,000 XP. Lamar thought the main boss was a real weakling, as he only had 6,000 health. The young man had mined 30 fragments of evolution talents and attributes, 300,000 reputations earning him a fortune. Players couldn't believe that the secret realm could disappear so easily, as if it had been defeated in a matter of hours. With so many materials, the hero should have been better off trading them for reputation and improving the order to recruit a legion to the next level. Also, the Werewolf King asked that the squad stop swinging and head off to further reinforce. Already after half an hour, the guy ordered the whole team to start chopping trees and hauling rocks. They should have gotten 500 wood and stone. If the guys bring the resources they need to their logger, one of them will call him out early. The young man managed to earn 500,000 wen in less than a week. It seemed like a dream to him. The guy noticed how his arm was most definitely healthy and his upper body was starting to recover. Lamar was incredibly happy with this news because now very soon he would be a normal person. Every day the hero was getting better and better, but he wanted to start buying a house, which had just cost 500,000. The guy could not afford a big house, but for a small enough. The boy wanted to go the next day to see it, and thus give his sister not a great surprise. Meanwhile, China's National Security Agency. The guy noticed how their security agency had created a special task force to participate in the game. The director agreed with his reasoning, for the 9 heavens was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. The director had previously remarked that the game involved not only them, but governments and militaries around the world. The game could change the future of humanity. They could soon reach a new stage by recognizing some clues. Also, he wanted to ask about the employees' progress. The guy was still in the forest of poisonous fog, considered not an easy task. The director wanted to give the guy a hint. Find Lamar who could help him get out of there. The hero appeared, the only one who passed him, and judging by the information of the specialized agencies, asked the guy to remember to befriend him at any cost. The very next day, somewhere in a housing agency, the girl assumed the guy came to them to look at real estate. Lamar agreed because he wanted to look at a small apartment. They couldn't believe to meet him, who turned out to be an invalid, although they had information claiming he could move one arm and his head. The realtor asked the guy to be sure in the quality of their real estate. They guaranteed that he would not be cheated and would not suffer losses, and the small apartment that Lamar was looking for was the most sold one. The hero quite liked the apartment. The girl in this case asked not to delay, otherwise it could be bought before him. The girl drew the young guy's attention not to buy the apartment very quickly, because there were some malfunctions with it. She asked everyone to listen to her and never buy a house in the Huangshan residential complex. In fact, the houses were of poor quality, so much so that they could easily collapse. The whole nation was greatly affected by her words, for many people could have wasted large savings. The employee asked the guards to take the crazy woman out of the building, although the girl was telling the pure truth, because she even had proof and did not want people to fall into the trap and buy these apartments. The young man now realized, after the fall wolves will be produced, it will no longer be so easy to return, regardless of whether it was true or false. The hero better not buy this apartment yet. One chapter asked not to aggravate the situation and to buy without too much thought. Suddenly, the guards faced Lamar. A slippery tone ordered the crippled man to step back and stay out of the way. The guy noticed if Miss really had something to say. He asked her to come out and talk in private. The guys realized that even though the video hadn't come out yet, they were honoring the big rush of views of this situation. The girl asked not to be touched, but the guards kept saying they just wanted to talk. Lamar wondered how the old man dared to intimidate the girl. The guard could only laugh at how much of a hero the cripple had become. but the young man was able to stop his leg, having gotten stronger for some reason. The head asked that the cripple be beaten so that he could not take care of his body. Lamar, being stationary, was able to easily take out a bunch of goons. The guy notices how not only the physical has increased, but also the reaction speed has become higher. The guard assumed the boy was afraid they would tip over his wheelchair. Suddenly, some idiot fell from the side and nearly toppled the hero. The other man arrived in time, asking me not to worry. A member of the organization could not understand how the guys dare to scare their master. The truth of the hero confused when he became their master. Gene dealt with all the villains in the neighborhood. After all, the guy's no stranger to protecting a couple of people. The guards didn't expect to meet Mr. Jin, who said that one had to act foolishly to confuse the enemy and win. Gene apologized to the hero for scaring him earlier, allowing him to deal with the rest of his abusers on his own. The guy didn't understand who dared to cause trouble for their construction company. The manager wondered if he happened to be the one he was looking for. No one in his company previously wanted to cause trouble. Gene warned that the guy would have at least 10 minutes to explain. The manager couldn't tolerate Nick's showing off, wanting to ask his personal security to chase the guys away. The guys asked the boss not to worry. They could handle it in 1 minute. The guard hated it when he ran into all sorts of scoundrels from the firm he worked for. Gene was able to deal with a goofball-like guard without a gap, then knocked out the next attacker with one punch. The manager couldn't believe how his guard was knocked out in a few strikes. Gene could only give 1 minute to use other methods. The boss was, to put it mildly, wrong to admit his guilt. The manager wanted to provide compensation, but the guy was not interested in monetary compensation, but rather physical compensation. Gene couldn't believe how he could be such a dumbass. Previously provoked their boss, then apologized he should quit and thought he'd redeem himself. The guy wanted to make anyone who dared to offend their lord regret it for the rest of their lives. People thought the guy was from a rich family. The girl really didn't understand why a hero from a rich family would buy an apartment in such a place. Jin greeted the lord after 3 years. The lord was able to rejoin their family, asking to lead them. The guy wanted to be a calm and ordinary person to begin with, but now it seemed like a luxury to him, so he didn't have high hopes. Jin didn't expect the hero to be able to show off more than himself. After 3 minutes, police suspected that the company in question was suspected to be a third-party conspiracy of officials and businessmen who were accused of participating in the illegal land grabbing. Now, the manager and the above management employees have been fired. The guy was unlucky because he didn't know that a disabled person would turn out to have such a horrible past. The police apologized, asking that the man be punished properly, but the Jin asked to forget about a couple of stinky fish and nothing more. The boy should have gone back to the station while Jin had something important to tell the gentleman. The young man suggested that the hero find a more appropriate place to talk, to which the boy agreed. It was clear to Lamar that he had met with powerful people who seemed to want something from him. The hope was that fulfilling their request wouldn't cause him much trouble. The girl thanked the guy, not even expecting to see such power. Lamar asked not to be badly outnumbered, for she too was able to open everyone's eyes. Gene wanted to cut loose with the mister, but thanked everyone for helping the gentleman. The first important question on the hero's part was who Gene was. At the moment, the guys could not tell about it. They had to find a certain Lamar, asking him for help for a reward. The hero really did not understand how they knew if he could find him. Talking a bit, the hero learned about other methods, but not in the cyber defense of this game, and the banking system could not affect either. Jin said that their team was stuck on the snake stage, so they needed Lamar's help. They provided this map with the help of which the guy will be able to choose any villa in the complex as a reward for his help. The hero, however, could not accept such a huge reward for such a small favor. Jin stated that now the first heavenly realms had opened up in the game, with many more such realms ahead of them. The guy didn't like being in debt to people, but he would earn what he wanted with his own hands. Gene said with this card, the guy will get a 30% discount on any property owned by their company. He asked to at least use it as a reward. The hero agreed, but asked Jin to answer his question. After all, such a thing was just a game, so why would they spend so much effort on it? The young man was able to realize that the Nine Heavens was more than just a game. Governments and military forces all over the world played it, but they didn't know what was really lurking there. The kid advised them to go to the forest of poison mist at 7 a.m., and then the guy would help them. Gene didn't expect the boy to be the same Lamar. Not sure why he kept quiet, but he was just waiting for the time to come. The hero was able to get his hands on a 30% discount card. Now it was much more important for him to protect his and his sister's life. Something like this was really worth the cooperation. The player wasn't sure about the boss words, for they had terrible equipment. The guy realized that the guys wouldn't even be able to buy better gear. They couldn't even imagine that knocking out such items was really rare. The guy asked to follow him and kill all the monsters ahead of him, thinking Lamar had misspoken. They couldn't understand where such a strong creature came from. The werewolf believed in his power. The guys found a pile of dead monster corpses in front of them. Jin couldn't believe that the Lord would single-handedly kill an entire pack. They imagined this guy to be incredibly strong. Truth be told, if it wasn't for the hero's team, he would have had a very hard time killing them. The guys couldn't believe that the kid had even killed a strong boss, though the forest of poison mist had ruined many teams without showing Lamar's true strength. The shapeshifter received 47 spiked maces, 53 wolfskin greaves, and his entire team reached level 14. The kid found a suspiciously strange object, believing it to be some kind of equipment. To a boy, such an item fell out for the first time after a 2-day battle meant that such a percentage fallout was very rare. The guy wanted to try to put the skirt up for his price. If someone doesn't buy yet, was thinking of just taking it off the market. The girl was surprised, for Lamar had some item for sale. Laura notices a very unusual outfit, one that didn't have the usual equipment in the colony. The skirt increased movement speed by 5%, and there was a chance of confusing the enemy. The girl placed a bet on it, but the item in question was wanted by many players. The child asked her father to get her first unusual equipment. Many girls asked their relatives or boyfriends to get a skirt. Literally in about 5 seconds, the skirt reached 65,000. Every last second was incredibly important. The girl couldn't believe how many people were bidding on this item per second. In the end, the guy was able to get more than 80,000 yuan, although originally put up for 2,000 yuan, but because of the novelty of the players like crazy. Now the hero had about 650,000 yuan, plus a limited home card of 30%. Pretty soon that one will be able to buy up to 1 million. The young man decided not to think about it and hurriedly take the blood of the 3-petal flower monster. The guy had this very plant growing on his head, which spoiled the werewolf's formidable appearance quite a bit. However, the guy now had a rather high field of vision. Now, if it wasn't for the skills of this flower monster, the guy wouldn't have known that there was actually a hidden area. The surrounding fog had a low-level mind clouding effect and could not be seen until it fused with the blood of the 3-petal flower monster. The kid noticed how the roads were getting lost. It seemed like it was a dangerous place. Players considered the roads a true danger spot that should have been avoided somehow. The guys noticed some sort of public mission to resist the invasion. The assignment reached level 20. The mission description read in brief to defend against dangerous creatures that were heavily modified during the assignment. The boys were confused as to whether anyone was in the Lost Garden of Eden. The system stated that temporarily all servers will be depleted into one zone as a consequence of the task. The guys couldn't believe that now all 24 cities would be on the same server. They found the mission very important and exciting. The girl asked to join and do the task together. Many players were in favor of joining together to form one big alliance. The hero made quite a serious mess with the public announcement. But thanks to the talent of the flower monster, everything was perfectly visible at a distance of 400 meters. It was amazing to the boy to see that the monsters could see so well with the help of the mutation. The kid noticed so many more monsters with the mutation that he was afraid he wouldn't be able to handle them. Suddenly, the boy remembered, after all, he is a wild monster who also mutated. Then that one will be able to deal with him. The powerful monsters from the hero squad have also mutated into a powerful mutated elite jackal. Also a mutated elite banshee sticks. The guy's attributes doubled, and damage 400 and above, armor 130, and health over 10,000. There were a lot of players in the zone associations. In a tier 10 city should be even better. The guy went to watch Lara's stream after checking out the main city of level 10, Storm City. The young man looked at the city unification of all the players. The current main city had become even bigger than the newcomer's village. In addition, for players whose level is above level 10, they removed the defense. Now all players were looking for the Lost Garden of Eden. For this reason, there were no team fights. The character realized that being a player wasn't easy, but being a wild monster was much more enjoyable. It was supposed to take players some amount of time to find the entrance to the Lost Garden of Eden. They should have taken this opportunity to hunt for new monsters. The boy leads the way as cool gear fell out of the merged mutations. Something like this was a real treasure. The guy wondered what kind of stuff would come out of the boss. The werewolf defeated all enemies who could help him with the treasure. The young man received many useful items, weapons with high damage, a ring that added critical hits. The hero received an item capable of dealing 30% critical strike, which increased damage by 10% and could be removed and taken off whenever he wanted. The boy didn't understand why gear prices had gone up so much, assuming because of this server-wide merger, everyone needed more gear. The guy realized that he should kill monsters with the squad to earn as much as possible. The guys were very surprised to find out that Lamar had sold the gear that fell out of the Silver Wolf. Also, somewhere near the mountain was that secret lost garden. The boys found a mist not far away, assuming that there was an entrance in that area. The people felt very sorry for the first one who found this passage was Lamar, but they asked to calm down because it did not mean that he could defeat them. They wanted to head towards the mist as soon as possible and find the lost Garden of Eden. The hero found the southeast eye of the formation. There were many questions as to how exactly he should have destroyed the stone pillar. The werewolf asked the boys to try to attack him. The girl ran first to attack the pillar. A powerful level 20 evil wolf spirit suddenly appeared, which prevented one of the hero's squad from demolishing half his health in one attack and trying to attack the stone table. The young man didn't expect to meet such a strong opponent, so he decided to change tactics to attack on his own. Lamar's 500th attack didn't break through the opponent's armor, and besides, the monster had 100,000 health. However, judging from the attack, the defense against magic was 0. If the werewolf attacked, it would only use mana to kill it. This time the guy had a really tough battle ahead of him, first arming his team, and then together they would hammer him to death. The guy tied up the main spirit while the others tried potions to restore health. The young man should have carefully observed what disadvantages there were to such a large, powerful being. The squad, along with the hero, tried to somehow stop the main threat. Already after a full hour of real time, they were already able to somehow deal quite a bit of damage to the spirit. Meanwhile, players fought the usual mutated werewolves. However, their durability gear was flying away very quickly, and most importantly, their damage was also decreasing. Lara notices how the wolves really mutated and became more powerful, and the poison mist not only made the monsters stronger, but also weakened the players. The guys didn't know what would happen if this fog spread to the city. He asked to forget about such a thought for now. The system alerted the players that Lamar had managed to destroy the southeast eye of the formation, earning him the title of best player. The boys were at a loss for words when they saw such a notice. The hero was finally able to deal with the squad because he was already quite tired of fighting. After so much effort, the rewards for Lamar should be more generous. The first reward was a Hathi wolf shard. Povel the owner to summon this wolf to fight alongside the chapter. Now the guy had his own territory. He was probably better off picking out a cuddy cub, housing it and raising it, than summoning a full-fledged wolf for a limited time. The young man decided to choose the second option by getting a baby wolf Hathi. Wolfie was a very small and cranky puppy. The hero wanted to see the properties of the wolf at once. A 1 damage cub, weak, it took a lot of mana to grow, but the guy didn't need to be in a hurry to get anywhere. Lamar notices his squad disappearing somewhere, but assumed they had gone to destroy the rest of the creatures. Players continued to fight against a plethora of creatures that were riddled with casualties on them. They even tried to use some spells against the already not-so-large crowd of mutant wolves. The hero had already managed to detect the second eye of the formation, while the players were just finishing up with the wolf pack. The humans' plan didn't work, and now half an hour later, Lamar was able to activate the portal. The boss was expecting a gathering of his players, of which the approximate number was 70. They didn't have to worry about the monsters. The fog was spreading. If one of their own died, it would be difficult to return. They decided to go in search of the formation. But the boy cleared another formation again. There were only 6 of them left in total. The guys were hoping to get at least one more of the 6 formations. The young man again chose the second reward. He got another mythical vulture beast. The guy, if he can raise 1, he can raise 2, and so on in the chain of reproduction. The hero has gained a lot of equipment, but there are a few healing potions left, without which he can't kill the boss. Suddenly, the boy heard the voices of the other players. The guys tried not to attract much attention, as the visibility was too low with the monsters. The guys notice a very strange, suspicious silhouette, assuming a boss or wolf supermutation. The guy ordered all the guys to start beating up the healing potion porters. The squad attacked ordinary players who definitely didn't expect this outcome of events. They didn't understand where such atrocious damage came from. The players couldn't be allowed to recline in a place like this, as the rest of the squads hadn't come to them yet. However, suddenly after a time, the leader was also killed like the others. The guys had a lot of regret attacking a difficult boss like the main character. After some 5 minutes, Lamar was able to get his gear back, and also now then level greater than 10th, there was no rookie defense. An unexpected surprise formed for the lad. The werewolf asked the squad to put on the necessary gear. The young man wanted to quickly kill the players, because the closest entrance to the southwest eye of the formation, one could use the Son of Sacred Fire. The boss in those places turned out to be a giant scorpion, and also the players turned out to be about 300. They were also well trained in combat, and their boss found a way to sneak up on them. However, I shouldn't have worried, because the odds were that the boys would be defeated for a few more hours and lose. The young man could watch a bit of the official live broadcast for now, where Lara smelled the situation with the Lost Garden of Eden. She was now in the Western Formation, and judging from her current situation, killing this boss would take a long time. The guy realized that the Southwest Formation boss was dying the fastest. They hoped that one would die first. Then the other boss of the Northwest Formation will be damaged. Finishing with the Western Formation already, the boy thought it was a great test. He had gotten the official information and would kill everyone in that order. Wolf asked the squad to rest for a while. The guy wanted to compete with the other players. The guy asked his opponent to get tangled in his web.
Players didn't expect such an ability from a powerful beast.
They didn't expect to see any other monsters. The boy attacked along with a squad of all the surrounding people. They really didn't understand where such a powerful boss came from. The current monster they had fought earlier no longer portended any trouble. The werewolf headed straight for the essence of the great scorpion. The young man wanted to finish off the creature quickly by destroying it on the spot. The hero had only 2 bosses to destroy. He could kill, use withers, and could also grab the boss, killing in this method 2 birds with 1 stone. Meanwhile, on the western eye of the formation, players cautiously attempted to overpower the powerful creature. The wolf headed for a boss that could absorb mana and turn it into health, one scarier than the other. Already an hour later, this boss had turned into an innocent pet. The young man was able to obtain the 5th monster already. Finally, he had 1 more eye of the formation left to corrupt. The hero managed to complete a secret mission by getting all 4 pets of the deity. A boy could choose a summoning stone from one of the 4 beasts within 24 hours. The kid wanted to pick someone strong, choosing the black dragon Nidega. Suddenly, the 2 pet peeves stopped at the 2 columns. The young man expected something incredible, but realized that it was not the prayer of the secret realm. Once a guy moves them to the poles, they won't come back to him. The huge wolves were large spirits who perhaps wanted to show power. The hero was greatly frightened at seeing such delightful monsters. Originally, the guy didn't plan to kill all 4 beasts. The monster literally waited for the player's subsequent choice, looking the player straight in the eye. I mean, the guy wanted to wake the thing up somehow. Looking around, there was hope that these 4 would help him. The Hathi Wolf was good at combinations. The Widfernir could splinter. Hellhound could absorb mana, combined with Chimera skills. Such a thing could become useful for a hero. The boy wanted to try to give him a chance. The dragon was furious, wanting to destroy all creatures in the vicinity, leaving the strongest. The entire squad took 20,000 damage. The wolf couldn't believe to meet the magic damage of 20,000 damage in a single strike if it wasn't for the help of the 4 ferocious beasts. The guy asked everyone to spread out and step back to safety. Actually, the web could absorb in a second. At first, the guy thought it was useless, but it was unexpected. The werewolf ordered the hellhound to suck mana and the chimera to apply vertigo. The physical damage was quite small, but the poisoning was already better. The great boss had 500,000 health. They would fight him for a long time. Meanwhile, an hour later, the northeast eye of the formation. The girl notices some oddities with the people of the other alliance, who deliberately tried to separate them, although they had previously agreed to act together. The guy kept saying if many went closer to the pillar, the people from the other clan would play a cruel trick. The traitor wanted to get one of the beasts for his clan without giving the others a chance. The boy managed to destroy the eastern eye of the formation, leaving them with only 2 to go. Community mission completed. Now the guys had to wait for experience accrual and double rate rewards. The guy was calling someone else's clan a lowlife that they didn't want to dialogue with. The girl also wanted to find the beast as soon as possible. Soon there was the beginning of the show. Many didn't get more than 1 powerful beast. The hero alone got as many as 5 pieces. The boys ordered the reward to be given to them immediately. Earlier, they had negotiated with the traitor for the transfer of the second reward. Loyal players wanted to retaliate and attack in response to such a nasty act. The guy realized that the status couldn't be turned off, or the pet would just explode. It wasn't clear to him who was doing the dungeon hiding and why they still hadn't come out. After a while, Lamar was finally able to beat a strong opponent. The squad had quite a bit left to finish off the main boss of the beast. At the entrance to the Lost Garden of Eden, players fought between clans for justice. The guy didn't understand why they were taking risks and not honoring the fighting ethic. The guys continued to loot the other union's wrappers, not realizing where these explosions were coming from. The player asked not to be distracted and to move on. The guys tried to rush in faster until the game's commercials stopped showing. Players fought amongst each other to finally have justice refrained. Meanwhile, the boy managed to get another baby boy. The system alerted the mission Blood Demon. The hero needed to mop up 3 hidden dungeons: Twilight of the Gods, Demon Temple, Ghost Valley. Hence, you need to gather the 4 baby animals in a pile and finish the task. True, all 4 terrains unfulfilled, it wasn't such an easy mission for the guy. The werewolf was able to complete the Lost Garden of Eden quest, and the system now teleports to the entrance of the garden. The young man found himself right in front of a duel between alliances of players who wanted justice. The hero's only question was what had happened that 1,000 people were fighting amongst themselves. The guys looked at the werewolf, not understanding where he came from, and looking at his name, they thought he was strong. Suddenly, the boy decided to use agility to avoid a long conversation. The guy had a terrible feeling of being beaten up by so many people. He should have run away sooner. He should have gotten to his territory. The young man asked the whole troop to go home as soon as possible. A lot of people didn't want to let the werewolf master escape. Really, the guy didn't understand how he was caught up so quickly. Meanwhile, the players fought each other to see who was stronger by beating each other up. The hero was glad from the exact spot the players had chosen. The guy would be really pathetic if he didn't deal with them. The boys were deciding a duel between themselves against a liar and justice, at the same time as a team of werewolves made a run at them. The creatures couldn't leave the humans unchastened as they snuck into the hero's territory. The monsters were able to easily overpower every player close to them. Also, the werewolf was able to pick up a few more rewards right from these humans. Now it was no surprise to the hero that the system had to announce who destroyed the formation voice every time. This was because the 2 players were constantly taking the bounty from each other. The young man motioned for his companions to head onward, wanting to try and snatch something interesting. It was a surprise to the guy to discover how the last award hadn't been picked up yet. Players were trepidatiously battling amongst themselves, trying to get the ultimate reward of the head of the alliance. However, from nowhere, Lamar appears in front of them, which interfered with the guys to help them in the showdown. The werewolf got the last monster from the challenge. The system congratulated the guy for completing the challenge of collecting beasts. The mission would end in 5 minutes, and the Absolute Beast mission was a limited time mission, which contained a choice of one of 4 cubs within 24 hours. Things should now prove much easier for the guy than the earlier ordeal. After 2 hours already, the boy was already a bit tired after putting all his gear on the trading floor, so he decided to pass out and get some sleep. After the sale of the equipment, the hero had about $1 million in savings. He wanted to surprise his sister. Truthfully, Lamar didn't expect to get as many as 16 missed calls, not realizing now what had happened to Monica. The boy asked not to be angry with her, because he had just woken up and immediately inquired about something happened to her. The girl told about her adventures in the game and the attack on their squad. Half an hour later, her sister felt better after talking to her brother and asked him to stop talking for now so that he could continue resting further. The young man was really sorry they weren't playing together, because they could have tried to keep together, but he asked her not to worry as well and sent her to bed as well. The hero realized that the current situation is not small at all. Although the boy could not reveal his identity, but dare others to hurt his sister, he wanted to make them pay. The young man was finally able to recover and stand on his right leg, which was almost recovered, and he would finally be a normal person very soon. The hero is now level 14, and judging by this progression, he will be able to fully recover from after about 3 levels. The boy was now even more curious about what the game 9 Heavens really represented, which was like magic and not like other games on planet Earth. The young man asked the squad to take responsibility for the 10 little ones, asking them to take care of them, 1 little one for each, asking them not to let those die while the hero takes a walk. The boy marveled at how vast the wilderness area was, that finding people from Huangchao was very much not an easy task. It was easier to ask someone for help. The werewolf has asked the Iron Patriotism Alliance to search the area or have his men report back if they spot opponents. The boys also asked to be told if Mr. Lamar had any good gear for sale. The boy ran to destroy the multitude of unfamiliar players who could do nothing against the creature. Now, if the hero wanted to help Monica solve her problem, he should have been nothing more than a strong shoulder for her to lean on. The guy should have finished getting the human image. Greenhouse remembered that the condition for getting a skin on the trading floor was to kill more than 1,000 monsters of the same type. Games of their own kind were also monsters. The process in getting the human species was 450 out of 1,000. Now the werewolf could find a way to help his sister. The young man proceeded to destroy the players for the sake of a new human form. Already after a whole 10 hours, the guy seemed too hard to tear the skin. Deciding to calm down a bit, wanted to look at how his sister was doing. The young man asked how she was doing, but received bad news, for her troop once again seemed to be pursued. The boy asked not to be angry, but rather to tell her ID. The boy knew a specialist who would help her. The girl had a lot of questions about how he knew him, but the boy asked her to trust him. The girl noticed that her brother doesn't play games, but the boy admitted his ID. The hero asked his sister to go to bed and provide some trouble for his older brother. After only 2 days, the guy should have added his sister as a friend anonymously, so she wouldn't know that he was actually the legendary Lamar Snapchat. The young man really was able to add his sister. The guy introduced himself as her brother's friend, and they re-talked some points. The boy learned after the conversation that it was his sister that this clan was mainly targeting. The werewolf knew that there were plenty of people in the neutral zone. If he went there, it would cause huge problems. The youngster talked again with Monica, the place, the meeting place, and were able to work out when the hero could act. They were able to finalize a deal, and the girl was even willing to provide the full video. The guy previously, and understandably, had no idea that the last few dozen people would be right at his door. The hero even remembered that the leopard was not far from him. The detractors, meanwhile, fought the monster who tried to get his reward. The guys didn't expect to meet the boss from the lost Garden of Eden. They definitely suspected that the creature definitely had a grudge against them and was not elusive in duels. The werewolf wanted to finally deal with the last chapter of the clan, who was very frightened and did not even know how to behave in such a situation, but died soon from poison. The werewolf was sorry that only the healing potion and no equipment had fallen out. The guy got a new message from some user. The young man remembered about the published video. The guy was interested to see what his sister looked like in the game. The girl noticed how the guys were able to leave the area. They thanked him for completing the mission, asking him not to detain him any longer. For some reason, such a maneuver proved to be a trap for her. The girl couldn't believe that the girl really hoped to accomplish the mission. Really, before she did, she asked Monica to kneel down for starters. Crazy knew that Sis loved her brother more than anything, but she didn't understand why he didn't rush to her aid. The werewolf was incredibly angry at this pelt. He wanted to smash it into pieces and then wipe it into atoms. The boy had applied the transformation and now looked really handsome. The hero was finally able to become a normal person. The young man wanted to try and hide his name, otherwise he would remain a wolf in sheep's clothing. The kid notices how his sister was already freaking out about it anyway. He should have gone to the main city of level 10 for now and see what was going on there, and he should have also changed his equipment so as not to attract attention. The hero's sister was incredibly angry after what happened in the game. Her friend told Monica not to worry because their boss and the others had gone out to eat. They would be back soon, and they would all help her get revenge together. To the girl, it seemed to be her personal grudge against the offender. If they joined, it would already be a grudge against their company, she was ashamed to say, on the image of the company. It seemed to her friend that such a thing wouldn't happen after all. The Imperial Guild was large, and she hoped nothing terrible would happen. Meanwhile, the boy met a creature called a level 11 ghostly beauty. To the guy, it seemed the 11-level monsters looked pretty original, wanting to kill him for a hit. A squad of players didn't expect to meet the guy alone, but they wanted to help the guy. The young man remembered the beautiful girl who helped him on the day he bought the apartment, and it turned out that she also plays in the Empyrean, whose name is Asami. The girl was able to pick up some shoulder pads that she wanted to sell, and the money would be split. She wondered why the guy was wandering the forest alone, assuming he was lost. But the hero turned out to be a lone wolf who wasn't in a guild. The young man noticed how others killed one person in 10 steps. They also kneel before one person in 10 steps. He even assumed them to be tough guys. The girl, as the one, wanted the others to kneel before him, but in reality it turned out to be the opposite. They were quite aroused by such communication. The boy asked what guild they were from, pretending to be a newcomer, but the boys were not in a guild and had paid someone to guide them through that forest, and they suspected the same story with him, to which he agreed with them. The guy didn't expect to meet a lot of people in the main city, Asami asked, taking it as the norm since the guy had just arrived. So didn't see what was in town before the server split. Back in the main town, there were tons of people everywhere, more than in the newbie zone. The boy saw where the hero was looking, attributing it to the rating of the Twin Towers, which hadn't changed in a long time. In the table were the strongest of the strongest. Everyone who went out of the city admired them, even envied some. Asami had heard that first-place Caesar was a professional fighter with incredible reaction speed. It was no surprise to them that first one. Already the rest, level, equipment, reaction, game management, all of it was very influential. So the ranking will definitely vary depending on the legendary players. The guy remembered the forum saying that big shots and guilds competed to get on this list, and now the hero could enter the main city as well. The friend asked not to think about him, because guys only can in mosque, unless the young man is such a person. The young man asked who was who, to which the friend replied he might, though of course he was sorry he was not, for the latter was just enjoying the spectacle, and that was all. The girl noticed how the guy withheld his information. She immediately realized it from his outfit, but she wasn't about to give him up to the people around him. My friend asked me to stop talking and hurry off to buy some medicine. They were on their way up. She suggested starting her own guild, although Asami was fine with it. She didn't think her sister would give up acting and want to start a guild in the game becoming dependent on her. The guy thought it wasn't a bad idea because Sister Lena still didn't like her producers. The young man did not expect Lena to become an actress. It was not surprising because the girl was incredibly beautiful. The guys walked through the busy city, checking out the lively surroundings of the various players. The boy was able to see the Twin Towers with his own eyes. The young man found singles and guild trial. The guy didn't have a guild, so he wanted to start with singles and Divine Punishment Tower first. Suddenly, the hero was caught by some players. They asked the kid to watch where he was going, not understanding how he dared to stir underfoot. The guy asked Lamar to foam. The main rule in town is that when he sees them, it's best to avoid them. Many people didn't expect that the three masters had once again gathered to challenge the Divine Punishment Tower. They called them the true top 3 leaders of the tower. The guy realized if his sister was offline, he should play around a bit and see how far he could get. They didn't expect that the hero was also going to challenge the Tower of Divine Punishment that had just come to the main city. Many of the guys couldn't contain their laughter at the garbage outfit of a boy who really dared to challenge the tower. The young man dared to challenge the Tower of Divine Punishment. The girl agreed with the brave man. The players scoffed at the guy, asking each other to ignore this idiot. He wondered what horrible result this kid would bring. The guys didn't expect that the newcomer they had walked into town with had really entered this Tower of Trials. The kid thought it was worth putting his data on that screen, but for some reason he didn't. The girl told him to shut up and watch. An image of the 3 strongest people was displayed on the screen, as well as the hero's face that wasn't shown. The guys noticed as soon as the stranger wasn't shoehorned into the home screen. The guy was confused to see such a thing. Lena asked the guys to concentrate on watching the video and learn the techniques of the 3 leaders. One of the 3 legendary players fought against a wild monster. The guy this time wanted to definitely defeat the creature and set a new time record. Lawrence didn't expect the boy to manage to last a full 15 seconds. Such a thing was not a bad result in a game. Asami thought it was a weak result. After all, he dressed strangely and had some skills. She even wanted to try to form a team with him. A lot of guys couldn't believe how the guy managed to last a whole 2 minutes, assuming he was definitely studying the tower. The guy kept talking about research that was only possible at a level of at least 10,000. It seemed impossible for him to rely on it alone. The girl realized that in 3 minutes the first level would have to be over, though she wondered why the stranger's time was still growing upward. The anonymous player was able to last 3 minutes and 11 seconds. The guy didn't understand why he'd already been chosen, and for what reasons he wasn't coming to the next level. The boy meanwhile was swinging and killing a level 10 wolf, getting 100 bronze coins, and this went on for a long time. The young man was quite happy to get 100 for each. The lad had not a penny in his pocket, but now he had a good opportunity to earn. The system has noticed that if a hero stays on the first floor of the Tower of Divine Punishment for more than 4 minutes, he will be forced to go up to the next floor. While the guy continued to listen to the rules system a bit angrily, the other players thought the guy was a real fool for daring to show off. The young man seemed to be having a good time, wanting to continue in the same vein of destroying all creatures. The boy was able to kill all the monsters until the last 4th minute, patching the maximum reward. The young man in a short time was able to move from bronze to silver coins, earning as much as 40 pieces. The boy found a paradise for the extraction of money. Many people couldn't understand how such a thing was possible, not realizing how a rookie could have so much power. The guys couldn't believe that the anonymous guy was really that newcomer, who could only guess how long he could last. Already at 2 minutes and 33 seconds, One of the legends couldn't last much longer. This was followed by 2 minutes, 38 seconds. The light pepper also failed to hold longer. The guy had no idea what the devil was going on with the system on his shift. He tried to calm down, or he wouldn't be able to get to the 4th floor. The legendary man, being at 3 minutes, wanted to last not much more time. The young man moved to the 4th floor with a time of 38 seconds, although he thought he could not last long. But in his case, it was the best result. The guy lasted 48 seconds on the 4th floor was really hard for him. All the people around him called him a really awesome idol. They believed their boss was the first to manage to get up to the 4th floor, though Legend wondered why the others hadn't said anything. Looking around, notices how the others were still looking somewhere else. All the guys were calling the rookie awesome. They couldn't check. Looking at the time, they didn't even realize the likelihood of such an outcome. The anonymous player has already managed to last a full 56 seconds on the 4th floor. Eventually, the guy got fed up and held on with a score of 1 minute 2 seconds on the 4th floor. The guy was quite satisfied with not a lot of training, having gotten only 150 silver coins. The young man wanted to keep going up to the next floor while he had the chance. The guys couldn't believe how the stranger managed to do such a result. They were originally worried that he would be killed by a level 11 silver wolf, but now it was clear to them that loners were incredibly crazy people. The guys couldn't believe how many monsters there were on the 5th floor. Many people have been asking the same question about who this rookie is, calling him an incredibly strong player. They assumed it was Lamar, however some asked not to be silly, as the man was on the streamer the whole time. Turns out the guy logged onto the stream just a little while ago. The girl greeted him. The guy wrote that he didn't expect some guy to actually go up to the 5th floor. The hero realized that now no one would have to guess that he was Lamar. The guy didn't want to reveal his identity. The young man thought he wouldn't be able to overcome many floors, deciding 5 would be enough for the first time. The boy managed to show a result of 2 minutes and 19 seconds being on the 5th floor, earning 200 silver coins. A lot of guys couldn't believe to meet this nocturnal man so powerful. The hero notices a lot of people who didn't take their eyes off him. The boy hesitantly congratulated the stranger on reaching the 5th floor of the tower, thinking it was amazing. The boy hadn't expected it himself. The boy really didn't know how the hero achieved it, but also wanted to learn it. Lamar asked the boy to probably start running. Legend was outraged because you cannot go to the next level by ordinary running. He realized that the hero's equipment is not very good, and he somehow managed to come this far, not realizing who the hell he is. Many thought this run was a system error or a cheat. The legend asked for an immediate account of how it was done. However, the boy didn't have to answer any of their questions, though he had something to add. Lamar asked not to yell too much, because from now on this was no longer his territory. Many people couldn't believe what such a thing the legend had said to him, that he stood still. Now the player realized that this guy, in their main city range of services, he feared that he was the only player in the world who had been to the 5th floor of the tower, and the identity of such a person was not simple. A lot of people really had no idea what the conversation between these two was about. The maid asked the hero to register his team, but the boy didn't want to register it because he wanted to get a reward in the Demon Conqueror's Bash. However, with the creation of the team, we'll also be able to get a reward that would increase regeneration by 1.2 units per second. And if the young man makes his own team, he needs a minimum of 4 people to do so. Hero remembers that along the way, the guys said they wanted to make a team. Lamar wanted to build a team to get paid. The guy asked the players to do him a favor, and if they wanted to move to another team in the future, they could do so at any time. Asami said that the Tower of the Demon Conqueror could be an impossible challenge for them. The young man asked not to worry because he could go alone, but he also wanted to help them. Whoever was bullying them, he would be able to help them. They could help with his request, but no gear was required of him, suggesting he go straight to the team registration office. The girl asked for a registration fee of 50 silver coins. Asami didn't expect to hear such a big price. After all, they had gone through a forest of poison mist and couldn't get that much money, but the guy asked not to bother. In the end, Lamar thanked the players for officially joining the Wild Wave squad. Asami congratulated the team, for now they could go to the Demon Conqueror's Tower. They wanted to go along with the boy, turning out to be weaker than him, but they would be able to help him in some way. The boy asked not to bother too much, but thanked the team. The guy notices a very large number of spectators, not realizing that there was nothing to do. They had no idea why the boy went in alone without his team. A lot of people thought the guy was either too strong or crazy. The Wild Waves team entered the first floor at 0 minutes, 11 seconds. The guys noticed how the guy almost immediately went to the next floor. They believed the stranger would definitely be able to handle all the challenges. Many people were outraged, not understanding how the boy was able to make it to the next floor alone. Meanwhile, Monica didn't expect anyone to be able to break the record for the Caesar legend. It seemed to the girl a situation beyond the bounds of adequacy to assume a Lamar player, but the friend saw an anonymous player. She thought maybe Lamar was the anonymous player, but Manga disagreed because when the player conquered the tower, Lamar was on the streamer. The girl was still wondering who it could be. Suddenly, the boss wanted to suggest playing a game. The guys wanted to deal with the girl's abuser. The friend thanked all the guys for showing concern. Meanwhile, the hero was having fun with monsters that in no way posed much danger to him. The young man was able to get to the third floor, which turned out to be not difficult at all. Now the guy will be able to get his hands on the reward. The leader of their team seemed to Lawrence Too Cool, who on the third floor got the first category, and also the one who led the team became an idol for him. The girl assumed now their Wild Wave team proved to be the strongest. Guys have praised the great Wild Waves team and their leader on more than one occasion. The girl wondered if the stranger would go to the station to see something. The guy didn't agree because he didn't want to really join the team. He didn't have the energy for it. Asami wondered if the guy would come again. Together they would level up. The hero reported if fate decides so, so be it. Many players have already started discussing the great new Wild Wave team that everyone has been talking about. Lawrence was excited to be a member of the strongest team, and already Lara had become an alternate for the strongest team. What was happening seemed unreal to her. With only 4 people on the team, Asami seemed like a great opportunity for them. The girl didn't understand which one. Her friend explained that if the captain didn't want to take care of it, they could help him. They could get a lot of promotion thanks to the sensational city. Lara asked if her friend really thought the idea was appropriate. Asami was an intern, why not? After all, they didn't hurt anyone. Anyone could join them. After all, they would be pumping and doing missions together. The girl asked the guy to ask the leader opposite if he would agree to such a thing. The young man only remembered that now his skin was his real appearance, and Monica would definitely recognize him. He should have bought a mask. Lawrence asked the commander to develop their team on his own. The hero has given his consent to do whatever he wants. The boy was incredibly happy to get a positive answer. The commander was only too happy to look at his ally. The guy wondered what his sister was doing or thinking at the moment. Meanwhile, Monica, along with her squad, met up with the enemy team once again. The head, therefore, needed to understand the enemy before finishing him off. The girl had no idea who the guys were, but she didn't care. The boy asked not to deceive people. Their people did not provoke the girl to conflict at all, and in general, it was her complete fault. She was very upset when she saw her appearance and name, so she wanted to beat her up and he bit her. The guy couldn't tolerate the masses of mendacity from the girl asking the entire squad to attack her. The girl didn't see how her boss wanted to offend her. The guy didn't understand what kind of organization that dared to bully his woman. Monica was worried, for her boss had come in. The head asked not to be disturbed, leaving it to him. The guy introduced himself as Jack, being the captain of the team of the same name. And there were always misunderstandings during the game. He felt there was no need to escalate the conflict. The boss of the dangerous team noticed how the boy seemed to say he wasn't pumped at all. The guy assumed Jack wanted to make her want to fight them, but he could accurately state that his command was complete dog shit. Jack thought the guy had gone too far without realizing what he wanted, but the head didn't believe such a deadbeat could handle him. The young man was more interested in what his girlfriend wanted. She wanted them all to drop to their knees and apologize to her, calling her mistress, and then she would spare them. The guys didn't agree to humiliate themselves in front of her like that right away. The head noticed how the sky was high and the earth was huge, so he wanted to let them learn something about it. The boss of the enemy team attacked Jack, who totally didn't expect such a thing. A small battle ensued between the players, who could not endure such humiliation in front of each other for long. Monica seemed like a strong guy who easily straightened out their team. She asked the manager to leave immediately. The guy asked not to talk about such a thing. The guys were one team. If they decided to fight, they would fight to the end.
Suddenly, the guy was sucked into his opponent's insane skill.
The guy couldn't believe it, seeing such a close-knit team that even seemed like touchy-feely garbage to him. The head found a walking disaster that would get all his friends killed. The guy wanted to give her another chance if she got on her knees and begged him for mercy. The girl only asked for a dream of such a thing. The guy had no intention of waiting and began to further attack Monica. Then the whole team, being without equipment, found themselves on the spot. Monica wondered where the manager had gone. Her friend found out that their team leader hoped he would figure something out and deal with him. She suddenly noticed someone was looking for her. The girl should have answered the message. Anonymous wanted to stop by on his way to the girl's house. However, he asked to stay out of it, but the guy asked not to worry about the little things. The girl didn't realize if she wasn't making herself clear. The girl threatened death at the hands of the enemy team, but the young man asked not to worry because no one would die. Jack was sorry, but being the team leader, he didn't want to provoke the enemy. Monica asked not to worry about her. She too was ashamed to cause so much trouble. And already with the mission, she decided to kill ordinary monsters for now. The girl couldn't believe that they would be with this NPCs for life. She asked not to worry about her and to keep doing things Monica wanted to go about her business. The guys couldn't believe how cruel you had to be to constantly humiliate the same player. However, the hero promised that this would be the last day his sister would be mocked by anyone. The guy didn't understand where another trash was coming from. Asking the one to kill himself immediately, being in a bad mood, Lamar asked directly if the person standing in front of him was the one who was mocking most favorite big brother. The head couldn't believe it was a guy who was serious about getting revenge for that girl. The girl assumed the player was the very brother she loved so much. The boy turned out to be him, but now it was too late to apologize on his watch. They thought the hero was a crazy idiot who turned out to be real trash. The girl came to the anonymous man, asking him to leave them alone. The young man told her not to worry, as they were facing a bunch of idiots and he would take care of her next. The head assumed that the boy had yet turned out to be the Lamar who really wanted to fight against him. The guy asked the boss to relax, wanting to be the first to kill the guy with one punch. The guy asked not to let the guy die too easily. Monica asked the anonymous to leave because the clan was, in her opinion, strong. The hero asked not to interfere because he always brought things to an end. The boy went to attack the boy who was standing still. Suddenly, the assailant found himself humiliated completely and utterly. So much so that a single blow was enough to kill the lowlife. The clan was no longer laughing so hard at what they saw. They couldn't believe how this was possible. The guys couldn't figure out what was wrong. The head suggested there was a bug. The guy asked to apologize to Monica immediately, or he would kill every last one of them. The head asked not to pretend to be cool, asking the others to smack the asshole. The guys all headed for the main character, who in one hit was able to once again destroy a small bunch of idiots by dealing 2,000 damage on average. Not a large team found themselves with virtually no men, who only had to pray in front of Lamar, who expected a lot of apologizing for his sister. They couldn't understand how this was possible. Killing players with just one swing. Trying to escape, it was too late. The boy did not want to leave the guys not punished. The boys managed to escape for a short time while the hero was distracted by other players. They didn't understand. People were blind to fight against a player who had passed the Tower of Divine Punishment and a demon conqueror. Lamar asked the team boss it was his turn to apologize. The fellow asked for mercy, for he was foolish and wrong in his actions. The young man could not leave unpunished even in cases without apologizing. The boy ordered an immediate apology, or else he promised their guild would never be at peace. The girl graciously got on her knees and asked for forgiveness. She caused unnecessary trouble by asking to be forgiven for this. Now the guy couldn't let it go that easily, deciding to add some bloodletting in cases of great abuse. The girl was determined to give the bat to Monica as a token of sincerity. Many players didn't expect to give away a shard bat like this. Even if someone had money, it couldn't be bought so easily. The wicked wench even picked up on it, not expecting Monica to know such a powerful man who had put down an entire union. She asked to meet him. The girl from the bottom of her heart thanked the anonymous for the rescue. She asked him to at least say who he really was. The young man asked to be called Musami, who was a friend of her older brother. The guy hasn't done much of anything, can't even accept such an expensive gift from her. Anonymous decided to refuse such a weapon, for he might as well have lost such a thing. The guy declared that from now on her problems would be his as well, and anyone who dared to offend the girl would be the end if she told him the main thing. Her friend asked Monica not to worry about anything else, being happy for her. Meanwhile, on the guy's turf, the young boy notices how the mana was slowly accumulating, and he didn't know what the effect would be of the mana pill that was given in the Tower of Divine Punishment daily. The boy wanted to wait for now and upgrade his equipment for now. Guy asked the entire squad to start updating.
After 2 hours already at level 15, the hero has killed enough demon tigers, getting the talent and his attack increase almost double. He needs to check the available skills.
The boy notices the highest level on the Korean server, 14, and already Dungeon King of Tigers level 15 can raise the guy pretty quickly. 3 sacred guilds bet on themselves. They were supposed to be the Scion Guild that will clear the King of Tigers dungeon. The guy called the three holy guilds real crazy, asking to go along with them to take a look at this dungeon. They couldn't believe it, however. A broadcast started on the Korean server where they cleaned the Tiger King's dungeon and then gave them a whipping. Lara thought it was arrogance, but a lot of players cooperated well with them. Her friend knew they had no information about the dungeons of the Tiger King, and even there was a chance they would be bypassed. Lara realized everything depended on the decisions the two best would make. The hero, meanwhile, wasted no time and destroyed all the surrounding monsters in the vicinity in the dungeon. The boy was getting a large amount of skins from the many monsters he killed. The young man praised the dungeon, which contained a lot of experience, so also green-colored equipment. The guy honored his incredible dexterity after putting on his awesome new shoes. The hero rushed into battle with his squad, attacking a bunch of creatures at once. The guy attacked everyone he saw. The big, powerful Tiger King was no exception. The creature didn't like some player attacking him being completely weak. The boy did not stand on ceremony and fought hard against the powerful beast. Lara was curious as to what attributes her hat possessed. Her friend noticed an exquisite tiger hen hat of level 12, armor plus 19, strength plus 19, dexterity plus 18, build plus 25. The girl couldn't believe it. After hearing the overly cool characteristics, the strength of the three Sacred Guilds team was able to increase. A friend saw a Korean server start attacking them, bragging that they were the best team. It seemed to Lara they thought China had collected all the trash, but truthfully she wondered where the hero and the others were. The system has detected the killing of Dark Moon Tiger King, level 18, being a boss for which there are many rewards. The boy marveled at the crazy weapon that did incredible critical damage. The guy attacked a lot of critters, who in their own way managed to give the best stuff to the hero. The young man failed to knock out a single blue item, only getting his leggings, a new piece of gear. The boy caught the hidden boss, which appeared to be the first hidden boss on the server. Lamar wondered how things were on the Korean server. The girl notices how the original one has been mopped up 5 times already. This boss was indeed hard to defeat, but they are by some parameters, very close to it. 3 minutes later, they finally got past the first boss. The guys commandeered 3 green items. The guys were quite galvanized by the victory over China and Japan. Lara notices the problem with the 3 green items. The 3 saints became even stronger after getting them. Her friend thought even forming such a team was already difficult. The players in their team were level 14. The boys wondered what the legends of their continent had undertaken. A friend remarked that they couldn't just talk and not act, as the holy guy said. Meanwhile, the boy fought hard against powerful monsters. The boy was able to knock out 2 blue items by checking their attributes. Lamar was able to whip out a level 15 Shadow Fury jacket with a blue rare. The young man marveled at the characteristics of such equipment, wanting to put it on as soon as possible. The guy should have found somewhere to get pants. The guy was still wearing his rookie pants. The young man didn't understand what the hell else had happened, suspecting another hidden boss that should have waited at least another 10 minutes. The other team was happy to have a lot of new knockout gear heading forward. The boy knew when they reached level 13, they would also be able to deal with the first boss and get equipment, starting the virtuoso cycle. Already 20 minutes later, the mighty monster wanted to fight the new players. However, only the protagonist was in front of him, who wanted to finish with this monster as well. The boy froze as if he had turned into an ice-cold mammoth from the Ice Age. The creature wanted to continue its frost technique attack against Lamar. The young man tried to pick his way out of this chilling, frozen nightmare. The guy turned out to have thick blood that could melt that kind of temperature. The guy decided to end with a new sword trick by fighting a giant frozen lion. The hero ended up with level 6 shards and 2 blue items, and was also able to snag another interesting reward, Dark Frost Mantle, level 15. The guy didn't understand why the pants still didn't fall out. There was a possibility the guy's time hadn't come yet, and the third hidden boss hadn't shown up yet. The boy wanted to try again, also gaining the title of Tiger Catcher, adding a 10% increase to all base attributes.
The system offered to record his achievements on the server leaderboard, but the hero declined.
The boy wanted to go outside for half an hour and kill the monsters outside. The young man did not expect to meet many people past his presence. Players couldn't believe meeting the hero in awesome gear, noticing that the guy had all of his gear in blue level. The boy didn't understand why he always hoped a group of people would recognize him. He should have been best off running away. Players assumed Anonymous was able to sweep the entire cave. Many believed the Koreans were too arrogant. However, Anonymous would punish them for it. The head asked that the banter be covered and the leaderboard be checked. The kid asked how much the 3 sacred caves were protected for. Turns out, in 46 minutes and 24 seconds, the time the last boss was defeated without realizing something happened. Looking through all the footage of the battle with the creatures, the Koreans were able to pass in 47 minutes and 44 seconds, beating many of the Chinese and Japanese before them. The head of this guild mocked them. Many have considered the data refinement a fixture. Unfortunately, many will not be able to figure it out any faster. The players didn't understand how they could be such ducks to call other nationalities such names. Many comments were negatively put down to Korea because of their treatment of other players, China and Japan. Showing such results, the girl and guy couldn't believe that an anonymous person could mop up in such a small amount of time. Many didn't believe the hero would be able to mop up her dungeon so quickly, assuming Photoshop. The young man asked everyone to wait for the official website that said that it was possible to re-enter the Tiger King's cave in 30 minutes. They should wait for the anonymous man to return and watch him kick the competition's ass. The girl suggested the girl to go to the cave of the Tiger King running on that place stream. The friend naturally agreed. The hero really didn't understand where so many people came from who admired the blue gear. Lara thanked the guy for he had helped the Chinese players take out their anger. The boy asked the girl to let him pass on. They generously gave the anonymous man a pass for further advances. The hero did not understand why so many people assumed some event. It did not matter to him, but it was best to hurry up and knock out the Greaves or it was no good to him. Many players were greatly worried as they watched Anonymous enter the dungeon, who were curious what the result would be this time. The young man asked the squad to cope, finishing the battle more hastily this time. Lamar handled the monsters as best he could, but there was a sense of increased speed to the hero's movement. The guy was happy about his new elevated level. Now he could kill even faster. The girl hoped Anonymous could clear the cave even faster. The friend had taken the bad news. She had news from the Korean side. The Holy Trio had borrowed equipment from the friendly guild Ding. Now they could try to outrun the Anonymous. Lara understood. They had bonus gear that was even faster than before, and that was a problem. However, they had faith in the Anonymous. Korea was able to set a record of 39 minutes and 3 seconds, asking if the dog's subtle could narrow down the true speed and strength. The players were able to break the 40-minute barrier. Their true strength was astounding, calling everyone else pieces of garbage, forcing them to train harder. The guy realized that Korea had borrowed equipment from other guilds, assuming Anonymous wouldn't be able to break the record. Meanwhile, the boy didn't particularly sweat it, confident that his pants would fall out of the level 3 boss. The young man wanted to deal with the tiger boss's rage as soon as possible. The boy was once again able to defeat a powerful level 19 monster, gaining many more attributes and rewards. The young man was finally able to get his hands on the blue-grade Greaves. Suddenly, the system announced that the hero had received a Black Iron Ghost Gold Sword level 15 purple gear. Once again, the system offered to announce the results in a table, but the guy was more interested in showing the attributes of the Greaves and Tiger Tears. The Night Greaves of level 15 blue rarity had amazing properties giving the effect of blue true flame. Also, the boy commandeered the Tiger's Tears, a purple quality, adding incredible characteristics to combat. The boy was able to get his hands on dual swords that each had their own attribute, were something similar but were still awesome. They noticed how 40 minutes had already passed. They realized that the Koreans looked like they were going to win, but Lara believed, wanting to see the guy with her own eyes. The girl was hoping for an anonymous victory. The system alerted that the hero managed to complete the test in 38 minutes and 44 seconds. Lara was incredibly happy to see how well Anonymous had done. Lamar was able to emerge from the dungeon with his new armament. The guy couldn't even think of meeting so many people. The players couldn't believe how cool the kid turned out to be, getting a new weapon. They couldn't believe to see the purple gear for the first time. They all asked with at least one eye to look at it. The kid agreed to show him, but asked everyone to step away from him. The hero made the weapon freeze in mid-air, showing all the characteristics of this weapon of destruction of all life. Players couldn't even imagine encountering such might. Plus, they were dual blades. The boy asked the boys to come back in half an hour. They were all happy to meet him again. Lamar thinks the cave is cool. Really, if cleaning it out wasn't for money, I was more interested in what else it was for then. The guys noticed how the Holy Trio had already cleared the cave in 36 minutes and 22 seconds. They hoped Anonymous could beat their record. They believed that with the purple weapon he would be able to. After a while, the boy really went on to farthing the things he needed. The guy's gun is very comfortable to use. The young man became more interested. He had more desire to watch the other boss. The boy did not understand whether the one greedy. This time he fell 23 pieces of green, 11 pieces of blue equipment, and 1 tiger tear, several materials, 280,000 experience. The hero thought to end for now on this. In the end, they were able to snag another record of 31 minutes and 52 seconds, but the 4 strongest guilds formed teams and 5 people that would beat them. Lara asked not to worry, for she believed Anonymous would be even faster next time. The girl couldn't believe how the anonymous man was able to get out in less than 10 minutes. They thought maybe the guy made a mistake and was killed by a monster, though it wasn't like the hero assumed that the monsters were weaker in the beginning. Lamar realized that he died because of his own stupidity, because he checked his equipment and inadvertently said to get out, and this race was valued as the completion of the mission. The most valuable monsters at the end were lost. The girl asked Anonymous not to blame himself, for he had done his best. True, the girl could not understand in the sense of completing the mission, for was it possible to complete it? The girl couldn't believe it, because supposedly a whole new record could be completed. The Chinese Society of Leaders mopped up in 9 minutes and 32 seconds. The players rejoiced at the incredible result, wanting to send the Koreans proof as soon as possible. The guys, being in full admiration, asked the Koreans if they could beat this record. The clan didn't understand how such a thing could even be accomplished, citing multiple boss matches or pre-beaten bosses. The gap was unbelievably great. The head asked the guy to shut down the official site, or they would be humiliated to death. The hero called himself incredibly stupid for making such a grave mistake, his tiger cried. The players didn't understand why the Anonymous was berating their accomplishment with such exquisite results. The guy went there 4 times on his own, getting level 17. He should have stayed and sold the gear. The system noticed when a player completed a challenge in less than 10 minutes, granting them double on numerator experience within 24 hours. The young man needed to sell the gear under the guild name, the white gear at the market price, and the rest of the green gear a little more expensive. The hero had to decide the price of the blue and purple gear. The items required level 15. None of the players would be able to know the real value if the kid sold now. The kid wanted to sell a little later during the double experience activation. Next received materials, blue rarity, blood of the shining tiger. The guy doesn't remember why it was needed. However, he noticed how the materials were all needed. The young man wanted to put up 300 coins each, which should be easy to buy. The guy literally in a second already had more than 1,000 on the balance. Realizing that they are very valuable, continued to exhibit. The boy contacted the phone after checking the message. To his surprise, there was 518,000 for sales on the balance. The guy still had 17 drops of the shining tiger's blood, and his head, he could make a lot of money, wanting to relax a bit. First, the guy returned to his mountain by fighting divine monsters. That way his level would rise more slowly. Guy loved the Tiger King's cave. Suddenly the boy received a phone call from a man Gene knew, who wanted to buy materials from the guy but asked him not to bother doubling the price. They were able to agree on the items and price. However, the boy was curious about something else. The hero persona was revealed, and someone offline saw his real identity, offered to help if needed to hide. The boy understood, making that much money at once is great, but he should have been more careful. The hero asked to help him and his sister hide for a while, and as a thank you, he might not pay double the price for materials. The guy notices how their national and overseas server ended up with gaps, and was even afraid that if the servers got depleted, people would tank them. Gene asked not to jump to conclusions, and look, right now they could only rely on Lamar. The boy the next day received a total of about 5 million, and it also turned out that all of his squad members were level 17, and the top 10 divine monsters already had level 10 as the maximum level. The head asked his squad if everyone was in their squad. Their goal was to prevent the Anonymous from earning double experience. The guy realized that the hero always trained in the Tiger King's cave. They should have waited at the entrance for a while. The head asked the interrupters to make sure to cast a soul spell on the guy, so that when controlling his squad, he wouldn't be able to ask for help or withdraw from the battle. The boy wanted to do everything for Korea to be able to defeat China in the future. They are bound to complete the mission and get rich if they can get the hero's gear. Players suggested keeping this Anonymous, who seemed strong, mopping up the dungeon alone, as well as many strong, talented beasts. The head asked not to worry. Players from other countries would help them by joining, and as for the dungeons with divine beasts, they would figure it all out later. The players were determined to put the main force forward against the only Chinese player, Anonymous. They wanted to try to kill him faster. Also, the leader asked to hide their IDs. The boys immediately wanted to go in search of the anonymous man. Meanwhile, the boy stayed up all night, wanting to defend one last time and go to rest. The boy notices the presence of people in the forest who were hiding and running from place to place. The character is so tired even to pass out did not want to, leaving the character in the dungeon, and himself went to take a nap. The guys had been waiting for the guy for about 40 minutes and hadn't heard a single rumble. The leader asked not to worry. Their attack strategy was good because the Chinese wouldn't be able to raise the level so fast. Lara notices a very strange phenomenon. They have found another group of players with hidden IDs attacking other players, not realizing how many times this has already happened. The girl was able to check the information on the official website, learning that it wasn't just their region that was happening like this. The entire China server was in danger, assuming that people came from other servers that were looking for them. The lady didn't expect a sudden attack from the back. The girl didn't realize how many foreign players they had. The head didn't expect all the countries to total 400,000 elites to attack China. They scoffed at the fools who hoped for one anonymous. The girl had no idea why Lamar hadn't answered her, and she didn't know where Anonymous had gone. Meanwhile, the hero got a good night's sleep and even got a little hungry. The boy suddenly notices an acquaintance sending him a lot of messages. Lamar realized that foreign players were killing all over the server to keep the Chinese from swinging, guarding the corpses, and mocking them on the official Chinese site. Suddenly, the guy gets another phone call in real life. The young man immediately asked who is the offender. It turned out Monica was stripped of all weapons, which all turned out to be blown up. When asked who did it, there was only the answer foreign players. The girl said that the guild leader had higher hopes for her and gave her good gear for the doubled experience and told her to swing. But all her gear got blown up, and she didn't know how to explain such a thing to the guild leader. The hero asked his sister not to cry. After all, that was just equipment. However, the girl will have to press these things. The boy understood everything and will help the girl. Monica thought the aliens were too pathetic who used skills to guard the corpses of players, so she wouldn't be able to revive in the city, reviving at the same point where she died previously. The young man asked her to tell him where her corpse was, for her brother would send his friend to rescue her. The hero was able to find out the coordinates of Monica's whereabouts and promised his sister that he would punish the freaks who made her cry. Meanwhile, the guys scoffed at the pathetic attempts to save the remaining players. They proceeded to destroy everyone in their path. A team of heroes determined to save the anonymous man at any cost. Many of the foreign players were good at battle skills and abilities, and they also turned out to have plenty of blue weapons. The girl asked to fight to the end. They had to take the pressure off the anonymous. The young man realized how much of a bloody situation he was able to catch with his power. The hero wanted to go and destroy the entire foreign division of freaks who dared to attack them. The players of China were happy to finally meet their anonymous. The head couldn't believe to finally meet this dumbass. The kid sent all the players to turn the guy into a pile of ashes, killing the one who made him wait for a whole 7 hours. All the players tried to attack the guy, but did minimal damage to the hero with virtually nothing. All the powers used on the guy were meaningless against the legendary Lamar. Many players had no idea what the hell was going on. The team was greatly amazed at how much of a badass player their leader really was. The head understood. The only difference between the Chinese and them was that the guy had divine beasts. They assumed it was the anonymous guy who took all the beasts. The boy thanked all those who came, because now he will return everything they lost in 100-fold. The boy asked to put up with the humiliation. Lamar applied the wind movement, then a host of other skills that made the enemy chicken shit from the damage dealt per second. Many players would disappear in an instant from the guy's powerful techniques. The young man killed anyone who got in his way, including harming people. The foreigners could not see anything because of the many effects. A friend asked not to worry because he was the vice president. However, the boy felt the blade right next to his face. The hero stated, what the guy said earlier was complete nonsense, not sextet to understand the difference in their powers. The right-hand players of the other country felt incredible suffering from large amounts of critical damage and poison. The boy didn't think about the feelings of his opponents during the battle, trying to overpower everyone in his path. The hero could overpower every enemy around his axis. All he had to do was want to kill. The players of China incredibly idolized Anonymous, who turned out to be an incredibly powerful ally, destroying entire alliances with a single power. After 30 minutes, the hero needed to leave for a minute, asking players to collect the dropped gear. The guys thought such a quantity they could hardly save. Enemy players had destroyed most of their gear. The guy wanted to use their gear as bait. They couldn't believe the Anonymous would create a trap. Their valley could be sure of his strength and trust. The hero thanked anyone who could help him with the trap in the future, deciding to go immediately to his sister. The girl hoped that her brother's friend wouldn't come, for she had a full complement of foreign players near her, being expats. The young man was able to come, instantly starting a sudden battle with all the representatives of the offenders. Monica couldn't believe it would turn out to be her brother's friend. She couldn't believe to meet such a strong player like him. The guy destroyed everyone at once and provided the girl with all the fallen items to her, which can surely cover the shards she lost and more. The girl couldn't believe the guy really turned out to be her brother's friend. Lamar agreed, asking that if thanks were to be given, it should only be to her brother. The young man notices that the entrance to the dungeon is practically cleared out. They were happy to meet the returning Anonymous. They were able to quickly gather all the weapons. The guy wanted to give the fish bait and be done with these foreigners. The hero wanted to put recently dislodged tiger tears. This kind of deception is too expensive to offend the guy himself. The girl asked to notify the overseas servers who had gathered hundreds of thousands of elites trying to kill them all. She wanted to make sure those had the courage to come to them. Laura called out the trash from the foreign server, stating that his gear was in Area 122 and offered to try and retrieve it if he wasn't scared, of course. They were able to verify that the main threat Anonymous was able to leave their blades behind, and they would be able to retrieve the gear. The girl made sure with the guys that the players from the foreign servers were coming back one by one. It was getting more interesting by the second. Lara asked the anonymous man to keep on keeping on, wielding such a powerful force. The boy asked his team to pick up their weapons and head forward. The girl asked him to be careful. The young man asked the foreign server jerks to be more humble in time for the battle. The players headed towards the guy who was just waiting for the moment to fight all the enemies. The kid applied the technique of a tiger coming down the mountain, dining together with the incense roar technique and the azure flame of true fire. The boys were greatly afraid of the might of the hero, who had truly mastered the divine beasts and was omnipotent. China's players assumed Anonymous was destroying enemies like he was out on his personal lawn with a lawnmower. Lamar suggested that they were the ones behind the attack on players during a dual experience event in China. The head didn't understand why Anonymous was so arrogant, who only relied on divine beasts, and if they had a divine beast, the hero wouldn't be so arrogant anymore. The boy now realized that the foreign players only thought he was strong because of the divine beasts, but he thought of leaving their thoughts behind. The young man asked how they players thought if it wasn't for the delay that was caused by the server-wide task, their level would be higher than the current one. The guys thought there wasn't much difference, and even if they messed up the server-wide double experience event, China was still among the losers. The hero understood it was just a game, and he did not plan to take it so seriously, but the man made him very angry. The guy should have taught the players a lesson, remembering it within 5 days opponents will pay compensation and apologize to all Chinese players. They thought Anonymous was completely crazy for them to still pay compensation and apologized, asked them not to even dream about it. The hero was willing to bet that the guys would come to apologize even in less than 5 days. The young man was able to tell everything before their demise. Lamar has discovered incredible abilities against lowlifes like West players who don't appreciate other people's hard work. The girl thought the Anonymous was still an idol, though Lena noticed because the foreigners made such a commotion, their plan to catch up with the foreign servers in terms of level had failed. The boy asked not to worry so much, for the boy still had a thought. Lamar was a little tired and wanted to go get one night's rest. The young man wanted to get a good night's sleep and then return with renewed vigor. Although the boy missed the opportunity to earn money in the Tiger King's dungeon, but paying attention to what was said would prove to be true, and those who dared to insult China would be dead. The entrance to the Lost Garden of Eden had to be not far from his locale. Lamar was sure the place was somewhere nearby, wanting to finally get the game started. The boy approached the Lost Garden of Eden, asking the idiots to finally behold the consequences of China's humiliation. A message has arrived from the system to all players that Anonymous has managed to locate the Lost Garden of Eden, providing all the information. Many players didn't realize what the other quest was that required a new server merge. They noticed the quest of a divine beast, which just happens to be one of them. One person will be able to hold off a maximum of 10,000 enemies, but the hero will fall back on the spot and see how the guys accomplish this task. The young man asked everyone to wait for the poisonous fog while the wild monsters spread throughout the server. The girls were looking for the entrance to this very lost Garden of Eden, which was difficult for an entire troop to find. Many players fought with different mutated monsters that showed mighty power of confrontation. The leader asked for a live stream to be launched so the Chinese could see them fight against the divine beasts. Lara couldn't believe that the Korean server was able to find the Lost Garden of Eden, assuming players would become even stronger with killing such creatures. The Koreans were confident as China's players were disappointed not to find a new pass. The hero was ahead of the players of the Korean server, For their understanding, he wanted to use a translator so they can go to the Lost Garden of Eden. They will first have to deal with the protagonist himself. They couldn't believe meeting the anonymous man again, recognizing him by his purple gear. Chinese players were happy that now their protagonist would be able to pile on the offenders. Many girls wanted to marry him. The head realized that the fog was reducing the guy's gear attributes, which was driving him into corrosion, and they were crowding the odds. The players immediately went to attack the guy, deeming enough combat power. However, the boy had previously turned out to be a monster werewolf, the mist only giving him buffs on destroying people. The guys thought that anonymous damage had increased, but they thought it was strange because usually during the fog, the damage was supposed to be lowered. Players didn't understand why the hero's damage was even worse than before, perceiving him as not human at all. The boy asked them to give up the battle because they would kill every last one of them. The team did not expect that their boss would be even cooler than the previous one, who fought alone against a whole army of 10,000 enemies. Monica thought the anonymous guy was too cool. Already after 1 hour, the young man was noticing how the fog was absorbing the duration of the gear too quickly. They thought Lamar was too strong, and he fought with his hands as well as unarmed. The guy introduced their great Korean boss, who had no idea where that kind of power came from. True Hero did not negotiate because time has not yet run out in destroying the Korean server. The leader interrogated if the boy knew who was in front of him in real life, but the hero didn't care, asking them to either leave or they would die. The main leader agreed then to just go farther away. The boy asked the dragon to wake him up if there was anything going on. The very next morning, the boy was pleased that they didn't even try to attack again. The boy figured the fog had spread to the main city already. Meanwhile, in the Korean server of the main city, the guys resigned themselves to the fact that the Korean server was all but done with, and they could only wonder. The players appeared before Anonymous, formally stating the representation of the Korean Guild Alliance. They apologized deeply for his abusers. The guys were incredibly happy to receive respect from the Korean servers, who would no longer dare to mock them. Many counted thanks to an anonymous person who single-handedly took down an entire Korean server. The hero warned the Alliance that if they didn't want to die, they had to leave his sight immediately. The head did not understand the anonymous, considering the one not a real winner. The guy laughed at such an expression, because earlier 7 nations had jointly attacked China, and after that, they thought it would all end. The leader thought the boy was breaking all the rules of the game, deeming it an outrageous act. The hero noticed that when they attacked China, they somehow didn't think about it, and even compared to them, Lamar's actions were rather merciful. The chairman asked the anonymous that he should have just left the Korean server, but the hero wanted to see further actions from the opponent of sincerity, so he again asked to get lost. The great man offered to stop and talk things over. The boy asked to team up with the other forces and see what they could do. The girl started the stream requested by the chairman of Japan. She wanted to decide altogether what to do with the guild who had tried to invade China before. The guys welcomed the players of the Chinese server, wanting to deeply apologize for the past incident, asking them to please forgive their cruel actions. The girl wondered why it was suddenly the Japanese server had changed. They thought Anonymous would come for the players very soon. The guy offered as an expression of apology. They would provide the players with the gear they had collected, hoping to at least somehow make up for the loss of the Chinese players. It turned out to be a compensation to their region, and also compensation will be given to other 300 regions. He strongly asked Miss Lara to help them to address the Anonymous. With a request to not prescribe any action against their Japanese server, the girl agreed to talk to the hero. Lara asked the audience if they had seen it. Now their Chinese server wasn't so easily offended. Many guilds from the other 5 countries tried to contact her, believing that they would no longer have to worry about the gear. She wanted to contact the Chinese server guild to distribute the gear equally. Such a thing could not last long, for their city was literally wrapped in fog. The leader was able to contact the chairman of the Chinese server guild, who spoke to an anonymous person who did not accept their apology. They apologized again before Mr. Anonymous, admitting their mistake, that they were wrong and wanted to sincerely apologize and compensate for the loss, asking to let them go. The hero interrogated whether they really realized their mistake. The guy couldn't let them go. After all, he had helped them discover the forest of poison mist, asking for 4 divine beasts in addition to the compensation that other countries had already provided. The guild leader suggested trying to give him double, maybe even triple compensation. Lamar wasn't going to accept any negotiation if the guys weren't a guy. They would never find the poison mist forest, so he asked him not to make him regret it. The Lord agreed to such terms from the hero. The boy suggested then to go and inform the Chinese server. Let the Iron Blood Guild, Red Legion Guild, Black Hawk Guild, Wild Wave send their people. Guild guys of all guilds were strongly favored to appear before the anonymous guy, calling him cool and idolizing him. The young man asked to walk with him. He wanted to take them inside so they could get the divine beasts. The guy asked the boss if they shouldn't have guarded the entrance. The boy asked not to do such a thing, wanting to see if the boys could keep their promise. The hero wanted to already depart with the players, while the Koreans asked to be careful. The boy rejoiced as the contagion was already gone. The leader asked to go inside and asked someone to provide compensation to China. Actually, the past 2 days for the hero, quite tiring, but the young man was finally able to recover. True, though, his right leg was almost healed, but the lazy one needed some more time, believing that it would heal after the boy upgraded his level. Lamar asked Monica to wait a little longer, and then soon he would be able to walk fully. At first, the hero wanted to check out the trading floor. Confident after compensating, the prices of gear dropped by 75%. Was not a bad result at all, however, will continue to make money after raising the level of Legion members. The youngster marveled at the new feature on swapping to the best kinds of declaring cool toy. The boy suggested the squad go to another hell tower, then go to the Tiger King's cave and sell gear. After 9 dungeon sweeps, the hero has spent 830,000 on materials and increased 1 level, but he will no longer be able to enter the Tiger King dungeon. The foreign server began to sell equipment. Shadow of the Storm and Mithril Swords, it's time for the guy to sell the equipment that he has been saving up for so long. Namely 42 Mithril Sword, 27 Storm Shadow Cloaks, 26 Dark Frost Cloaks, 24 Night Greaves. The sets were to be sold in complete sets, and another 25 Tiger Cry drops. The boy was already getting a headache, wanting to just auction it all off. Choosing on behalf of the Wild Wave Guild by sending out a mailing that the auction will be starting tonight at 8 o'clock. Many players were encouraged at the mere thought that Bro Anonymous would put up an auction, selling even Tiger Tears. The boy first of all thanked everyone present, who were all busy raising the level, asking not to waste time and start with Mithril Swords with a starting price of 20,000 with an increase from 1,000. Players immediately reached out to pick up such valuable items. The boy hadn't expected that Mithril Swords were so popular among the players. The young man noticed that 13 sets of Mithril Swords were sold for over 5,000, and next came 3 Storm Shadow Cloaks sold for 81,000. Further, when already Dark Frost, cloaks and greaves of which no one has seen so far, wanting to provide indicators of the attribute. This kind of equipment could greatly help the average player's development. Many players couldn't believe the exquisite attributes of an item like the Dark Frost Cloak. Many people immediately started betting big to get their hands on this assortment of gear. The young man asked the audience to be more attentive, because there were only 2 such cloaks in the set. The guy put the price at 100 grand. The boy asked, was it necessary to put that price? The really good gear hadn't even shown up yet. Lamar was able to sell a set of gear for 100,000 coins. The young man provided incredible compacts of greaves, cloaks from the dungeon of the Tiger King, which was quite comprehensive and very high quality. Hero wanted to start with a starting price of 100,000. The stakes were rising like crazy, thus leading smoothly to the Tears of the Tiger, which had incredible attributes that were great weapons for true pro players. Something like this really deserves to be purple gear, and the attributes and special effects were at an insane level of comprehension. Many players wanted to try to get their hands on such a weapon, but were afraid of not having enough money for such an expensive weapon. The boy started with a starting price of 150,000 coins. Then there were 60 drops of tiger's blood and 20 tiger's heads. The guy realized that today someone was going to be very lucky. Soon the boy was able to sell everything, wanting to see at the end how much the total net proceeds turned out to be. The young man was pleasantly surprised to get 14 million, realizing that he and Monica are no longer poor. The hero notices how his leg was already completely healed. Now the guy will be able to buy his sister a big villa and surprise her. Initially, when the guy first entered the game, he thought to earn 3,000 to 4,000 a month. Such a thing would be enough to improve his life and the life of his sister, but no one could think that he would earn more than 10 million. However, his silly girl still worked overtime, every lazy to help the guy, who probably could not imagine that her brother would buy her a villa. The girl presented the best house of their apartment complex, definitely the best. The old man agreed only with the most expensive ones. The worker didn't understand what the point of having great looks was. if she couldn't sell houses considered an exact layoff. The friend agreed because she heard that the manager wanted to sleep with the girl and she refused to sleep with him. A co-worker couldn't believe to meet another rip. The boy didn't understand what was going on in their corporation, but he was interested in the girl. The employee noticed another troublemaker that even she didn't bother to ask about. A friend asked her to let go of their fool who would try to give someone a discount anyway. The realtor greeted Lamar, immediately asking what kind of middle or upper class apartments the boy preferred, but the boy decided to look at the villas. The boy remembers the face of a classmate from middle school named Sayami, who is now a counselor. Sayami stated that their villa was fully decorated and ready for sale, asking to let the guy show it to her. The boy asked not to worry about it, asking to look at home right away. The girl agreed with the hero by asking if she could get in her car and escort the guy. But Lamar didn't have a car. They noticed that the guy didn't even have a car, and he wanted to buy a villa in the diamond complex. It looked suspicious if the deal did go through. The friend agreed. After all, their Sayami is a fool who drove people here and there. The girl warned that it was far enough to the villa area, and if the boy didn't mind, he could reach it on her electric scooter, to which the boy agreed. The hero wondered if Sayami really didn't recognize him, since he was her classmate from Lamar High School. The girl really heard that the guy was hurt. The young man realized that he was paralyzed, but now he was much better, asking for a better story about her. A classmate stated about a very long story. The young boy realized from what was said that the manager was intentionally making her life difficult. The girl agreed, and she couldn't stay on this robot for long. The boy asked not to worry about it. The hero contacted Jean, wanting to solve the untreated treatment of employees. The latter reminded about the card that he gave him. It could solve the issue. He could find him and then quit. Lamar thanked him, but he didn't do anything special and could even intervene on his own. Even with that kind of nature, the kid asked not to show off because he was confident in his words. The boy was able to settle the contract. However, he heard the manager wanted to fire his girlfriend Sayami. The lad noticed how Sir was not merely buying a house, but was meddling in affairs of another nature. The girl stated that this guy was definitely not for buying a house, who didn't even own a car, and his relationship with Sayami clearly appeared to be friendly. Now the manager realized that the boy turned out to be the girl's regular boyfriend who came initially to stand up for her. However, the hero did not understand and what the problem was. The manager saw quite a brave man in his expressions, though he felt sorry that the hero did not know whose territory this was. The girl asked to hammer on what was happening and leave, but the boy asked not to worry because he wanted to deal with it to the end. The young man wondered if the manager had seen anything like this before, but he did not expect a diamond card, having never seen anything like this before. The kid understood that this was a normal reaction in people of their level, asked to ask the executives, and then the guy would understand. The manager marveled that the boy could really fool him so easily. The employee apologized to his boss for the inconvenience, but decided to ask him if he had ever heard of the diamond card. The boss asked to hold an important client, and usually such a presence of him personally was a hint that such a card is definitely grand, not understanding what to do next. The guards couldn't understand who dared to make a mess in the diamond residential complex. The manager immediately ordered the security guard to get out. The manager asked if he had not called him earlier, but the manager replied that it was a verification call. The manager apologized because he was wrong and blind not to recognize such a loyal customer. Employee Verve saw the manager himself crying in front of someone with such a nasty attitude. The guy asked to wait nailed his boss, deciding to talk to him personally, and also memorized the words that a brat like the hero had no right to talk to him. The manager asked to omit the little things that shouldn't bother their boss. The boss wanted to ask the manager who the important person with the diamond card was, asking him to introduce him immediately. The hero informed the general manager about one not a big problem, which he hopes that the boss can solve, and his girlfriend. The person in charge asked for no more words, immediately stating that their company couldn't afford to have an employee like him, so they fired him. The boss also asked the female employee to also take her paycheck and flunk out there as well. The chief has appointed Sayami as manager now, then apologized profusely for the unpleasant experience of buying from their LCD, allowing the guy an additional 30% discount. 30% off the diamond card and another 30% off for moral compensation. The boy will be able to pay less than half the price and can save millions. The girl thanked the boy for the incredible feat. The boy asked not to overpraise him. However, the girl suddenly asked if the boy was playing the recently sensationalized game. The boy agreed, offering to meet there if they were meant to see each other. Now the boy had a large villa, on promise to his sister a few more days, and would live there. After reaching level 17, the young man could no longer kill the Tiger King. Before finding good points for leveling up, the hero had to swing a bit more in 1,000 towers. The young man did not expect to encounter a stone gate that could lead him to a new map. The sudden girl turned out to be an unhappy soul who asked for help. Kind players. The boy asked if she had any quests for him. The girl really wanted to give a couple, but they had to be performed alone. The system asked the hero to clear the resurrected spirits to complete a level 22 quest. The boy did not expect to encounter the ancient heart, but was very eager to get his hands on it. Lamar met the proper creatures, which turned out to be shrieking spirits, which they are all level 22. Also, the quest turned out to be elite, being quite difficult. The young man learns that the monsters turned out to be immune to all attacks. The boy tried some magic attacks that were able to do some damage to the flying ghosts. The hero didn't expect only magic damage. The young man only knew how to activate the special effect of the tiger's tears that turned physical attacks into magic attacks. The boy tried his best with his tiger blades. The boy was able to deal damage with a brute attack. However, the poison didn't work against monsters. The spirits couldn't believe how strong a player their opponent would turn out to be. The system congratulated the guy who killed the level 22 elite Sunday spirits. The guy got a lot of materials for such creatures. It was indeed difficult for the hero to attack the spirits alone. However, the thing he obtained was called Scorpion Lion Essence, with which the spirit beast could grow. The boy notices a tiger coming down the mountain and its roar takes too long to reload. 250 pieces. A quest like this will take a lot of time for the boy. But the young man, despite the difficulty and time, wanted to achieve his goal and finish what he had started. After 10 hours, the girl thanked the hero for his help. The boy thought it was great news because now he had an ancient heart, and the guy would finally be able to raise his attributes. The boy wanted to use the ancient heart, though the system warned that human skin could not withstand such energy, asking him to remove it. The young man wondered why the girl was scared of his true appearance. Although the ghost girl herself was, yet she was still scared. The werewolf asked to check the attributes gained by the new ancient heart. The character got a lot of increases to characteristics that would have amazed anyone at this point. The guy had reached level 18, gaining 1 level 5 shard. He was curious to see what other quests were available. The hero asked me not to cry so hard, better asking me to tell the guy about the next quest. The boy realized it was no use, wanting to turn back into a human, not realizing if the hero was so ugly that even ghosts cried at the sight of him. The young man asked to tell him again. The spirit changed her mind, asking him to help her kill 3,000 more resurrected spirits. The boy couldn't believe how many spirits. The boy could barely kill such creatures. However, the hero agreed to accept her quest, calling the girl ruthless. Lamar wanted to try to team up with the Tower bloodline. Then that one would have at least some magic damage. The boy activated a 4th level undead origin talent that reduced the physical armor of nearby enemies by 15%. The young man went forward to attack all the nearby monsters. The spirits were defeated by the talent of the hero, who managed to take advantage of the skeleton's magical heads. Now the boy could attack 6 at a time. Such a thing was much more effective against the unclean spirits, while the boy would mop up the monsters. I wanted to look at the progress of other players who were leveling up, and pretty fast. Some even had level 16. The guy was hoping to get some good gear off of them. After 3 days, the young man had level 19. Having volleyed a quick quest, he was only sorry that no gear had fallen out, but wanted to go on out of the gate trying to discover more quests. Lamar notices some oddities in a distant valley, suggesting the presence of a bunch of monsters. A large number of creatures were found at some ritual, holding some sort of event amongst themselves. A multitude of creatures obediently remained in the same square, waiting for something. Powerful spirits wandered around the perimeter of the area plotting something with the monsters. They were all greeting someone, judging by their behavior. This someone turned out to be the vanguard leader of the vanguard of the level 27 Sebans resurrected spirits. The hero did not expect to encounter such a dangerous creature. The boy hoped he wouldn't be forced to fight the bulky guy after all. The monsters asked the great god of the undead to accept their sacrifice for his existence. Sebans activated a powerful terrain artifact, gaining a large amount of power. All the creatures disappeared little by little, infusing the mighty lord with energy. The guy didn't expect monsters to sacrifice each other for the boss. The guy wouldn't be able to defeat him, mulling over continuing to look for other quests for now. Once back, the girl thanked the noble knight again for his help. The boy understood with these ancient fragments, he would be able to enhance 2 more of his talents, choosing critical strike defensively and combining the tiger demon attack. The system congratulated the talent upgrades of werewolf origin, an inferior tiger demon origin. The young man was glad that the triple critical hit and triple combo was incredible. Now he should have taken the quest soon to earn the ancient fragments. Lamar wondered if the girl needed to accomplish any more tasks by providing help. The spirit noticed how the patron was able to do so much for her already, and she didn't want to stress him with her problems. But if he so requested, she offered a dangerous quest. The boy agreed to take on this danger. The girl wanted to ask to watch her tongue. The system detected the quest mana theft, the task of which was to steal 500,000 units of mana generated from absorbed souls. Simply put, the hero will steal mana and then get another 100,000 mana, which is enough to grow a divine beast, in which case the guy will fight Sanabi sooner or later. True Sanabis hadn't shown up yet. The guy wondered how he was going to steal mana, assuming to head out to get closer somehow. The young man thought so. There was already a loophole in the quest, probably so that players could collect mana. Lamar wanted to stay where he was by meditating and improving himself, gaining many units of pure mana. The hero did not expect how effective and fast the message would turn out to be. True Undead Lord wouldn't approve of the behavior of a player who couldn't let a guy finish a mana belief. The young man decided to recite a powerful human prayer, trying his best to make this guy not see him in time to collect mana. The boy decided to take a drastic action by activating the ancient abode of the Undead Lord. The creature did not expect such an act from an ordinary player, not understanding why the effect was stronger than he'd intended. Allowing perhaps a moment, there was someone else in the way besides him. The kid tried to retreat immediately before the monster discovered him. The hero became curious to ask the spirit if there were any other quests wanting more trials. The girl hadn't expected her benefactor to turn out to be such a good man, now offering to help her kill Sanabis. The boy thought at first that the spirit should have found someone else to do the quest. The girl asked her benefactor not to be afraid, because once the boy stole mana, the boss would only have 1/10 of his power left. In fact, to a guy like that, it sounded like he had some chance by agreeing to fight. Spirit stated, once Sanabis is killed, the gates of the dead will open, and this will already affect an important step in finding the gates of Ragnarok. Ragnarok was a dungeon that the boy would have to go through as part of his main mission. The system detected a special trial, Divine Blood and Demon Seed. The guy had to collect 4 absolute wild beasts, which had been disemboweled. The young man agreed to take on this quest. The girl was quite impressed with the player's determination, asking him not to live because she would help him. The system asked the hero to weaken the main lord of Sanabis, consequently at the perfect moment to finish him off. The young man was also to be rewarded with a purple ghost pet. Lamar didn't understand why there were no bosses or monsters, also almost forgetting to ask what skills the spirit had. He brightened for thinking through battle tactics. However, the girl ducked down the slope, though the boy asked her not to act on her own. The young man thought to follow the spirit and eventually see the tactics as the battle progressed. The boy, along with the girl, found a core in the center of the formation that activated something. However, the girl asked not to touch it. Lamar wondered why, but she asked if the boy knew about the 3 divine cores, to which of course the boy first heard of there, knowing only about the dragon core. It turned out the 3 divine cores, there was the energy core, the purple core, and the world avoidance core, all possessed immense power. They were able to find a fake core, although much weaker than the real one, but as soon as they touched it, they later ended up dead. The girl's family was swallowed up by this separate energy core, but the boy noticed that the girl wouldn't be able to remove it, so he offered to deal with the Sanabis first. Meanwhile, the ancient lord was recklessly unconscious. The boy offered the spirit to repel the creature's attacks while the boy tried to attack. Though she wouldn't be able to withstand any of his attacks, sweeping the hero would also fail. The boss had 10,000 mana from a hit. The young man didn't understand the logic. Why would they fight him then? Earlier, the girl had told the hero that he was now very weak, and this, she said, was the one who turned out to be very weak. The girl paid attention to the benefactor, because when she spoke of weakness earlier, she was referring to his attack speed and spell application speed. She asked the guy to avoid attacking from afar too. The hero realized, as it were, the guy should have risked all the money, asking immediately as the spirit intends, he'd help him in time for the battle. The girl wanted to help her benefactor when he needed it, the young man agreed, asking not to leave him to his fate. The boy attacked the main wickedness lord, dealing quite a bit of damage for a player, but not as much as a boss like him. The young man realized that the lord might be big, but his HP was clearly not much, 30,000 XP at most. considering that the boy had just managed to remove a quarter of it by attacking him. True, the Lord did not like any player to dare disturb his long sleep. The monster was preparing to attack the hero, who had attacked the great boss lord of all dead creatures, in vain. The girl asked Lamar to be more careful, for the creature was trying to attack back in what could be an attack of an arc energy shockwave, reaching about 13 meters in length. The boy thought it was great information. Something like this was a Yahello class combat technique. The boy would even be able to buy the instruction manual and study it later. The guy wanted to buy a scroll with a brief description of a Yahello ranked martial art later. Great boss tried to use this technique against the player attacking him. The boy was cocky because even if the monster begged him for mercy, he wouldn't split in two even if the monster struck him with his sword. The spirit warned the benefactor that now was the right time to turn around and make a surprise attack. The kid naturally turned out to be a girl, being able to do a lot of damage to the boss. The girl now asked the benefactor to step back, for the Lord would attack the lad. The hero couldn't believe that the great lord of the undead only knew how to swing a sword. The powerful boss wasn't deaf, and every word the player said made him very angry. The boy asked the spirit, quicker to tell him what kind of skillet it was. The girl noticed the magic skillet covering the entire battlefield, suggesting that she run faster towards the exit. Lamar had not expected to meet such a powerful attack in a sudden manner. The young man wondered what rank such a skillet was, to which the girl assumed no less mystical. The hero badly wanted the exact same one. However, the spirit asked the benefactor to get distracted and faster, go back and attack the boss. The boy understood this mission, not meant for humans at all. After a full 8 minutes of such a battle, the hero didn't realize what the hell was going on. The guy's stamina wasn't enough to dodge. The girl asked the benefactor to promise her that he would avenge her and her family. The spirit transferred powerful mana to the guy, who absorbed the power not on purpose, starting to regenerate stamina incredibly fast. The dome in which the protagonist was enclosed, the boss immediately destroyed it. The young man wanted to strike the final blow, the roar of the tiger wanting to blast the Lord. The boy activated the incredible might of his talents against the boss. Naturally, after this, the mighty Lord was defeated by the great protagonist. The system congratulated the guy who was able to kill a level 27 Sanabis. The kid got 230,000 health and 10 pure mana. Lamar also got the same scroll of mystic rank technique, spirit sword, and summoning Reign of Justice. But if the spirit died, he didn't understand who to ask the quest to. The girl thanked the benefactor who had managed to avenge her. She was now transformed into a spiritual body, and if the benefactor was okay with it, she would now be able to accompany the hero. The kid agreed with her. The system congratulated the guy who got a purple class pet ghost named Sayari. The boy realized since she was purple class, she must have been strong, wanting to check her attributes. The pet truth had an incredible number of skills that could emphasize her usefulness. The guy noticed the main attributes, immunity to all physical attacks and invisibility, and she could inhabit a body and increase her movement speed or use a zone boost. The hero was curious to ask what he would need the key to the gates of the dead for. The spirit informed the master that he would be able to open the level 50 gate of the elite dungeon of the dead nearby. Lamar didn't expect a whole level 50, asking what about the source of the dungeon and what they were for. It turned out to be the most important function of the dungeon source, getting storage of the association of various beings. For example, when someone died in the dungeon, some part of their essence was preserved and stored in the dungeon and then merged into other beings. The hero couldn't believe it, so it turned out the essence could be stored in the inventory. The guy didn't understand what the hell was going on. His dropped essence had deteriorated, and now its stats from 3,500 had dropped to 3,200. The guy should have hurried and created a dungeon. But first, the guy had to return to Acorn Peak and feed his divine beasts. He had 12 spirit gathering pills, 10 first-grade spirit gathering pills, 8 spirit source fragments, 5 dungeon springs, and 1 more key to the gate of the dead. 1 low-level iron class technique, sweep of the giant tower, and another low-level mystic class technique, sword of 2 and summoning rain. Also, the hero got level 19 and a lot of earnings, so he didn't need to use all these items as soon as possible. And finally, the guy would have a proper magic attack after the low-level technique of the giant tower sweep class. Lamar's team, meanwhile, was practicing against other great guilds. The girl dodged and tried to counterattack her opponent. The guy thought the girl was incredibly powerful as vice president. The girlfriend had also picked up on this, but there was still a difference between their levels. And Brother Caesar hadn't used his power to its fullest yet. However, the boy still noticed how their sister Lara practiced her moves and assumed she knew how to move during a fight, giving her movement strength. Caesar praised the chairman, but he was sorry to admit that he no longer wanted to play with her. The young man purposefully attacked the girl who didn't expect such an attack. The kid put one of his famous talents into action. The boy asked for forgiveness, but recognized the girl as worthless in PvP, though the witch also revealed that the Wild Waves had not lived up to their reputation at all. The girl stated that such a duel concerned only the two of them, not understanding why the man had brought up Wild Waves. The player was the leader of the Brotherhood, and she was also the leader of the Wild Waves. If the boy made a mistake, he asked him to correct it. Lena asked from now on she wanted to leave Wild Waves. After all, he had defeated him in this battle. Only such a thing did not mean that the Brotherhood had defeated Wild Waves. The guys asked Sis to calm down, for no one but her had ever sacrificed so much for this guild. The guy-to-girl left the guild of his own free will, and the rest of the guild called the Wild Wave team worthless goons and simpletons. The girl didn't want the Wild Waves to be insulted so often, wanting to sadly say goodbye to the guys. The hero wondered if he'd let the girl leave without his knowledge. The players didn't expect to meet an anonymous person who suddenly showed up at their door. The leader was curious if his labor chairwoman had already been run over. Lara didn't expect the leader to finally be able to return to them. She apologized for embarrassing the guild. The boy asked not to apologize, for the only one to blame was the hero himself, asking to leave the rest to him. The head of the other guild, they admitted today either the Brotherhood Guild will defeat Wild Waves or they will leave the server. Many of the guys couldn't believe what was said. They wondered if Anonymous could win with that gear. The guy asked the hero not to think badly of him. What if the situation hadn't changed in these 10 days? Asking to let the guy show that he was the first person to ascend to the 8th floor of the Immortal Tower, and their guild was by far the best. It seemed to the young man a great opportunity to gather outside the city, and then they would decide everything with a duel, if he was not afraid, of course. The player rather doubted that the hero would be able to keep his promise in battle. The guys wanted to see this awesome duel between the strongest leader so far and an anonymous guy. The two parties gathered against each other, marveling at the upcoming fight. The guy thought that the Wild Wave side didn't look very good, rather unorganized, while the Brotherhood Guild side looked more organized. The other also picked up on it, as if the Wild Waves didn't have enough manpower, but could have decided the outcome with better equipment. The player appealed to the Wild Waves, giving the Wild Waves the first move on their part. If they lose, they will be forced to leave the zone. The girl wanted to gather all the guys, asking them to line up straight and listen to her without scattering. True, the hero had no idea what the hell was going on both sides. The boy suspected a group fight. The boy asked the leader not to worry, for they wanted to put their best foot forward. Guy asked that the group fight be set aside, as his one would be enough. Anonymous wanted to clear something up this afternoon, asking first of all that his people not be touched. The leader was pissed off that this hero was constantly looking down on the players, wanting the whole team to destroy this cocky guy. The guy asked to press forward, as they also had a 200-man advantage over their opponents. The young man could kill 1,000 dead souls with just one swing of his sword, and the player really thinks he has magic armor higher than the spirits. The young man summoned the tiger's incredible power, aiming it directly at the other players. To the guys, it seemed to the Anonymous had become much more cocky, who wanted to fight everyone face to face. They found it impossible to do such a thing. The girls were discussing how to lead during the battle. They thought the leader was too arrogant, using the tactic of one against all. The leader asked the anonymous man if he really dared to fight face to face, deciding to warn him that he would tear him to pieces and avenge his past shame. The boy asked for forgiveness, but from an idiot like the leader of the Brotherhood, he was not worthy of such a thing. Lamar used a powerful technique he had mastered after defeating the Great Lord of Death. Many people had no idea what kind of technique the great hero, who was filled with a large amount of power, was trying to use. The kid applied a long-awaited attack on the area, snagging many enemies in an instant. The leader didn't understand what kind of magic attack techniques the anonymous man shouted at the top of his voice, inflicting a single swing of his sword to knock thousands of people off their feet. This kind of spell was an incredible level that could hit every player. Turning around, the guy couldn't understand how it was possible that most of his men were dead. The boy realized that he must have miscalculated his strength, for the anonymous man was not disappearing at all, but rather was in a stronger world. Before long, the guild leader of the Brotherhood Guild simply fell to the ground. The girl did not expect that from 10 swings of the sword, everyone was dead. Her friend also did not understand how this was possible, They didn't realize how Anonymous had wiped out an entire horde of players with a swing of his sword. Assuming at that speed of swordsmanship, the guys wouldn't have time to recover even after a while. The hero sliced through the air with his mighty blade power, shattering all laws of common sense among the common players. Lamar found it odd not to detect cheers, shouts, or at least applause in the end. However, the players couldn't even move without realizing if the Anonymous was definitely a human. The team didn't expect that their guild leader would turn out to be such a powerful man. They assumed now no one would dare to offend their guild. The kid realized that no one would applaud, wanting to get straight to the point, walking to the Twin Towers. Players heard where Anonymous was headed. They were curious to see how the hero would cope there. The guys wanted to hurry. If they were late, they would miss the most interesting show. The boy cleaned up with his new ability, a lot of monsters. Lamar wanted to mop up more levels this time so he wouldn't have to return to the city as often. People couldn't believe, shouldn't each floor of the tower, killing even immortals, take at least 3 minutes? But he managed to overcome the floors in an extra 10 seconds. They couldn't believe how strong the guy was, destroying all the monsters. Lara realized that everyone had seen the Anonymous mopping up the monsters to overcome the tower, who took only 13 seconds to get to the 5th floor. They wanted to place bets that the hero would get from the 10th to the 15th floor. The guys thought the 15th floor was too difficult, as the difficulty increased with each floor, and Brother Caesar was able to get up to the 8th floor at most. They put the maximum up to the 12th floor. Lara wanted to put 2,000 on the 15th floor. She felt bad that she couldn't put it on a higher floor. To her friend, the guild leader seemed like an incredibly strong man. Meanwhile, on the 12th floor, Anonymous finally failed to instantly mop up all the monsters. The guys could not tear up that the hero took the 12th floor, only took 3 minutes. Many could imagine the limit, but some put on the 13th floor. After a little more time, Anonymous was able to reach the 15th floor. Other servers said about using cheats. Lara thought it wasn't about the chits, and generally believed the hero would manage to climb even higher. They wondered how Brother Anonymous reached the 16th floor, and it was no wonder why in time battle everyone lost to him. It seemed to her friend that even if they lost, they had to rejoice because of him and see who now dared to outrun their guild. The guys couldn't believe that the guy was really going to go up to the 17th floor, being puzzled as to what level the Anonymous guy was really at. The boy continued to climb higher and higher with each creature he killed along the way. The guy was able to reach the 20th floor by now. However, the hero was still too weak. The monsters on the 20th floor were already palpably too strong, and the boy was unable to overpower them. Many players didn't realize if a person was really capable of such a thing. They wanted to find a wall and smack themselves good to wake up from such a thing. The hero wanted to continue mopping up the immortal pagoda. Soul source fragments turned out to be the only way to improve the soul source in a certain area. The guy should have reached the 7th floor of the immortal pagoda. That was enough, who would need a lot of time to catch up. Many players were frustrated by the knowledge that they could only envy such results. Anonymous in the guild Wild Waves was not really strong. Lara thanked the guild leader for everything. The boy asked for no thanks. After all, that bad leader for the guild thought that the guild belonged to the team. He wanted to take only the soul source fragments in the meantime and would give away the rest. The girl still didn't understand how this was even possible. The hero said if it's fine, then it's fine, asking and also let him tell her that after level 25, the role of magic will increase, so let the girl pay more attention to perfecting magic. Anonymous wanted to leave, having sent a friend request before doing so, asking the girl to add him please, because if Caesar's people or anyone else was bullying them, let the guy know. The girl understood that the guild leader cared about Wild Waves. Guys noticed if an Anonymous knew that after level 25 the role of magic will increase, it meant that he had already reached above level 25. Such a thing scared the players a lot. Right now, everyone was mopping up an underground mine where they could get 3 level 20 blue items. The hero's level was too high, so no use to him wanting to try and find the secret boss. Opposite the underground mine, many players wanted to go for rewards. Some people were looking for 2-star Lekarevs, wanting to distribute gear based on profession. Some people were looking for a DSS, preferably versed in explosives. Players also hiccuped an experienced spirit tamer or puppeteer who can tank a monster. The boy wanted to go quietly and see if there were hidden dungeons in the area. Lamar fought against a lot of creatures that didn't interfere much with the player's progression. It was even possible for a hero to discover a great monster, a level 23 boss that wasn't worth the time spent. Previously, the boy had hoped to find a secret dungeon. The system detected how the guy's guild cleared a level 20 cave with a boss in 2 minutes and 18 seconds. The guy was able to evoke something new from simple life forms. The boy didn't expect that he could really find a secret dungeon, wanting to continue the sweep. 5 minutes later, the young man was able to find the very thing. The hero came across a rather strong opponent, which turned out to be the Zombie King of the Abyss level 30 hidden diamond rank boss. The guy didn't expect to encounter such an ugly monster that had a high level and was a full 2 levels higher than the hero. The young man suffered a small defeat due to his somewhat low level against such a bulky man. The system activated many talents that were able to heal the guy quickly and give him a slight advantage in battle. The boy didn't expect to meet such a strong opponent, which indeed turned out to be a level 30 diamond boss that took off a quarter of hero health with just one hit. Lamar asked the creature not to think the man was really afraid of him, but only pretending. Anonymous kept attacking the creature, which only has over 7,000 damage, as well as having solid armor and at least 60,000 health. After a while, the guy found a very brutal and dynamic opponent who could even control the fight. Not sure how many other teams manage that. So also, the monster had the ability to hide under the bark of the earth. The boy could have died in this dungeon at this rate. Temporarily, Underground Mine's national server was suspended because at the moment was recruiting a team that will be able to challenge the zombies from the abyss. The guys couldn't believe what kind of creature was lodged deep in the dungeon. They didn't understand what kind of person could fight such a creature. The system warned players that they would be teleported outside the dungeon within 5 seconds. Players couldn't believe where such a powerful monster came from. It seemed to Monica their team with no support had worked so hard to finally become a better guild. But with this pause, their progress came to a halt once again. The friend understood if Monica's level increased too quickly, there was only one person who could attack the boss at the moment, and that was Anonymous. Sis heard of him, but never seen him without his mask, and this time wanted to find out who he was outwardly. The young man was suddenly able to appear, as he had previously been able to escape due to the spirit making him previously invisible. The boy once again jumped away from the horrible destruction. The hero cursed this monster. Because the creature was hiding underground, the monster could not be attacked. The boy notices how the boss has once again emerged from the underground, looking for the player. Lamar was now in invisibility, making it impossible for the Zombie King to find the guy. As long as Anonymous was in invisibility, the monster wouldn't be able to attack him. Such a thing turned out to be a great opportunity for the boy. This time the young man won't let the creature crash into him. The hero, compulsively being invisible, attacked the annoying monster. After an hour and a half, the kid gets a lot of attributes and rewards for killing such a dangerous level 30 boss. Lamar was surprised at how many useful items he could find. He would check the dungeon replenishment order first. Now the boy might not need possum bosses. The boy asked the system to show him the attributes of the level 30 purple gear, Zombie King mask. It turned out that the hero meridians were blocked by this equipment. The mask had 3-digit attributes, the remaining item a key that unlocked the second level of the dungeon. Level 25 was too low. Anonymous wanted to open it first, then test it. He should go back and refine his dungeon. The system has announced to players that the level 20 underground mine has been destroyed, and now the level 25 underground mine has been officially opened. The guys couldn't believe how anonymous the dungeon just went. Something like that impressed the players a lot. Monica struggled for so long. However, Anonymous was easily able to mop up, who also destroyed the secret boss. Her sister only had a guess as to what attributes the one had. The guys all seemed to want to know such things, but asked not to worry because he would soon show up. As previously thought the hero, a whole crowd of people gathered to see him, but the guy was lucky to be able to make himself invisible. Lamar couldn't believe meeting Monica, not expecting to meet the silly girl in a place like this. The hero notices quite excellent equipment, a golden sword, 2 items from the rabbit tiger, a dungeon form that was even the captain. Really didn't know how high her level was. The guy hit her lightly and looked at her health, and then the hero will roughly understand her level. Truthfully, the boy didn't expect how much damage it would do. The guy should have stopped somehow. The young man asked the silly girl to stop moving. If she continued, then the damage would increase by 10%. The girl didn't realize who had hit her so hard. Lamar was panicking a lot as he had just accidentally killed his little sister. The girl couldn't understand why her friend had died so suddenly, not realizing who had done her in such a way. The hero was glad that fortunately the equipment was not lost, but he should not tell his sister about the incident. Lamar really regretted what he had done, wanting to leave immediately. After a while, the young man was able to walk off into the distance of the mountain. The guy should have built a dungeon at Acorn Peak. Had to build most of the descent down the mountain would be blocked, making it easier to defend and harder to attack. The young man thought to head out first to see what this dungeon even looked like.
No monsters were found during the walkthrough. The hero realized that he had a lot of work ahead of him, wanting to look at the attributes of the dungeon.
The kid found a lonely level 2 dungeon that required a level 2 legion to improve. The hero had a enter for yuan mode 100,000 people a day. Each would pay 1 yuan, own a dungeon, was a good way to make money. Anonymous was greatly surprised when he really found 1 yuan, but copper coins would also come in handy, so he used mixed mode. At level 20, the guy manages to charge 3 yuan for each entry, per day earning 90,000 very profitable business. Now monsters wanted to take the leopard, the reward for which is 2.2 times higher. The boss will be a zombie from the abyss, and level down to 20th from the boss could drop up to 6 items by selecting what you cannot get outside the dungeon. The hero was able to finally do the deed, asking the brothers open the dungeon and waited for the first petitioners. Now the hero himself pump up to level 30. Already 10 minutes later, the guys were surprised by a new dungeon that hadn't been there before. The guys didn't expect to see Lamar's dungeon, not realizing if players could create a dungeon. Many players considered the hero to be a true mystery god of war. When the area traded, he was known to everyone. The boy started the stream, wanting to introduce Lamar's new dungeon. Interesting, the guys were narrowing down the rewards. The guys killed a lot of cheetahs with 2 bones falling off each and a host of other things. Players were surprised at how easy it was to kill monsters while gaining a lot of experience. The stream continued on behalf of all the players, who strongly attracted a lot of people with their experiments. Many players were able to get blue gear and yellow skills. Players asked their congeners to try dungeon play. The guy was able to earn over 90,000 experience. The young man noted this wonderful dungeon, for which you could obtain a dungeon bone with a cost of 300 copper. Suddenly, all the players started to leave the streamer and started running to the coordinates to check out the awesome place for themselves. People thought there was a passage somewhere nearby. They all asked people trying to search everything. The girl to warn if she was tricked by someone she could kill the creep. The players were trying to get the whole crowd into the dungeon. The young man was meanwhile able to recruit almost 50,000 people, on which the young man made a large amount of money. The boy understood if the guys wanted to open a second-level region, they would need to make a lot of reputation points on the trading floor, thus transiting to a higher-level map. The guy came to an abandoned building. A lone old man was sweeping up the dirty garbage. Meanwhile, as a boy quietly walked toward him, the old man was surprised that the young man was the first to come to him, asking to be seated. The young man saluted back, not realizing if there could be NPCs that gave out quests. The stranger offered to gather 2 divine beasts. Such a thing was very rare, however, there were 4 beasts in total. Lamar didn't see where he could get the other 4. The old man was curious. Hadn't the boy previously gotten 2 keys that were related to the remaining 2 species? The hero thought about the key he had to the undead gate and the second tier of the underground mine, asking about it. The NPC didn't want to go into details so the guy wouldn't miss out on the fun of exploring. The one was going to leave quite soon, asked the young man to help take care of Dahun. The boy had assumed it as a task and was realizing that to tame him would be to append a divine beast. The old man wondered if Dahun was actually an ordinary dog. The hero agreed to help the old man, who in turn thanked the guy. The system congratulated the guy for completing the Immortal Destiny task, commandeering an ancient fragment and an ancient heart. The old man turned out to be a spirit who had to fly away, having conceived the idea of meeting the hero, who had not expected to meet an immortal. The lad felt sorry that the old man had gone away so quickly. After drinking the tea, the boy did not expect the unexpected effect of 50 units, although it was 68 units before him. True, the young man felt sorry for himself when the drink ran out for quite a while. Lamar understood with the help of the ancient fragment and ancient heart, he would be able to improve the bloodline and talent by gaining 1,000 physical damage, 500 armor, and 22,000 experience points. The guy wanted to get a better look at what was special about Du Huan, who turned out to be 202 years old and was still young. The boy asked the dog if he knew where another divine beast was, to which the dog replied that it was in the main city. The young man reflected that in the main city, no monster dared to approach him. There was a chance a divine beast would turn out to be the guardian of the main city. The guy should have figured out how to win. Creating a mission about demons was too difficult. The guy didn't want to think about it yet, deciding to look at the level 30 map. The manager stated that for the competition within the guild, They finally decided to use one of their non-participant members to form a team. Many people have suggested that we attract new people by running new ads. The man agreed with the officials, who guessed right, because it was about expanding influence and attracting new people. This time, the competition was held in the martial arts arena called 72 Pillars of Heavenly Flame. The pillars dealt more than 10,000 damage, and there was only 1 second to dodge the blow. Also, 20 gold coins were spent on the arena square. The employee understood, since they would actively promote the contest, Miss Lara would be able to conduct a live broadcast. If someone else found one qualified contestant, they could get a reward of 500 yen. A friend thought Monica's brother was playing the game and suggested she invite him over. Sister Lamara agreed to ask him, really didn't think his level would be too high. The girl thinks 500 when on the road didn't fit, so Monica agreed. Meanwhile, the guy couldn't make up his mind which way to go after the divine beast. The boy notices an ancient battlefield with which were associated with an ancient heart. So the boy first wanted to head in that direction, through the thick of the poisonous fog. Lamaru wondered if this was also a place located in the blood pond area of the life exiles. Suddenly the boy was disturbed by his sister, wondering what she wanted. The sister asked if the boy was playing the game 9 Heavens. The boy agreed, but lied, saying he wasn't really serious about playing. The girl was greatly relieved to hear such a thing, for she wanted to ask the guy for help.
She said that tomorrow afternoon their guild would be holding a competition in the form of 2-on-2 fights in the main city. The team was supposed to be one person from the guild and one not, so she wanted them to be one team.
The young man agreed great if the girl herself covered, stated that this ordeal was entirely up to her. The guy needs to go to the main city to get the divine beast anyway, and now he'll surprise his sister. But he was bothered by those words written on the pedestal. The dog told the boy that he would go first, for she was a rather dangerous place. The dog, though young for his age, had been to various places before, though the hero could not believe in what place this young man, who was over 200 years old, was. Lamar mostly wanted to see what monsters could pose a threat to him too. Victim enemies and bloody skeletons appeared in front of the guy, monsters that did look like humans. The young man didn't understand what was going on, not understanding why he was losing health so quickly. The hero didn't expect that these guys could poison blood. They also put this effect on the guy. His health dropped 10% in a second. It seemed as if he wouldn't come out to the ancient heart after the battle. The young man soon discovered the level 33 blood macaques. Finding himself a new monster, the boy didn't even know what talents they had. The guy didn't expect to encounter the teleportation talent, finding it an incredibly useful skill. The boy wanted one just like it, so he attacked all the creatures in the vicinity, killing one by one. The hero was able to obtain a new item, Macaca's Belt, green level, 24 item. Powerful, very excellent equipment could fall out of the monster. After a whole one day, the guy finally managed to reach level 30. Now he will be able to wear the purple mask that fell out after killing the King of the Abyss. The macaque's pedigree and speed of advancement were upgraded to level 4, 20 meters in 0.5 seconds. If the boy pumps attributes by 30%, will be able to compete with Monica. After a while, many players emphasized the awesome mask by asking to show their characteristics. The young man stated that he purchased it from a store, which was just an ordinary piece of jewelry. Also, the boy couldn't just show people a level 30 purple gear, who would be greatly surprised. The boy greeted his sister, who was surprised by the presence of the anonymous man. The young man couldn't understand if the girl didn't recognize her own brother. True, the girl wondered where her brother had gotten such an ugly mask, although he could probably have bought it in a store. Gear, which were not bad, but the price range is considerably large. The boy thought this outfit was very cool. The girl really didn't understand why, since the mask wasn't pretty and the one was hiding his identity. Although the guy boasted already great looks, the girl asked him not to brag too much because, in the future, asked him not to spend money on nonsense. Copper coins were very valuable in their case. The guy understood this kind of thing perfectly well, but there were a lot of people near him, and the guy didn't feel comfortable. Meanwhile, spectators marveled at the fight below. The girl didn't know much about light pillars, but their 72 pillars of heavenly flame, whose damage was equal to 10,000 per second, could handle unconventionally, so she asked her brother to be careful. The young man asked not to worry about him as the contest was about to begin. Lara greeted the crowd, announcing the start of the Luntan Guild competition, being the first group against the Luntan Bai invited into the arena. After a short time report, the girl announces the start of the fight. The guy wished his friend good luck, but the sister was surprised, assuming that he was a friend for his brother. The hero agreed, because they are with him about the same level. If the guy wins, we'll be able to join the main team. Already after 3 minutes, the boy found himself defeated against a tougher kid. Monica didn't want to offend her brother's opinion, but she saw that it didn't work out, being a bit of a strong friend. Suddenly, Lamar seemed to disappear. She didn't even have time to realize at what point it happened. The boy trepidatiously searched for the bloody beast, unable to locate it. If the hero had known before that it was raised from the arena, he would have been a little scared. The young man notices the next battle regarding the coming of their turn in the duel. The girl asked her brother to stop watching and go hurry up to attack the opponents. The young man joined in the conversation, agreeing with her. The boy didn't understand how he could summon the divine beast. In the time of thought, the hero managed to break his whole head. Many spectators noticed the player's God of Death, assuming our heroes had no chance to win, because that one from the 430th district, which used to be the main link of the team. The guy apologized to the leader, but his choice was in favor of their team, and it was a stupid decision to go against them. Lamar asked the guys not to get cocky, because whoever the AI chooses as an opponent is destined to be on the main roster. The guy hoped the hero had the same level. Sister Lamar really didn't understand who the God of Death was, but the boy thought it didn't matter who their opponent was, because he was close by. The start of the bout began on the counting clock. As soon as the bout was announced, the enemy opponents immediately scattered to different sides of the arena. Lara was surprised to see the ranged attack. Enoch appeared to be a martial artist. However, the masked man turned out not to be a martial artist at all. The guy wondered if the girl wanted to get closer, ask in that case not to be discouraged, and try harder. Enoch noticed that Monica wouldn't be able to escape their attack. To Lara, it seemed Monica was in danger, and all avenues of escape were blocked. Her friend didn't realize when the masked guy had time to change into a nightcloak. The young man was able to change his clothes after stepping away for an undetermined amount of time and return with full gear. Her friend didn't understand why the guy decided to dress up right in time for the fight. It seemed to Lara because in the martial arts arena, it was necessary to choose a target to attack, or that one would become that target. In general, played the girl as bait. The girl still didn't understand why she had to change her clothes for the sake of beauty. Lara didn't agree. There was a possibility because of the skills one or the other costumes possessed. Enoch spotted the girl's end, whether she wanted it or not. Suddenly, the hero was able to repel the blow that had tried to damage the girl earlier. Monica was able to react in time to do a small fraction of the damage. The host did not expect to see chaos suppression being the signature skill of martial artists. The opponent was in big trouble. The boy asked the God of Death to come to him quickly. The girl pulled away as the player couldn't wait for her teammates. Lara hadn't expected the guys to be able to unexpectedly prevent the God of Death from launching an attack, and now it could be detected. The strength of the female players, who were no inferior to the guys. Lamar stated that his sister is not that easy, the guy won't be able to win. Although the guy believed that his ally could, he learned defeat. With this fight, the girl will be able to win. As she continued her attack, she abruptly noticed something important. The young man was able to make an unexpected getaway, noticing that the girl was not yet defeated as he approached the pillar of light that was about to rise. The guy was able to touch the pillar area. Unexpectedly, a significant rip in the pole blew through. At the end of the round, the girl acknowledged the other team's victory by joining the main cast. Enoch turned to the main character, who asked the guys to have fun, further bidding him farewell. The guy asked to wait a bit, considering his ally a real jerk who wasn't worth wasting time on, asking to be allowed to ask if Lamar would fight him again. However, he received a negative answer, and Enoch asked him to think again because they gave 100,000 for one of them, and he could be in the same team with him. Monica remarked that 100,000 is an incredibly large amount of money. However, the boy had asked not to fall for such a thing, and the one was next to her. That was enough. The guy laughed at the fact that they had no money because his sister was a hottie, suggesting she could ask her to come to him and get that money. He, being the God of Death, asked to challenge these two, who could choose any number of participants to his team, each losing 100,000. The guys didn't expect how badly the guy would want to play big, which forgive volunteers to agree to fight him. The hero notices that the God of Death seemed pretty rich, so he offered to play a bigger game then, as Lamar offered him against 40 men, the reward for each being 20,000. The girl did not expect because the total is 8 million, assuming her friend is still that rich. Her friend couldn't believe what she heard, because Monica kept saying her brother was poor, thought he was crazy. The guy didn't understand if the hero really wanted to scare the guy. But the boy turned out to be quite serious, because why should he scare the God of Death? Enoch agreed, but didn't understand how he would be able to collect 8 million if he lost. Lamar was happy to play, asked to transfer him money, will even be able to set bonuses and rules of the fight, because the guy had absolutely no time. Enoch asked his president to bring the Tianhui team to him. 10 minutes later, the entire team was assembled, which consisted of many famous people from the Death God Guild. The girl realized that because of such people are quite dangerous opponents, could greatly threaten the protagonist with their power. The guy stated that his guys were on the spot, advising the guy to look for helpers while there was time. Lamar's sister was surprised, asking her brother if she should call the main cast and then they would lose less money. But the hero disagreed with her. Monica didn't know where the guy was supposed to get 8 million from, but once they lost, they would be doomed to eternal servitude. The young man wondered if her sister thought her brother was completely stupid. She had thought otherwise before. However, now she was beginning to doubt it. The hero thought the girl could not participate. The one will be able to cope alone. Originally wanted to tell her something, but thinks now was not the right time. The girl didn't understand what was being said, assuming the boy was afraid to fight. The young man asked her to come down from the arena and just watch him. Enoch didn't understand why the boy didn't call out to anyone, but only shooed away another player. The boy asked not to worry, because the hero of one will be enough, and even if he can kill him, the boy will be able to pay a small sum of 8 million. The guys laughed at the guy, who turned out to be quite funny, who so easily wanted to give that 8 million to that guy. The young man plugged in all abilities, activating all attribute enhancement at 100%. Laura noticed that the masked guy had changed his clothes, turning on all abilities and attributes. His mask ended up being a purple outfit. However, that one seemed familiar, as if the girl had seen it somewhere before. The guys asked not to get cocky. If even the hero got the purple gear, asked not to get too cocky because he met them, the ones who would split his mask in two. Lamar stated that there were many people who wished him dead, not realizing who the god of death thought he was. But at the hands of the guy, he would end up a corpse. The host gave a time report after which the bout would begin. The young man waited for an attack from a bunch of players who didn't make sense of their power difference. The guys couldn't figure out where the main character had gone. They had no idea what this other technique was. Even the god of death himself had never seen such power before. Such a thing was not a technique, but a skill from Xiaoming. Now it was the hero's turn to attack. The boy activated the Death Lord's incredible shockwave technique. Laura didn't understand how such a thing was possible. After all, the kid had used the technique with the anonymous sword. Many viewers got to know that this very person really turned out to be an anonymous person who used this technique. The friend did not expect that the anonymous person turned out to be Monica's brother. Laura did not understand anything, finally confused about what was happening. Monica herself couldn't believe that her brother had turned out to be an anonymous masked man. She couldn't believe the man in the arena was her brother. Laura realized that to know if it was anonymous or not, they only needed to look at the damage, because in the last attack, the damage of the anonymous was 1200 damage. However, this time around, the boy managed to become even stronger, shredding with normal punches at 1,600 units. The kid was chopping all the players to shreds, who couldn't believe to meet the anonymous turned out to be his enemies. The guy realized he didn't need the mask anymore, offering to show his face once. All the viewers were able to see that the guy's face really was an anonymous appearance. Many viewers couldn't believe to meet with their own eyes the anonymous man who became even stronger than before. The guy couldn't believe his eyes and also couldn't understand how the god of death dares to mess with an anonymous man and drag them all to the bottom. The boy wanted to remind the guy that he owed him 8 million, but he didn't believe what he saw. Enoch thought the guy did it on purpose to make a large sum of money. Previously, the hero gave the boy a chance. If he backed down, nothing terrible would happen. But it was a pity. But now the one was too arrogant and did not want to give other people a chance. And if Lamar did not turn out to be anonymous, the one would have fought him further. The death god understood he still had a chance, because earlier, the guy hadn't realized that the ring of 72 pillars of heavenly flame was right under his feet and was about to strike. The boy tried to distract the protagonist so he could beat the game and take the 8 million. Enoch pretended that today was the day he'd played, but he couldn't let that happen, and begged Lamar's forgiveness and offered to kill him and save the last shred of his dignity. The hero noticed that the guy kept his dignity on his own, but unfortunately, he didn't know how to unclench at all. The hero remained in place under the beam of justice, which was dealing 10,000 damage per second with its power. The guy started laughing at the anonymous guy and asked him to die, because he didn't know how to fight at all. Lara didn't expect it, asking all onlookers to turn their attention to the inside of the pillar. The audience couldn't understand how it was possible for him not to die, even though the pillars dealt a large amount of damage to the hero. The guy didn't understand what his opponent was laughing at, assuming it was the pillars. Enoch didn't understand how that was even possible. People didn't realize the guy got hit twice by the pillar and took 20,000 damage, and there was a chance the hero had even more XP. The girl couldn't believe it when she found out that the anonymous person had 28,000 health. Counting the unbelievable, the one meant had level 30. Monica had previously told a friend that her brother was just dabbling in the game, but for some reason he ended up level 30. The guys realized that they could take it easy, because the pillar had already hit Anonymous twice, meaning it had more XP than the God of Death. The boy inflicted the descent of the ferocious tiger from the 3 Link Mountains, advancing with swift movement. The guy ended up being credited with 8 million, and at the moment the guy's sister couldn't believe what was happening. The young man wondered more if his sister now considered his sister, the fool who didn't recognize her brother's plan. The girl realized that her brother had lied to her, who said that this game meant nothing to him and was just an ordinary entertainment. By the way, was even able to remember that last time she died of poisoning, even though no one was around, asking her brother casually if it was her brother's handiwork. The boy couldn't understand what his sister was talking about, because he didn't understand why he wanted to poison her. The young man admitted that it was really him, but such a thing turned out to be a pure coincidence. The girl was really more glad that this anonymous man turned out to be him, because he almost brought her to a heart attack. Although the guy earlier said that everything would be all right, the young man asked the girl if she would like to join the Wild Wolves with Monica. The girl didn't expect that she was also mono. She was previously not as good as his sister, and she wasn't even on the main guild team. The hero wanted to apologize to their leader, because he traded 2 players to his side at once. The boy asked the anonymous man not to worry about it, because he wanted to apologize first of all, because he didn't know that Monica was his sister. Lamar asked the boys to take good care of her sister, and then he would thank them too. The boy agreed with Mr. Anonymous, for fortunately, the latter had done nothing wrong to Monica, or they would have been doomed to failure. Lara wanted to ask a certain question to the guy who had agreed to listen. The girl wondered if the anonymous man knew Mr. Lamar. The guy pretending to be anonymous didn't understand why the guy should know him. It seemed to the girl the only one who could compete with the guy now was Lamar, and she thought they had fought earlier. She asked if she could meet him, to tell him to read his email, because she was worried about him. The young man suspected that the girl wanted to confess her feelings to him, probably. The girl didn't mean it at all, because she was a regular player, and the one used to help her, so she wanted to thank him, but he didn't answer her. The young man agreed to help the girl. Soon the guy offered to pack faster. The girl was really surprised that they were moving. Suddenly, the boy didn't understand what the hell his sister's friend was doing with them. The boy wondered if something was wrong with Jean since he dared to call. The guy had earlier sent a man to pick up his sister, and she would be home in about 0 minutes. They were processing information on her and her friend too. Turns out there have been 3 violent incidents between players in real life in the West, and they were well prepared, so asked to be careful. Now the hero was definitely sure that the divine beast was under the pillars of heavenly flames, and the guy wouldn't be able to defeat him. The young man set off again on a journey that turned up too few monsters that could probably return to the blood pond. True, even the damage received increased and the amount of XP was useless. In the located rock noise of water, the guy assumed the secret entrance was near him. The system noticed that the stone gate for the hero ability check will be able to act further, depending on the result. The guy should have turned on the pain system, and then the game got more and more twisted. The system noticed these thoughts in the guy's head, and wanted to turn on the pain system starting the download, but the hero abruptly stopped it. The boy resolutely began to attack the rock, on which depended the further result of discovering the secret passage to the dungeon. The result of the combat test was 91% power utilized. The system congratulated the guy who was able to unlock the level 30 ancient ruins. The hero thought will be more difficult. He even thought if there will be more than 1,000 points, then something unexpected will happen. But it turned out to be an ordinary river, which now turned out to be understandable from where the sound of gurgling. The system asked to disable the pain system before the end of the combat test, but the guy thought it was a little 10%. Suddenly, the guy was attacked by macaques, who decisively launched themselves against Lamar. The boy tried to attack the pesky creatures, but they appeared to be immune to the blow. The guy didn't understand what the hell since he appeared to be immune to magical attacks. The boy dared then to strike a ferocious tiger descended from the mountains. The system asked the guy to kill a level 33 evil monkey and get 50,000 experience, 10 level 4 talent shards, 10 attribute shards, and 1 units of pure mana as a reward. The young man was able to get his hands on as many as 3 items as a reward for the kill, in varying quantities being blue gear. There were a lot of items falling off the monsters, and when the boy would kill their boss, rather explode from the items falling off him. The boy had gotten hold of the demonic core, contemplating killing the monkeys first before dealing with him. After destroying all enemies, you could see what blue gear fell out. The special effect of the Monkey King belt was that the health recovery rate after leaving the battle was increased by 70%. The guy also saw that the belt improved by 1 unit, and there was also a piece of equipment that the hero had never encountered before: health regeneration after combat. The young man finally decided to put it on, was curious if it was possible to improve gear above level 30, not knowing what would happen if one improved the belt. There was a chance the demonic monster core could help. The system offered the boy to increase his equipment by 300 units, to which the boy agreed. However, there weren't enough 2 pieces of gear to improve Lamar, so the guy provided 2 more belts. Eventually, the guy managed to strengthen. If he hadn't gotten more gear that could regenerate health in battle, that guy could have strengthened and possibly gone to the blood pond. Anonymous continued to hunt wild creatures, enjoying the process of pumping up characteristics and attributes. Experience was able to increase by 1/3, and the guy also had 180 belts of the King of Monkeys. Previously, the hero has never in his life received so much blue equipment, and even for free. Now the guy should have fought the boss, wanting to max out the belt. The boy was expecting a duel against a level 35 golden-blooded ape. The kid wanted to upgrade to a 3-unit Monkey King belt. Lamar wanted to apply invisibility and go into battle, asking the monkey not to be let down by future items. Suddenly, the girl was able to return home. Her brother asked her not to make so much noise, warning her that there was a Coke in the fridge, and also that he was fighting with the boss, asking her to wait for him for a while. The girl was hitting hard, asking for a glimpse of the duel. The hero agreed, asking her to turn on the Bluetooth on her helmet and then could enjoy watching.
When Monica saw the boss, she couldn't even believe what kind of boss he was, and she fought him one-on-one, but her brother told her not to worry because he was strong enough against him.
The kid continued to deliver blow after blow, making the monster regret fighting the player. The girl couldn't believe her eyes because the hero dealt more than 15,000 damage and restored 7,000 health with a single blow. The guy wondered how long it would take to become invisible again, but it turned out to be only 17 seconds. The boy applied air movement, which was an excellent skill, even considering its 40% slowdown. After a while, it would recover, and then the boy would be unable to outrun the boss again. The young man should have run faster, because the giant ape was too good at attacking from behind the character. After a while, the guy managed to use invisibility again, continuing on further with a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. After 2 minutes of battle, the kid commandeered a lot of praise from the system, which was able to reward the guy with a lot of pumping and rewards. Now the young man received level 6 shards, purple and blue gear. As many as 5 pieces fell out in total. The girl congratulated her brother on the good fallout. The guy was able to get purple shoes, a blue ring, a beast core, and a bunch of material. Truthfully, Monica only realized that the purple shoes were the first time the purple shoes had fallen out on their server. The Monkey King's boots on a level 30 power possessing a purple rarity that increases an incredible number of character attributes. The item turned out to be with an increase of 300 strength, not for nothing called Boots of Strength, which gave a special effect, acceleration, hero talent, acceleration, and came out a double effect that may have been likely to use together. The young man experienced incredible speed. With the reduced recharge, the item could be used twice in a minute. The girl didn't understand what the hell her brother was doing, getting too fast. The boy was only too happy to hear such things from his sister. She knew the boots were nice, very nice, but she didn't understand why his effects were better than the boss's. She didn't even have time to blink before he ran away. Lamar asked not to worry. The boy wanted to keep the boots, wanting to know about the possibility of reinforcement. The guy was going through the information on the many boots in his inventory. Monica thought her brother had lost 2 purple gear, not realizing how he got so many shoes and purple gear in general. The guy kept saying he didn't lose it at all, and he didn't explain it correctly at all. In fact, 5 pieces of gear fell from this boss. The girl couldn't believe to drop 5 items at a time, calling it magical. The boy managed to reinforce the boots 3 times more. My sister had tons of questions about what the enhancement was and didn't understand why she had never heard of it before. The guy wanted to tell everything in detail later, but now it was the attributes of the equipment with each time getting stronger. Taking in the blue Monkey King power ring should have been a good thing. The guy wanted to see if it could be strengthened and then give it to Monica. The girl thought it was great news to upgrade with purple and blue gear. The guy was surprised at how lucky his sister was. The guy was able to get 2 power rings, improved 3 times. The girl was still a long way from level 30, yet she could only watch, not play. Lamar asked his sister not to dwell, reminding the girl to join the Wild Waves. There, her guild members would take care of her, and she could get up quickly. The girl wouldn't be able to forget something like that, aka she became a favorite at Wild Waves. The sister called her brother a real strong man, which is why the hero, being her brother, asked for lunch first, and then they would pack up and move. Monica couldn't believe why Lamar had thrown away a rice cooker that was still mono to use. The guy thought they'd used it for years, decided to throw it away, and also asked if the girl had forgotten that he'd made 8 million. The girl was pleased, however, she felt sorry for the rice cooker. The boy asked his little sister not to be so frugal from now on. Now they were coming from a rented apartment to a big house. Monica was scared of how big this house was. The boy didn't want to tell her anything and make her see for herself. The guys nailed it in some palace of astonishing proportions. The boy introduced Villa A16, being the largest in size and also the biggest and quietest house. The brother asked his sister to love and pity the new house for his princess Monica. The girl immediately ran into the large apartment, wanting to choose her own room. Jean congratulated the guy on completing the move, suggesting why don't they think about a car now? The boy thought to begin with his sister to learn to drive, and there will already buy, a friend said. If he was in no hurry, wanted to offer one option. 9 Heavens has been activated for 50 days. In honor of this, it was decided to hold an event where the award will be a new car from the company Tianxin. From the number of limited, such was only 200 copies. For each country, 1 copy. Such a car they will not be able to buy anywhere else. The boy was so delighted that his heart fluttered. Jean thinks the hero needed a car, Chameleon, but he will not give it to him, if only to sit. Also in the evening, the guy will still come to set up a monitoring system and protection against theft, so that the guys will be safe. The hero seemed to be having too good a day. Now at the end of a wonderful day, wanted to finally play again. The guy got an item for physique, but not for the damage that attack gear drops. But anonymous physique will not be used for health regeneration. The young man thought about dealing with it later. The boy went on to fight against a large number of monkeys who were able to award a large number of rewards. Lamar swung at the expense of these creatures as soon as possible, getting more and more gear. Now the monkeys with stone skins, the hero was easier to kill than the past ones. The guy met the health regeneration gear. The shoulder pads restored 204 health outside of combat, 70 in combat, and the robe restored 215 outside of combat and 72 in combat. The guy met a new giant boss who looked like a formidable opponent, and the boy also notices from him 24,000 health, which could probably even transform. The guy was lucky, although the boss has a lot of health, but his attacks are pretty weak. Just the boy thought almost destroyed the monster as he was able to heal himself. The character showed this skill to be illegal, recovering almost 200,000 health or 80%. Eventually, after a whole half hour, the boy managed to destroy the boss and get a lot of rewards and upgrades for his character. Was also able to whip out a purple gear with incredible outstanding attributes. This breastplate was equipped with a special effect, like a second life, plus a stun. With this special effect and blue pants, there was a chance that Lamar could try the moon worship blood pool. Suddenly, the guy was approached by the president of his guild, Wild Waves, who asked the chapter to help them level up by getting 90%. True, the guy thought 90% was too much, asking for at least 50-50 asking price. The guys were able to negotiate a price of 500,000 gold and were able to talk details about the discount. Before the kid would have taken people, he should have cleared the agility dungeon first. The girl thought 3 million in 1 hour was pretty much a lot. It didn't seem to matter to her, wanting to send messages to all the companies. The guy meanwhile continued to destroy the same boss again and got new items. It seemed strange to the boy, but only 1 piece of equipment fell out to him, which had previously fallen out 5, although he cared more about the attribute. Anonymous had obtained a level 30 purple rare Rui staff that dealt an incredible amount of damage and very significantly powerful attributes. Overall, the equipment increased the chance of a critical hit by 18% and had 3 special effects, being a divine weapon. The boy tried to take advantage, landing a single blow on the ground. The young man broke most of the ground, creating a rift of the Earth's territory. dealing over 6,000 damage and a 3-second stun. Also after him, hero clones would appear, which could become very useful. They could even be used to confuse or distract the enemy and plus deal damage. Lamar remembered that he could still improve the equipment, even possible fusion. The guy should have looked into the city of Lingxiao. But before that, he wanted to check the blue golden-haired monkey level. 30 dropped in a single copy. The system congratulated the guy who could now summon a golden-haired monkey on which movement was increased by 70%. The boy didn't expect to still be able to move around on such a boss. Something like that sounded incredibly useful. Anonymous summoned a creature that took no small amount of space to appear. The monster possessed a large size, just like an ordinary boss. The guy thought the appearance of the transportation comrade was too epic. The young man asked his pet to go for a short walk. The boys were able to get after a while by walking to the nearest woods. The boy quite praised the pet, on which the view revealed Grenadian size. They were to go to Lingxiao City. The boy hoped that was the way to fuse the gear. A short time later in the same majestic city of players, as expected from one of the top 10 major cities of stunning views, a level 70 guard warned that riding animals was forbidden in the city. The guy didn't expect to meet an ordinary level 70 guardian who wasn't worth provoking unnecessarily. The boy hadn't met a single player. He thought that was great news. Now he should have gone to the blacksmith and inquired about the skill of fusion. Lamar asked if the old man could transfer a special effect from one piece of equipment to another. The blacksmith had spotted the possibility of such a thing, but since the hero was not a member of the Blacksmiths Association, they would not help outsiders in fusing gear. Anonymous inquired about somehow could become a member of the Blacksmith Association. He asked for 100 copper coins for a guy that was pretty cheap. The hero needed to transfer special effects from one staff to another. The blacksmith had insufficient level, suggested the hero who became a blacksmith to try it himself. The boy did not expect that he could so easily become one of the lowest paying only 100 coppersmiths. The system required gathering the necessary materials to transfer the staff's special effects. It seemed very expensive to the boy. It required 5 tiers of a tiger plus so many materials. But the most annoying thing required a level 5 blacksmith when the boy only had level 0. Anonymous asked how he could increase his level of blacksmithing, to which he advised to increase his level by disassembling, forging, improving, and fusing the gear available. Now it became clear to the guy, because he would have to constantly improve equipment. In any case, the hero had a lot of money. The young man had long been just upgrading equipment while rocking the skill of mastery. After already 4 hours later, the guy was finally a level 5 blacksmith. It was time for him to improve his staff and transfer special effects. The staff perverted a large amount of power by transmitting fusion effects. The system congratulated the player who was able to fuse the powerful effects of Rui's staff. Now the staff really did begin to look like a divine weapon. With such equipment, the guy was beginning to be honored by some great sage. Suddenly, a request message from one of the Wild Waves guilds popped up. The girl stated that there were a lot of players who thought their guild was getting rotted by their powerful name, but the hero couldn't allow such a thing to happen by going straight to the city. The girl asked the guys to calm down because their leader will arrive soon. Besides, they launched a live broadcast. Currently, 24 million people have watched them. The boy didn't expect to meet such a popular leader. The girl thought they just wanted to see that one poked fun at, but in 1 hour, 3 million really sealed the players in. The woman asked to watch her language, for they questioned her judgment, though they disagreed with her. The player turned to Mrs. Liu. The latter still had to say that they had definitely been fooled this time. True Anonymous wondered who he dared to fool, assuming the guys were able to rip off a real jackpot. The players were frightened by the huge monster, not even assuming its appearance. They did not understand how that one ended up being such a terrifying boss near them. The boy asked people to calm down because it was an anonymous person.
They couldn't believe their eyes. They didn't even realize that the anonymous man would turn out to have a boss of his own.
The kid didn't understand what the players were talking about, as this creature was not a boss, but his riding animal. Lara couldn't believe the sled animal presented, so still the first sled animal on their server. The boy was more interested in whether the players were ready for the event. In fact, the hero was a bit tired and could only spare an hour to talk. Lara asked the anonymous to take her along. After all, she was in charge of the live broadcast. The boy agreed to take 4 players on the beast. It seemed a bit unfair to the presenter, as the guys would get less experience. The friend agreed others would also suffer and badmouth them. The boy hadn't said before that he would only take 2 people. They wouldn't need much experience to level up. so he thought it would be fine if the two of them went along with him. The player was surprised not only that Anonymous took people for an hour, but also took two more of his own people who wanted to say nasty things about the hero. The stranger called the guy a real disgrace, although the movie company is really rich since he can throw money around so much. Lara informed the head that the people who had come to the live broadcast had already started to criticize them, suggesting that they leave the group, but the hero asked them not to pay attention. The guy suggested going to the Stonegate dungeon, but when asked what it was, the chairman explained that it was probably some new dungeon. The players finally arrived inside the Stonegate dungeon. The girls seemed to be all elite level 22 monsters. The host found the place incredibly terrifying. The boy explained that they were all using magic attacks, so he asked them to keep a low profile while the hero stepped away. It seemed to the girl that Anonymous wanted to pull all the monsters to them. Besides, she knew that the attacks of the chapter were incredibly powerful, so it was more effective to kill monsters in packs at once. Also, the Dragon Slayers Guild had started a live broadcast, who clearly wanted to compete with Anonymous. The servants claimed that their head and his two deputies personally led everyone, gaining intentionally more experience while the hero left the people in the dungeon and didn't return. 20 minutes had gone by, and in that time, the squad hadn't leveled up at all. They didn't know how to proceed. Lear was asked to calm down and wait, for the anonymous man was sure to have a plan. The girl asked her friend if they dared to sign the contract, would have to trust the hero. The guy wanted to trust, but was not sure about him. Lara suddenly notices the return of the long-awaited Lamar. The kid didn't realize how many monsters were around him, guessing at least 1,000. Even he had small goosebumps. Lara thought the young man had brought too many monsters, even doubting whether he would be able to kill them all. The guy asked the host to watch and rest, as he was finally able to wait for his turn to have fun and test out his new staff. The young man wanted to start a living meat grinder through the abyss of creatures. The guy used powerful explosive techniques against monsters. Lara wondered how much of a strong player Anonymous was. The hero applied a deadly vortex that destroys all living things around him. Despite the amazing skills gained through hard work and admirable equipment, fighting over 1,000 creatures at once was not easy. The guy collected all the monsters for 20 minutes and killed all of them in 1 minute. He thought it was pretty boring. The players couldn't believe Anonymous's super ability. It was the first time they had seen someone level up so quickly. The guy asked to rather check to see how much the experience bar had increased. Lara noticed her streak go up from 70,000 to 80,000 experience. Her friend thought it was strange that her experience streak had decreased, though it usually didn't happen. The lad asked the Lord what had happened, but the hero thought them quite foolish. Hadn't they never seen the golden glow before? The guys couldn't understand the golden glow they were talking about. They were too focused on watching the anonymous man. They were able to raise their level to 21st already. Lara was also surprised to rise to level 20, having risen 2 whole levels in a row. Lara was more surprised at such an acceleration in just 20 minutes. The boy asked the players to check their mana, assuming it had increased. The host noticed that her mana had really increased. She had a whole 1,000 units added. The guy reported this dungeon also regenerates mana quickly. In their total, he got 4,000 mana, and each of them got 1,000. The girl realized even if they trained on the guild grounds, it would take them about 14 hours for 1,000 mana points. The player asked the anonymous what kind of dungeon it was and what kind of monsters inhabited it, for she had never seen such a thing before. The guy explained that while they wouldn't be able to handle these monsters, they could try to fight them if they didn't believe him. The girl looked at the one creature standing not a foot away from her gaze. She tried to attack the monster, which was completely not expecting the attack. However, the monster, as one would expect, appeared to be immune to physical attacks. The girl now realized that since physical attacks were useless and they were using pure mana attacks, they couldn't defeat them. They realized that they could only rely on the hero, who wanted to collect a couple more monsters. After an hour of such pumping, Lara was able to rise from level 18 to level 22, and the chairman rose to level 23, which was already one of the highest levels on the national server. The guys quickly wanted to contact the Wild Waves Guild, asking them to also take people for 5 million. The usher said that the Wild Waves Guild reported that there were many people in line who were willing to prioritize higher bids, so if they didn't increase the bid, they wouldn't get a seat. Guy asked for a meeting to discuss the rate increase. Lamar thought to see them next time if the opportunity arose, asking if they still needed anything. Have them contact the guild chairman. The young man asked the beast to go to the Blood Moon pool. After a while, there is a Blood Moon pool on the terrain. The boy didn't want to constantly lose 0.5% health every second, Such a bloody curse was proving to be a real horror. The worst part turned out to be that there were a shitload of monsters in his area. The guy asked the spirit to activate invisibility again. The girl agreed to the gentleman's request, covering the entire transportation post-mortem mode. The boy really wondered where to do the rest of the road to the ancient battlefield. After a while, Lamar finds a certain stone directional point. All monsters have the skill Blood Curse, which is a strong spell. The hero had to kill a couple of them, combine their bloodline, and take one of them as an ally if the boy can take such a monster. Then during the fight with the boss, that will be able to use the Blood Curse. For starters, Anonymous should have traded shards for reputation, and then improved the order to recruit the Legion. The guy not only increased the number of soldiers, but also increased their health by 10%. The boy began destroying the followers of the Blood Moon Pool, receiving many rewards. The young man even tried to subdue one of them while he had a spare moment. It was impossible to recruit the creatures of the followers of the Blood Moon Pool. The system has detected a hidden quest, a curious dungeon or secret realm. If a guy found a secret realm, he was frothy earlier, he entered the secret realm of Moonlight, in which there was a stone platform. If you put an item on it, the reward would increase 5 times. The kid was able to get another title. To another server-wide announcement, now the hero is a celebrity again. Players didn't expect to see the title Only Hero Wild unlock another secret realm. They thought this guy would be stronger than Anonymous. Lara knew that Lamar had definitely not left the game. However, last time the secret realm had appeared, there had been a northern quest. Now it was interesting which one this time. The system detected an active public quest Blood Demon invasion, wanting to give all the details to the players. The girl didn't expect that all the major cities of level 10 would now disappear. The girl asked a friend with a profession as a seer to quickly determine the difficulty of the task. Previously, the last server-wide task was very difficult. Now it has become much more interesting. What will be the task this time? By the way, tomorrow afternoon, they will have a celebration of 50 days since the opening of the server. The girl discovered a Blood Demon Rebellion in 3 stars with an extremely ominous sign, and the difficulty of this task was 5-star destruction. Meanwhile, at the National Server Guild headquarters, now that they were all the heads of the major guilds gathered around the same table, asked to discuss this server-wide task together. The guy realized if the Chinese server unite in one main city will be hundreds of millions of players, coordination will be a big problem for them. Players agreed after the merger in the main city will be more than 1,000 elite level 50 NPCs. It was interesting how difficult this task will be. Also, the chapter assumed almost all the high-level seers said that the difficulty of this quest is 5-star destruction. They have almost 99% chance of failing. To the guys, it seemed like if they really lost the level 10 main cities, then their Chinese server would be finished and no one would be able to enter the level 30 main cities. The system has asked for attention so that players can have a more realistic monster invasion experience. Players during Blood Demon Invasion will not be able to be resurrected until the end of the mission. The players couldn't believe that the system would seriously suggest such terrible news. Such a thing was too serious a difficulty for them. The head understood, given the current situation, they could only put their best foot forward. They had already developed a strategy. They would soon send it out to all the major guilds, asking everyone to please be prepared to follow this strategy. The very next day in the city of Gale Force Winds, the girl couldn't believe that the main city had expanded tenfold, and the number of NPS had also increased tenfold. Now hundreds of millions of players were really impressive. The system thanked all the players for their support and loved their game was turning 50 days old. To thank their players, they wanted to hold a 9-day celebration event. When players read the event conditions and rewards for the events, they couldn't believe their eyes. They realized if the Blood Demon Invasion wasn't enough, weren't they given too many dungeon bosses? Players didn't even know what event to participate in back then. The girl hoped to meet the Wild Lamar, for this time their situation was indeed dire. Meanwhile, Anonymous thought this event was not bad, hoping that he would be able to find the boss from whom the ancient materials would fall off. Thus, the hero will be able to enter the dungeon and get materials, but the level near him was high, so it could take a long time for the boss to appear. The girl could not believe having seen almost 8 hours and people killing bosses. There was a large number. The highest result has already passed 1,000. Lara had seen many players come to fight the bosses, and the task of defending the city was becoming increasingly difficult. The players wanted to hope that the Blood Demon army wouldn't prove too strong, noticing as the others began to approach the city. Suddenly, the city was filled with red demonic fog. which this time the equipment did not corrode, but the difficulty increased probably more. And there was also a side effect that caused players to lose 0.5% of their maximum health every second, so they had to drink a potion to regenerate their HP. The entire army quickly began to close the city gates from the approaching army of blood demons. Lara realized only Lamar was the only one who could save the situation. The spirit warned the Lord of the beginning of the demon invasion. The boy finally waited for a chance to manifest the slaying of the spirit beasts guarding the main city. The girl could not believe that the master was really going to help the blood demon. The hero asked not to worry, although the monster was still a member of the Chinese people at heart, and he could not let the main cities of his server be destroyed. Spirit was curious as to what the Lord was planning to do then. The guy wanted to kill two birds with one stone. The young man wanted to destroy the two-beast city and then kill the blood demon. The main threat has infiltrated the city and has been wreaking great havoc and destruction among the players. Many players, including all faction healers, archers, mages, and swordsmen, willingly tried to resist the monster. The beast, being enraged, wanted to crush all the players like small bugs getting hold of the skin's mighty power. They couldn't believe to meet a powerful blood demon. They wondered how the players would be able to defend themselves if it attacked them. Suddenly, an anonymous man appeared in front of the guys who wanted to end the system's mission. The guy saw green numbers appear above the monster's head, signifying healing. The guy was now invulnerable and was also a monster, so he could restore 0.5% of his maximum health every second. The boy had almost forgotten about his pet, who knew how to get to the ancient battlefield. The dog informed the master that he had mentioned it before, offering to find the stone pillar array and spend 10 million reputation to open it. Anonymous realized that spending 10 million was pure robbery, but it seems that to earn that reputation he had no choice but to attack the main city, but he should have changed his appearance before he attacked. So the boy wanted to choose a blood monkey. The guy apologized to mankind, but he first envisioned punching a hole in their defenses. Only then would the beast spirits of the city show strength. The hero attacked all players using a deadly feint. Many players took a lot of damage from a single swing of a creature unknown to them. The boy attacked by being a traitor to his men, though he originally existed in the role of a monster. The people of the people panicked a lot because they were attacked by a large number of monsters, and also the monster turned out to have something similar skills to Anonymous. The head realized that the Chinese server was unlikely to be able to hold out, the servants agreed, for the main gate was probably finished. The old man asked the healers to quickly retreat to the city, for they had to treat the elite guards to hold the last line of defense. They couldn't believe that the old man really agreed to sacrifice the melee players. They realized that the Chinese north would be the end. The guys rushed out of the main gate with the whole crowd, attempting to finish off a few blood demons. The Koreans could not believe that the Chinese players were such brave players who rallied together and were not afraid to die. The old man realized at this rate they could hold out for a few hours. Then they could rely on the elite guards of the main city, who might even be able to hold out until the end of the invasion. Many players did not expect the unexpected flight of the great demon king. The majestic demon began to take action and destroy all players in its path. Many players were doomed, 5 waves of attacks, each dealing 3,000 damage. They realized hardly anyone had more than 6,000 health right now. The demon marveled at the small army of a group of people. To the guys, the blood demon seemed to be too huge, assuming no one could handle it. The creature was in a rage, filling the entire surroundings with a demonic aura. Players couldn't even think of taking much damage from a normal roar whose radius was of incredible size. One player went to attack a large monster that was able to do no more than 1 unit of damage. The big monster then decided to fly away from the players and finally start attacking the city to tear it to shreds. The system detected the monster attack, so it activated the earth, water, fire, and wind defense array of the main city. The players couldn't believe they still had hope of salvation. The guy realized that most likely the blood demon had enough strength to break through the array. Otherwise, such a task would be pointless. The hero could not delay. If the spirit beast did not appear before the end of the task, everything would be in vain. The young man appeared before the blood demon to help him. The youngster made an incredible cleavage against the players. People couldn't believe for a low-level monster to fight harder than the boss, even though the set of Monkey King Anonymous shouldn't be able to fall out of such a monster. The old man stated that the strength of the defense array was rapidly dropping, asking everyone to kick this monkey away quickly. The player's goal was to kick the monkey out. They'll have to hope the defense array holds out a little longer. The hero really didn't understand Was it really possible to discuss tactics so openly, right in front of his eyes? The boy didn't know how he would have to react to the appearance of the players. If he obeyed, he would be kicked out. If he didn't obey, it wouldn't look like the boy was a real monster. Players were on their way to destroy an annoying monkey. The boy thought of making a tactical retreat, shifting the responsibility to the blood demon. The players didn't realize exactly what he was trying to do with his actions. They should have gone after him sooner. The guy started beckoning to the guy who was trying to get away from them. It really looks like the guy had no choice but to use one method. The boy took advantage of the earth rift. Many monsters were greatly surprised when the barrier had a passageway for them. Players couldn't believe that the monkey really wanted to clear the way for other monsters, being a truly extraordinary monster. They were surprised at how smart the monkey turned out to be. When its skill is ready, it went to help other monsters. Also at this moment, the players were out of the reach of the blood demon who would not be able to protect it. The guy started attacking the monkey, but it didn't want to give itself away so easily. It seemed quite a dastardly act for the hero to ambush that guy, but they couldn't stop him with his current level. The monster ran straight ahead, destroying all the players along the way. Players didn't realize what was happening. The monster was getting hit and not fighting back, and it also didn't follow the logic of the bosses. The guys asked to forget about reasoning because they couldn't continue dying in vain. They should have attacked the boss with the whole crowd. Lamar was finally able to fight off the players. Now he could continue with his part of the plan. It's been a full 2 hours of battle. A multitude of players filled the mighty beam, which flew in one direction. The heavens showed no mercy. All races fought for supremacy. The 9 heavens shook and only grew stronger in respect. The white tiger was one such deity creature. The powerful beast attacked the blood demon. Finally, a white aurora tiger was near the hero. There was still one more supreme beast left. The guys realized that the blood demon was too strong. They were afraid the white tiger wouldn't be able to withstand such a battle. The players couldn't rely on the NPCs alone. They wanted to try to help the tiger. However, the friend asked to stop because they had no news from the anonymous or only the hero wild. The young man also noticed how the anonymous man sent a message that he would not participate in the defense of the city. As for Lamar, he simply disappeared. The old man assumed logically that Anonymous would not come. Last time he had single-handedly turned the tide, so this time he was not obligated to help. Besides, he was already above level 30, so even if the main cities of level 10 disappeared, it did not matter to him. But it seemed strange why Lamar did not come, because of which this event had started. The hero asked to fight harder, for the beast had to have little health left before the task was over. Otherwise, he had waited a long time in vain. The boy waited 9 hours after the invasion began. Now the young man, after waiting for so long, finally had an opportunity. The monster tried to attack the tiger again. Anonymous notices how the blood demon was going to use an oblique strike that did 100,000 damage. The guy couldn't let that one attack the white tiger Aurora. The boy attacked the white tiger, dealing a total of 3,000 damage. That wasn't enough, so the guy used a clone. The guy continued to do a lot of damage to the white tiger, and then shifted, attacking the blood demon who now dared to attack the hero. The guys didn't understand what was going on. To have 3 bosses fighting each other, they saw the monkey attacking 2 of them at once. Now the hero has managed the best time to utilize the last step of the plan. The boy was able to defeat the tiger on his own by getting the rewards of killing it. Lamar didn't expect to get his hands on 10 8-star materials and 100 million reputation points, and even magic weapons that had never driven such a thing before. True Now was still going on the 50th day server opening celebration event. Killing him now, guy will definitely get a bunch of points. The young man was dodging a powerful monster that was trying to swat a bug. Players definitely believed that the monkey was definitely not a wild monster, even assuming the monster turned out to be Anonymous or Lamar. The blood demon invasion lasted a full 11 hours and 40 minutes. The system congratulated the hero, who managed to defeat the blood demon boss of the secret realm, commandeering 4 million experience points, 3 ancient hearts, and 3 ancient shards. The boy hadn't expected so many rewards to him alone. Now materials, orange weapons, wings, techniques had been obtained by the awesome Anonymous. The system congratulated him for defeating the blood demon and getting 20,000 points, but now the guy will be on the leaderboard. Now the players realized that the monkey turned out to be Lamar. They didn't expect this from a wild player who had slain both a spirit beast and a blood demon. The girls still admired Lamar, calling him an incredible man. Meanwhile, in the double-star tower, the servants wondered if this Lamar stat could be stronger than them. The truth for the boss laughed because for them, level 33 was just an ordinary bug. Many were already at level 42. Boss understood if at level 42 could accelerate others, rich players would only agree to such a thing. Jin was surprised that Anonymous and Lamar were becoming more and more famous, even though they, including the higher spirit beasts, were originally supposed to belong to him. The girl inquired if the guy was an imperial prince. The boy inquired who she was. The girl mused that he could call her master from now on. Jin didn't understand what the hell. However, the girl was at level 42, opened the master apprentice system. She didn't know that the prince didn't even know about it. The guy thought she was a liar because no one had reached level 42 yet. The girl could only say that he didn't know anything about the game yet, so she asked the guy to just trust her. The boy thought it was worth checking then, whether it was true or false. Master showed her writing animal, asking if the boy liked it. Purple Heart Linglong, 42nd Uranium, hoped to accept the prince as an apprentice for 20 million. The guy couldn't believe it. The guy should have had time to kill a few more bosses. There wasn't much time left for the event, so he killed the Shadow Wind bosses. So far, the kid's 8-star materials are not of the right composition, so the kid was thinking of selling them and improving the Legion's recruitment order. The hero was able to get the pumping he needed. After a while, somewhere in the mountains. This time, a lot of things could be upgraded for the guy, starting with his personal dungeon, which could now be expanded to a 5-person dungeon, bringing in a daily profit of 150,000 yen. On top of that, he had gotten another 3rd-stage spirit core. The mana situation was on hero territory greatly improved, which would allow his spirit beast to level up faster. Lamar was indeed, after activating Roar of the Tiger, dealing 12,000 mana damage per second. Now the guy could look at the wings and their use. Demon wings of violet rarity, equipped with the ability to fly with a maximum flight speed of 18 meters per second, consuming 20 mana per second. The boy was now able to fly, receiving a divine sensation. Now that he had an ancient heart and ancient fragments, the hero could go to the blood pool. The young man got his hands on 5 fragments of each type. For killing the blood demon counted as him killing the boss. Either way, the boy managed to practice in time. Once the hero had enough prestige, he had to move into the states that opened the ancient altar. The system noticed how the character's prestige was sufficient, allowing that character access to the ancient altar. Since the guy was using the prestige of wildlife, the altar was summoning humans as opponents. The young man took a strong interest in the summoned opponent across from him. The girl was able to climb the ancient altar for the first time, waiting with incredible interest for her opposing monster. The player did not expect to encounter such a horrible monster in front of her. She asked the hero to stay away from her, though initially the guy didn't expect such a greeting from an enemy opponent. Lamar saw a woman who was not an NPS, but if she was a player, she must have a high level. Having seen the equipment, he did not expect to meet a strong opponent. For some reason, the monster scared the hell out of her, and the girl wanted to accept defeat. The system congratulated the winner of the 10 million reputation monster. The guy hadn't expected to get excited so easily. Really, he didn't care about the opinions of others. Meanwhile, Jin was in agreement with the master, asking to make a bow to the apprentice. She was glad to hear such flattery.
The prince asked the beauty where she planned to take him to increase his level. He offered her a pear cultivation to increase her level, however. She asked to watch her tongue.
Jin couldn't follow him because she must have forgotten that he spent 20 million as her client. The girl asked to calm her ardor because she could have as many clients as she wanted. She asked to clean up if she behaved like that. The boy wanted to apologize to her because he really overdid it and he just really wanted to defeat the Anonym who was already level 30 and he couldn't accept it. The girl didn't expect him to be only level 30. For 500,000, she could help him kill him once. The boy took great delight in such a thing, wanting to wire her money right away. She asked the guy to take his time. She would help the guy get pumped first. Jean wondered how the lady had reached such a high level. She said that before the server opened, the guild invited the best players from the beta test, and according to the contract, they couldn't participate in any events until they were authorized, which is why he didn't know anything about them. Now more and more of them had reached level 42, and then they were allowed to take apprentices. In 3 days, a guy would be able to get level 30. Lara asked the audience if they had seen the new level 42 players who could fly with a sword and could also fly magic treasures. The guy was surprised because there was a saying that there was always someone stronger for a reason. They were really surprised Anonymous and Lamar were nothing compared to them. The girl stated that the appearance of these players, along with the discovery of the mater pupil system, would definitely attribute to the structure of the game. She believed that Lamar and Anonymous would definitely catch up to them. The hero fought elite monsters of level 40, giving a lot of experience and materials, but they did not fall out of the equipment, but they were very pleasant to kill a guy. The system congratulated the guy who killed an ancient war soul elite level 40 monster. The guy was really hoping with the boss dropping off something good. The boss looked like a strong enough creature to fight. The hero asked his spirit to put invisibility on him. Soon the boy attacked the boss, setting up a real scorcher for him. The boy could easily burn him to the ground, having a magical treasure. Anonymous was hoping to wring a good reward from such a majestic boss. The guy also additionally received an ancient heart in addition to the usual reward. But for some reason the hero didn't teleport for some reason. The guy didn't expect the dungeon boss to constantly revive. 4 minutes later the boy had another fragment. Lamar asked the spirit again to give him invisibility, wanting to go somewhere else out of boredom, to see something new. Now there were many beta testers over level 40 on the server. The hero saw an imperial prince who really wanted to challenge him. Prince wanted to fight the anonymous guy for a $10 million bet, trying every way he could to hurt the guy. The young man honored something unfair in that message, for the man would not have challenged Lamar so recklessly, assuming most likely the latter now had a master and wanted the boy to fight him in the end. The hero asked Jin to betray to the imperial prince that he was accepting the challenge, but his friend was quite unsure of Lamar's decision. The system showed a message in which a girl was from the Iron Blood Guard, who was a friend of the anonymous person. They didn't expect the prince to want to use his master in battle, it seemed to them, since Anonymous already knew about it. They didn't understand why he accepted the challenge. The girl asked to take the challenge because she would make this guy the laughingstock of the entire server tomorrow. The boy was glad to hear it, for he had waited a long time for this day. Already after 3 hours, the hero has reached level 35. Then he will be able to use the orange gear and strongly waiting to use it. The sister asked her brother if he was really going to accept the prince's challenge to a duel with whom his master would still be, but the young man immediately asked to calm down. Also, the boy approved if the one wins, the divine beast will become Monica, because he really wanted to give it to her. An hour and a half later, the prestige guy was enough to open an ancient altar that required 20 million wilderness reputation to open. The boy realized that 20 million reputation was a lot, twice as much reputation, although stronger players could appear. Anonymous knew that the second altar was worth 10 million reputation more, so he thought the opponent would be stronger. The guy was curious to see who the opponent would be this time. The girl couldn't believe finding the same monster again, assuming this monster was the only one in her range. The guy didn't understand why the hell she showed up in front of him again. The system congratulated the guy again. The young man thought it was a wonderful event. Now he could go to the ancient battlefield again. Already after 1 hour, the boy was able to destroy the ancient general of war, an ancient boss of level 42, getting from him 840,000 experience and more equipment. The guy got the fragments he needed. The boy will finally be able to use the new orange flaming spear of level 35 unique. The hero discovered a third special effect that was of incredible skill level. He should have opened the second slot for magic weapons, and then the guy's Rui staff would turn into a level 35 orange weapon. The current Rui staff was now a divine weapon with a base damage of over 5,000. Now Anonymous wondered how the master of the Imperial Prince was going to fight with it. It was time for the guy to upgrade all talents to skill level 5. The system congratulated the hero on getting multiple character pumps and his bloodline pumping. Such pumping sounded like an amazing art to the guy. He was already looking forward to tomorrow's duel. The squad was aware that the opponents had set up a bookmaker's office that had opened a betting pool with odds of 2 to 3 on the hero, though he wondered why the guys hadn't placed a bet. They didn't think it was worth it, because the guys were at level 42. The hero asked not to worry, no matter how much they bet, the guy will still win. The guys, all the squad believed in the Anonymous and wanted to bet on him. The girl didn't expect that so many people would come to watch the duel. There were so many spectators that there would not even be enough seats. Lara imagined the duel between the Anonymous and the Imperial Prince had captured the hearts of many people. She was interested to hear what the players had to say. Many players marveled at the beta testers surrounding the purple aura, suggesting with so many purple items, Brother Anonymous had no chance of winning. The girl noticed how many players most of the time put everything against the anonymous brother. However, the girl herself is sure that the guy had a plan, who wouldn't fight knowing that the one wouldn't stand a chance. Prince notes to date the Anonymous, and his reputation for popularity will come to an end. The hero wondered how the Imperial Prince was doing lately. The same asked him not to be so friendly, because today he will be destroyed. The prince asked the master to proceed with his turn. The girl didn't understand how the guy dared to act so arrogant while sitting on a trashy blood monkey, not understanding where Lamar got so much confidence in his abilities. The young man noticed that the master was just a higher level, but that didn't mean she was stronger than the boy. She noticed if a guy got 3 purple items, 5 blue items, and some improved equipment, he would have a small chance. But the master wanted to remind him that in open duels it was allowed to take the corpse's items, so she asked him to pray hard that he wouldn't lose his equipment. The boy did not expect to hear a pleasant surprise, for he had not known about it before. Master asked to stop fluttering her tongue and start fighting. The guy really wanted to start experiencing a big battle between the two. Players didn't expect the use of divine beasts. Some of them were seeing something like this for the first time. Although some people thought the duel was too boring, not understanding the point of a level 42 fighting a level 35, but Anonymous seemed pretty confident. The girl appeared to be wearing the boy's full Monkey King kit, suggesting that the boy start jumping around like a monkey. Lamar decided to make a point that he has a purple gear full. The hero realized if the girl asked him to jump like a monkey, wanted to show one trick. The young man applied a clone, after which the guy would become invisible while she played with his clone. The guy let his swords go, striking enemies at long range. It even seemed to the players the strength of the Anonymous's attack was so high that the girl even used a healing potion, although only 3 consecutive strikes were dealt. The master was convinced that the young man knew a few tricks, but still thought he was just plain trash. The guys did not expect the girl to find 120,000 health. The defense was also at a high level, but the attack power of the Anonymous is more than 2,000, which does not cause critical damage. The master applied the triple pure sword formation. The boy received a large amount of magic damage, surpassing 5,000 units. She continued to strike already with the second phase of the triple pure sword. The players couldn't believe the girl had already applied the second phase, each one hitting 3 times more. The master once again applied the third phase of triple net damage, dealing almost 30,000 damage per strike. She was curious to ask the kid. Now the kid understood the gulf between them. She had only applied one skill, and that one was almost dead. It really was like she was playing with a monkey. For ultimate shame, the girl wanted to finish off the hero with a low-level skill, the 10,000 swords technique. The prince realized that now everyone could see how worthless the anonymous man was, because against a strong man, he really felt like a monkey that was teased. But the girl felt like she'd been cheated somewhere. Lamar wondered how much the girl liked killing the illusion. He wondered who was really fooling who. The players didn't expect that Anonymous was really using an illusion, assuming the guy was in this time of invisibility. The girl asked the Anonymous how such a thing was possible, since even monsters didn't have invisibility skills. Not understanding where he had dug up such a skillet, the guy was more interested in whether the girl was a beta tester who should have known such a thing herself. He shouldn't have told her, but he could make an exception in case she bowed to the hero, and then he would tell her. The master didn't even care about invisibility. She didn't believe that he could stay invisible forever. As soon as he showed himself, she wanted to tear him to pieces. The hero noticed that the girl was acting too careless, so it was a good time for him to attack. The girl wondered if the anonymous man would have the courage to show himself. The players couldn't believe that the girl had used the 5 elements Divine Metal Thunder Iron. Such an artifact was incredibly rare. They were able to notice a pillar of divine fire that was twice as powerful as the normal one that was in the arena. The guys couldn't believe that the boy really knew how to attack while in invisibility, not understanding where the hero got such artifacts from. The boy spotted a rather incredible artifact of the enemy. It was true that it didn't have high attack power, and she just used it to locate it. The young man asked not to worry because the guy was not going to remain invisible. Such a thing would be too boring, asking to be more attentive from now on. All the players couldn't believe where the guy got the orange weapon from. The boy noticed when the girl killed his illusion, she was incredibly happy, though it wasn't clear who was actually playing with who. The guy asked the girl to watch carefully, for her equipment was worthless in front of the orange staff. The guy did over 16,000 damage in one hit with Earthbreak. The hero was interested in asking the Imperial Prince to tell her master to hurry up and run. The players couldn't believe their eyes where Anonymous was finding such power from.
The boy said that in the wild, the master would have to be reborn at least 3 times, and each time her health would only be restored by 10%. The boy wondered what he should do with her.
The guy was able to get his hands on a level 40 violet hip armor. The boy was curious to continue onward and see what interesting things would fall yet from the master. The young man dealt damage again, and was able to knock out a level 40 breastplate this time. The players made sure that the girl even had her level down. She was now level 41. To the guys, it seemed like it would be more expensive to mess with an anonymous person. Some viewers asked to stop, even though the guy didn't understand what the actual point was, because the character would continue to get stuff from the dead character. The players stated that the boy won only because of his invisibility. In a fair fight, they believed that Anonymous would have lost. The boy was amused to hear such a statement, wanting to ask any of them would want to check it out. The master turned to the hero, wanting to repay 100-fold for today's humiliation. The young man didn't understand why she was acting like a victim after all. It wasn't her who had accidentally initiated this duel earlier. The guy could have accepted her offer at any time. Lamar motioned for Mistress to come over to him. In fact, the sister was greatly frightened by her brother's behavior and character. Anonymous noticed how beautiful the mistress appeared to be, wanting to give her his divine beast as a gift. Players couldn't believe that a guy would give a divine beast for an ordinary beauty. But some asked not to be naive, because the girl was definitely an acquaintance of his. The girl thought her older brother was a joker, but now she had a little buddy. The hero asked the next time the prince had something else as far as good, asked to call the guy again. Anonymous wanted to go to the ancient altar as soon as possible, wondering which player would be in this time. Now the boy was going to have to turn on 50% pain sensitivity. Sounded a little crazy, to be honest. The stranger was determined and wanted to settle down, unafraid of merely fighting the bosses without a scratch, realizing the goal that stood before him would be no problem. The hero really seemed like a boy who looked like a rookie. The stranger was able to apply a defensive barrier that was able to protect against the werewolf's massive blow. The man then thrust his metal disruptor straight into the ground. It seemed to Lamar the players, who appeared as if out of nowhere, were actually even better beta testers. The guy assumed he'd have to start playing seriously. However, 2 minutes later, the system congratulated the anonymizer on his victory. The stranger did consider the werewolf a strong opponent, but next time he wanted to take an artifact that removed the control and defeat the guy. The hero wondered where he had come from. If he brought an artifact to remove the control, everything would become much more difficult for the guy, although in any case the young man needed to train even harder. The boy inquired about the next altar. The system again suggested already increasing the pain to 75%. The girl once again found herself near the formidable werewolf, not understanding how this was possible even after choosing 30 million reputation. The guy pretended that the girl had definitely sinned somewhere, and that one was her punishment. True, the girl admitted that she had done nothing and really wanted to go home. The boy asked the lady, "The one was just an ordinary wild monster. Was it worth being so afraid of him?" The girl could not understand what other monster looked so ugly as a hero. The werewolf then suggested, wondering, not sure why fight then. However, the girl had already spent so much reputation that this time she had to try to fight and overcome her fears. The hero asked her to try, because there was a chance that she would succeed. The girl didn't realize what other wild monster was cheering for the player. She asked not to be impudent, because she was actually very strong. She finally decided to attack the creature with her gear. The boy really put his tracking skill to use. Really didn't expect the girl to possess the same skill at all. She wanted to launch a powerful ice shot. The young man hadn't expected the girl's daggers weren't her main weapon, but rather a bow. She had actually switched to long-range shooting now that created a large distance between them. Became a big problem for the werewolf. The guy took quite a bit of damage that felt big because of the system. The creature already regretted asking her to fight. The girl applied a double ice shot this time. The boy took a lot of damage along with a 1.5-second stun. Skills like that made the guy wonder if this woman had some killer combos. The guy couldn't let that continue. The monster asked the girl to finish him quickly. Only if she kills him, he can get out of here and find her in real life. The girl was a little hesitant about killing the monster already after hearing that. However, she couldn't let it happen, losing her last few reputation points. The boy received a rather squirrely kick from the archer. The guy realized that the lady was much stronger than many beta testers. The hero wanted to take control of his emotions and start taking action. The boy retaliated by attacking with a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain, landing 18 punches in a row. The girl wanted to memorize the monster, asking to make sure to beat the opponent next time. Now the boy could no longer let his guard down during the battle. Tomorrow's double experience event. The boy hoped he would be able to reach the altar for 40 million reputation, accelerating his level up. Even with the double experience, it was not worth staying up late and should have rested more. My sister agreed with my brother to log on to the server faster before the event started. The boy has been noticing lately how his sister was always in such a hurry, not realizing when she would be calm anymore. Then the hero had to go into 100% pain sensitivity mode. You could not die, but you could suffer mentally. The guys teleported to the event. Meanwhile, in the intermediate area of level 45, Sand Oases. The girl turned to her boss, asking how things were going in the Sky Tower. He saw the results still in place. The boss was at the Heaven Realm level, being too strong. They needed this boss to unlock the second Heaven Realm. Guy heard the other day a girl lost a duel to that anonymous guy. The master reported that the guy was incredibly lucky. He had managed to get the invisibility skill, and he also had an artifact that allowed him to deal damage without coming out of invisibility. The leader was curious about something else, whether the boy had taken anything from her. The girl agreed, however, a little only 2 items of purple level gear and lost her Fire Selena. The guy kept saying that the Fire Celestial couldn't be lost. They had found a few clues about them in the Divine Maze. Divine Beasts could fuse together, so it wasn't worth throwing them away. Players wanted to wait for a player to go to a level 40 map. They would all kill him until he was out of the game for good.